beyond our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
Still love every part of that intro. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Hysterics, and this is The Last Hit, the LPL podcast that's now going to start coming at you a little bit more regularly. Of course, who would I be without my beautiful, gorgeous, what words do you want me to use? Handsome devils in lyric at the end, and Dagda right here. And
I thought you were meant to exclude me for a second.
Yeah.
I was going to be a little bit upset.
That's okay, I'd never exclude you. Said the shirt. How could I look anything past it? How have you been? What's been the daily life happening?
Just League of Legends. LPL is every day. We don't have a chance.
That's not exciting. I was expecting something else. Food, journeys, going somewhere else. But of course...
How's that not exciting? LPL every day is super exciting.
That is actually true. 7 days a week of League of Legends is not the worst thing in the world. But of course, here at The Last Hit, we are starting off our journey once again to kick you off into summer. After coming back of MSC, which, look, I don't want to pry, but I think we kind of kicked their ass.
We did a little bit. I mean, look, all LPL finals, that's all you really wanted, isn't it? Just to say, hey, look, LCK, solid try. But
I mean, I got to say, I expected a little bit more, but 3 out of our 4 teams to make into playoffs, lyric.
Like, I do want to say, okay, we're the best region in the world. We won MSC, but it still is kind of an off-season tournament in a sense, right? In the same vein of Rift Rivals. You can't take it like a Worlds or an MSI.
So you call it Rift Rivals, I call it MSI. That was a true MSI that we didn't get. We didn't need the other regions. LCK and LPL, the 2 best regions, and any EU fans out there can fight me on Twitter. They fought it out, and our 3 best teams went through, and we got an all LPL final. And now from that, I got to say that we think the top esports is something else, right?
yeah, and I think as well, because JDG looked a little bit shaky, definitely top coming out looking amazing. But I think the cool thing was we kind of beat LCK at their own game. Like, LCK wanted to play their style, play their champions, but LPL, we did the exact same, and we were able to beat them.
I just love, who was it, Top Esports coming out and saying, yeah, well, we wanted to play their game. We wanted to play more so in the early game because we know in late game team fights we're going to come out ahead. And that's the fact that we played their game and we won is hilarious.
It's kind of the cherry on top, right? And it's kind of fun because we come into a new season. We come into summer, which has already started. Granted, this podcast, we're moving down the line a little bit. And now that we're kind of in it, we're thinking, okay, well, look, LPL's still looking strong. We still got some pretty decent teams going across and starting the summer split. We already had some pretty good games, yeah.
Yeah, and I think what I liked about MSC was it kind of set us up for what we could expect coming in, like coming down to champions and stuff, which made it easier to try and look at the teams and see, hey, look, maybe this is the style they're going to go for, how they want to play. But some of the games have been absolutely bonkers, and I haven't expected half the teams to come out swinging in the way they did.
I was going to say it's led to some expectations, but also some being wrong, like FPX, but maybe something we could talk about more later.
Yeah, look, we'll dive into that a little bit because I know today we've got a lot on the show, a lot on the agenda. We'll bring that up for you here because in our first one, coming into summer, it's important that we give you the lowdown and a bit of an update. So here's how the schedule's going to run for you today. I know it's a bit formal, gents, but play along with me if you can as soon as we get that up on your screen. Today, we're talking a little bit about power rankings, getting your dunk and your dud. I don't know if you like the name there. We can always change it if you guys don't approve. But of course, pick of the week and then games to watch coming up as well. So just to get you into the LPL and into the groove, important because I know we have a lot of new international viewers who are trying to tune into the LPL. And each year that LPL wins Worlds, and when we do win Worlds in this season as well, 3rd year in a row, it'll be important that people remember this moment.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, LPL has just gone from strength to strength. Now we see it in MSC, and it'll be interesting to look at when EU and North America get across, how that all plays out. But I mean, right now, a lot of our teams just look unbeatable.
I also want to add that we add new teams every year, so it's never going to get easier for other regions, but no, that's how it shakes up.
But it's even the new talent as well. Like, look at eStar who came in during the spring split. They looked impeccable. Now we got some of the new talent as well that's come into like V5 and some of these teams. They all look incredible. Like, overall, this has just been a crazy year for talent.
I can't wait to talk about V5. But before we go into that, let's start with the power rankings we never got to release before the season. I know I threw mine out there and we were just rushed into summer about 6-7 days after MSC stopped. So, sir, Mr. Dagda, on my sheet here, it says, start with Rob. And that's exactly where we're going to go because your top 8, I would believe, is one of the most interesting. You got some high standards in teams that have found success in their off-season, of course. We'll bring that up for you in a quick second. There we go. Sir, where would you like to start with this?
I feel like everyone wants to ask me about LGD.
Yes, we do.
So for me, when I look at LGD, Peanut was the guy that most of the good plays came out of, and I think with the way the meta's gone towards like the Nidalees, the Graves and stuff like that, I think Peanut can look really, really strong in the jungle. But then as well, like, I think Longxing kind of got screwed on RNG. Like when he was back on Suning and he was Xiaoao, you had a bunch of plays that were going towards him. You had Hacker who was playing towards him, and he was able to prosper on the roster. But coming on to RNG, he got left on his Todd in the top lane. And I think coming back into LGD, where they have the ability to play towards the top side and have a lot of consistency when it comes to their other laners, I think they're going to look really good.
I mean, while we're recording this, remember that LGD for us has only played one series, so it's been a starting showing that, I don't know, for me it doesn't put them fourth, but still shows that they are a top tier team.
I'd say we see the promise there that sure they can maybe make it to playoffs, but we also kind of saw the why it's a bit too much to put them there just yet, right? We saw a bit slower on the shot calling in their matchup. The pieces still aren't all together. Even Longxing, I would agree, right? He's getting more attention now on this roster, but also kind of benefiting from some of the enemies he got to play against. You know, eStar did run CJJ in one game,
That's
so I'm not so.
But Longxing didn't get to play the first game, you see? So we've got like one sample pool against Xiaobai, you know?
That's true. But at the same time, I don't even agree that he got kind of an unfair shake on RNG. He got an unfair shake in the sense of how, like, the standard he was held to, right? Because he's realistically not a top 4, top 5 top laner in the LPL, which I'm happy to see him on LGD because now he's on a team, I'd say, that fits kind of his placement in the league. And maybe that pressure can make him show up more, but I still don't expect him to show up against the likes of, you know, Morgan, Zoom, Bin now. Even the Shy, if the Shy does get back into being the Shy.
It is bizarre to me that Bin is in the conversation for really good top laners.
Wasn't in spring, but I mean, the recency of Suning, right? I know also they're seeing RNG 8th. You're the only one out of the three of us that has put RNG in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was a little bit of the fanboy in me still, because I am an RNG fan.
You are an RNG fan.
I think as well, look, I mean, it paid off. They do look good, right?
I do also want to say, once you get past the top 3, I really feel like number 4 through like number 12 is pretty much up in the air.
You were saying before show, you were saying that you'd rather do it by tiers, right?
Yeah.
Rather than placements. I think that's an interesting way to do it.
Even RNG, like, they have the talent to be a top 4, top 5 team in my mind, even without Uzi on the roster, even bringing in someone like New, who surprisingly showed up like really well. The question was, are they going to put the pieces together, which they didn't in spring? And I mean, we can say now that they definitely have.
And like Shelong Bao massively stepping up, Xiaohu looking great, and I think it was that, okay, some games we see the brilliance of RNG, and then it just fell completely apart towards the end, but I'm a bit worried because we started off on this good foot as well in spring, but then we're getting into summer. Great foot, we're looking good, and then it all fell apart again.
It's
anyway.
kind of even more ominous that they're starting off on a good note, honestly.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, only person that put RNG in that top 8 is a dag that you could be, you know.
Yeah.
What's the word? Far above your time? Yeah, I'm still say profit. It's a lot easier. But turning another note, Mr. Lyric, it's your turn. Let's put your money where your mouth is. Great way. Yep. Okay, let's throw out those rankings on
I mean, I'm just saying, after the first week, I obviously have some questionable choices. Not really questionable choices. I'd say a questionable choice.
Is it 8th in BLG?
It is.
Okay. Like just because the other parts of the list, I'm like, well, realistically, that's kind of similar to mine.
Do you not believe in Kingan's Maokai? Is that the problem? No? Is that
you know, his Maokai was surprisingly fine, but coming into this split, even spring, I look at the talent on this roster, and it's just stacked. Kingan in lane looks really strong. Might have a small champion pool, but I think in the LPL, it's actually not too big of a deal. Fofo, in my mind, definitely was a slight upgrade over Kuro, who was doing fine in the LPL anyway. Meteor is an MVP level player, and their bot lane's average, but with the topside talent, that should be enough. But what's ever going on with this team, like, the talent is just not meshing together.
And I think it's really weird. Even the draft, like, that's why I was kind of looking at the Maokai, was I don't know why Kingan, who is such a strong carry player, is being put onto these tanks. Like, I feel like with the meta at the moment, you can put him onto these carries and have him perform. Like, get him onto stuff like Wukong, like some of these other champions, but they keep opting back into this really tank-heavy top lane.
It reminds me of Khan, right? Like, he's got the ability to play tanks, but you don't want to see him on that. You want to see him on the Jace or see him on the field.
I would say in spring, he didn't show up on tanks, to where the first game, his Maokai, like, individually looked fine, and then the problem was just how they played out the team comp, where they draft all scaling and they're fighting at like 5 minutes.
The problem was when they started playing Maokai in the jungle as well. Like, that was the, you know, the dirty cherry.
But the funny thing was, you said that in this, who was their game against? DMO? No, it wasn't DMO. Whoever they played anyway. The OMG. No, anyway, whoever they played.
We broadcast
was,
7 days a week.
I know, yeah. But anyways, whoever they played, they end up fighting at
They played against Vici.
Vici, thank you. I knew it was one of the games that cast. It was Vici, and they end up fighting at that second dragon when you're like, okay, cool, you really want to be fighting at the third dragon where you got your 2 Adams and Ezreal and Zoe.
They
and
fought
then
it like 8 minutes.
Why?
Yeah. That dragon fight was at like 8 minutes. We see Kane coming in for a TP flank. You're just like, what are you doing? You guys are even. I think they're actually even slightly ahead.
Yeah.
You're gonna win this game, but they didn't want to win the game. So,
I mean, that's why for BLG, for me especially, like I was very concerned about putting them anywhere near that top 8. But they have that potential. And I said this a while back that BLG could be 4th, 10th, or 14th. Like they could sit at any end of the
let's
scale.
reiterate that this was a pre-season power ranking, not a after the games we've seen. But moving on, I think the other questionable one, which even you had them high, was IG, right? I think a lot of fans are gonna looking at these lists like, why do you guys believe in IG? And it's just so hard when you compare their talent to the rest of the league. I could see them getting a lot of wins just off of how good Rookie is.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is, and their draft as well. If they move away from this weird Lucian top just blind picking all the time for some reason, I think they will look a lot better. And if they can fix those draft issues, maybe then you have a team that can actually
He
do
believes
okay.
in an IG draft. He thinks IG can start drafting.
don't
No,
draft,
I am saying if. That is a big caveat.
But you know, like
I don't know.
It's almost like the Shy wants to become an AD carry because all he plays in that top lane now, and even if you go towards his solo queue, it's still the Kalista top, the Lucian top, Vayne top as well, Quinn top at some point. I think Tristana top he played a couple of games.
He's
like,
just leaving notes for Puff. It's just like, I'm coming for you.
you fall down, I'm taking that job. Maybe won it when Jackie Love left as well. Just didn't cut out. IG is an interesting one because Lyric, you putting them 4th is actually the same as I did. And I thought I would move forward and you guys could blast me a new one with my power rankings.
Oh.
And I did put these out publicly, but there are some regrets already.
What's your biggest regret so far? I feel like it's E-Star.
I think I overestimated LGD, even though I've only seen...
How dare you?
Yeah, I said that straight
You're
after
supposed
yours
to be
as
on the
well.
bandwagon with me.
Is it E-Star? I mean, here's the thing about E-Star. When you make playoffs in your first ever split, I don't expect it to be a DMO situation where you suck the next. Right?
My problem is, so I was even not really on the hype train last split to where we saw towards the end of the split them getting more figured out even with the style they had, right? Teams started banning out the Jarvan, and it's like, well, what can Wei really do? And now the fact that they did lose Crying, it's like, I'm okay with a team being one-dimensional, but the question is your individual skill good enough so you can force through that, one-dimensional play style? I don't think E-Star is.
Yeah, and I don't think Funfun is. That's the big one for me was, look, he's looked okay, but I think losing Crying is such a hit to this team. And like, I have had him kind of in the same boat as Knight, where not on the same level, but definitely you can put this guy in the mid lane. He was going to win his lane. You didn't have to give him any attention, and he'd be a star performer when it got to those late game fights.
My problem is, like, Wink is not reliable, right? So that's the problem, because Funfun in the team, I think, is actually fine. The problem is you don't have a reliable carry in top or AD carry. So it's like, well, what we need Xiaoxi to keep having these insane playmaking moments, which he could, which is why he did. So they could still be top 8. Okay, no, they can't. They could be nice.
Because again, to reiterate, I'm the only person who's put E-Star in the top 8, right? And only person to put BLG in the top 8, and then also LGD was 4. I'm just looking back here. RNG, which right now you see like the biggest brain. But E-Star again, it's only been 1 or none series. Like the IG won 4th, I think is okay. Because we still don't know what IG form they're in. They came into playoffs looking bad. They went to MSC looking bad. But in spring, they were first.
Let's also
quite easily
point out that as of this recording, IG still hasn't played yet. IG do play later today for us, so we're not quite sure what IG is going to show up yet.
Yeah, we don't know just yet. But those are the power rankings. Those are the top 8. Especially, take the analyst word because it's a lot better than mine. I feel like I might fall flat on a couple of those. But moving forward, now it's your time in the sun or also time in the ground, depending on which direction you go.
Yeah, I don't do well with sun, to be honest.
Yeah, I was told I shouldn't go in the sun. As Lyric pre-show said, keep your arm out of the sun. We'll talk about that a little bit. It was a nice tattoo talk. Moving forward, Dagda's Weekly Dunk. This is our new segment because this is a new version of the show. And your dunk, sir, is for V5. Take it away.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to get to talk about V5, so as long as they're 2-0, I'm going to take every moment I can. But these guys look amazing, and you've got that double D duo in the bottom lane with PP God, and you've got Sam D. These guys look really, really good, and I mean, it's hard to fault them. PP God on the Thresh, on the Bard looked incredible, the Kalista for Sam D was amazing, and the positioning from Sam D in fights was really crucial for a lot of their wins.
It came out of nowhere. I mean, this this is like a Suning light team put together that we said on broadcast, Lyric, and then PP God came out of FPX Blaze, and apparently Top Esports were trying to pick him up, so people knew about him. He just ended up on V5.
Look, I am Monte Cristo incarnate. I am the conductor of the Victory 5 hype train. I've been the conductor since last summer when I wasn't even casting. And even when we look at, like, mechanically, in lane, Sam Dean PP God getting 2v2 kills against Helper and Mitsuki.
Yeah.
Mole, okay, he still goes a bit kind of
Too far.
over-eager a lot, but his Zoe is absolutely nuts. Wei is like, he's like unleashed, he has new life in him, and then, you know, Bew does his job.
Yeah, I mean,
I like how that went off a cliff. I was like, but these are hype, these are awesome, and
Hey, this is your dunk, not my dunk.
I mean, still, Bew is great. Like, as a top
Yeah,
laner,
he's been doing really well.
It's so much better than what we saw in Suning. They were a fire up in that top lane bid, and Bew couldn't balance anything in Suning.
And it's the confidence as well. Like, he's going to make these plays underneath towers on the bottom side, whereas the Renekton going in 2v1, getting the kill,
Yeah.
looking amazing, and even buying enough time for the rest of V5 to come up. So Bew, honestly, and his counterpart Bin have both been looking incredible, but coming back to V5, I think they have really stepped up here.
I mean, look, I was talking about this on broadcast because, funnily enough, I've done both V5 games. I know that you and Munchables actually take it on
Saturday.
What day is it? Yeah, coming up. So it's kind of exciting to see, you know, like how they progress. Are they actually a top 8 team? Because that could be the biggest mistake that we've all made so far, is not putting V5
but
in top
that's
8.
why I wanted to talk about them now, because it's either going to go two ways. They're going to look absolutely amazing and Jordan is a god, or it's going to go the other way.
In my heart, they will be a top 4 team after the split, no matter what.
I know we didn't get to see the rest because we only got the top 8 of the power rankings, but tell me, where did you actually put
So
V5?
I actually redid my power rankings many times. At
Okay.
one point, they were as high as 13th, but they sadly ended up last.
Oh, no.
In my final one. So
See, I didn't put them last.
I didn't expect us to see this iteration of the roster. I
Yeah.
kind of thought we'd still see Y4 playing for sure, and I didn't know who would be in the jungle, but this one's just so exciting.
I love as well, by the way, that have you seen the pose that Sam D does? It's the exact same one as Y4 with
You
the
brought out
double finger.
Twitter,
yeah, it's actually because I think Y4's only had one to where he holds up both. So it's even an improvement.
It's great. Watching this team play as well is a lot of fun. We've gone from crazy drafts in spring. If people don't remember, it was that, like, draft any lane, who goes to that lane, and then watch them go. Now it's like, actually, the draft is kind of fun as well.
I want to come back to Wei as well, because we haven't really highlighted him. He looks really, really good. Like, tracking the enemy jungler throughout the early stages of the game, his mechanics have looked really, really good. Like, this guy is genuinely looking like he's going to be at least pushing up into the upper half of the junglers.
Somehow.
Their understanding, their shot calling, it's all there. Against OMG, I just remember him predicting that first gank from Hacker in the top side, and that pretty much set up the snowball for V5 in that game.
I mean, it looked great. Again, they're going up against harder teams in the near-coming schedule as well. LGD is one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's on Saturday.
Yeah. That's the Saturday one. So
That's where we're going to be at odds.
yeah. I mean, you got LGD up, and you're also on the hype train of V5. You both are, so odds and ends is a good way to put it. But that is the dunk, and you slammed it quite well. V5 are going on world, is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
They'll finish off. I mean, look, realistically, we have 4 slots.
The amount of times you've said this, and it's like, I don't know if you're
I
like
think I'm
joking or
starting
you
to
fully
believe
believe.
it. I don't know. Again, harder teams, they need diverse, but a V5 do look like a team, in at least in the future in a year, could potentially be a top contender. So it's exciting stuff, but what is also exciting is Lyric's new segment, which is his dud. And Lyric's weekly dud, we're not going to, go too hard, but I will say, what do you think about OMG?
OMG, the fact of how they were the gatekeeper in summer for so long, and then they show up here, they lose to, you lose to RNG, who's really showing up, but then your other losses to Victory 5, and even though we're hyped on Victory 5, it still is a completely new roster. Doesn't make sense. Icon, his champion pool's too one-dimensional. He plays like Zoe, LeBlanc, pretty much full stop. Cold hasn't been playing good League of Legends since 2017.
Oh, but I was just so hyped in them coming in 2020 spring. Like, at the start, they looked great, and then it just kind of fell off a cliff.
It's a couple of different things for me. It's like the laning phase, where they're positioned in lane. I mean, Icon getting caught out early against RNG when you already knew where Shelong Bao was. Then in the bottom side of the map, you see Shelong Bao pathing towards top side, and they're like, hey, herp derp, we're going to be halfway up the lane. It's going to be perfect. SMLZ as well, just randomly walking into the mid lane at like 17 or 18 minutes and getting caught out as well, completely by himself against the Twisted Fate, who's like, the second you take a step wrong, he's going to collapse on you. So I didn't get it.
It does look like in spring they benefit a lot from other teams still having to figure it out, which it's kind of strange because they were a newly put together roster, but they have their system down pat from week 1, right? We knew Hacker was going to go gank top. We knew it was going to set up for these mid-game skirmishes around Drakes with SMLZ being the main carry, and every game Icon got to play Zoe or LeBlanc.
You also talk about a new system, but I mean, Curse and Icon have been playing together in 2019. But also remember, SMLZ and Cold, or sorry, as he was known, 5 back in the day, had been together in 2017 throughout the duration of the year.
That's true.
So it's a new system put together now that's kind of been together before. It's like elements that were pieced together.
And the big reason why this team is a dud for me is I don't know where they go to improve, because even when we just look at individual talent, I wouldn't say there's any obvious star on this roster. It's all pretty middling. SMLZ hasn't shown up as a top 380 carry since 2018, right? Had a very bad year on Sooning. So where do you go with this team if Icon doesn't get a Zoe?
There's a lot of questions for OMG. Dagda, is there anything you want to finish up here? Because I think OMG starting 0-2 is a lot bigger than than other people have given it credit for.
Well, I mean, you talked about it already, Lyra. Like, these guys were the gatekeepers. These were the guys that were sitting at 8th and just fell at the end. And we're like, no, they'll bounce back in summer. They'll be able to do this. But they have looked completely out of sorts. And it's not like it's just down to them playing against better teams or being out shot called. It's them making a lot of mistakes that they wouldn't have at the start or midway through spring. And these are issues that they really need to try and solve quickly, because you don't have much time before the split ends.
Especially when you start off and that momentum pulls you back as well. So a bit of an issue for OMG, but thank you for giving us your dud lyric. That's very nice. The dud and dunk. We'll see if that name continues forward. I'll let my analysts just kind of sit there and accept it for today. But moving forward, that might change. But let's also move forward into what has been prevalent in the LPL, because we've started out in 10.11. Eventually, we'll be moving to 10.12, I'm sure, as well. The pick of the week in week 1 and the bit of week 2. Let's pull up Bard, because Bard has been an LPL fan favorite, especially since the grand finals in spring 2020, where Luma actually won the finals with that pick. Now it feels like it's going up.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been a Bard fan for a long, long time. I've actually back in the US got an account for any Critical Role fans called Scanlan Shorthalt that accidentally misspelled, which is like a D&D show, and the Bard in it is called Scanlan Shorthalt. I call my Bard account in the US Scanlan Shorthalt, which is a Bard only one. But
wow.
I have been dying to see more of him, and it's fantastic that we finally do get a chance to see him.
So me and Dagda were actually having this discussion yesterday about how, coming from coaching, and even as an analyst, I've never really liked Bard as a champion, as a viewer, yes, but because you fit in composition so awkwardly, because you have such a unique identity that no one else has, right? You offer pick potential, you really want to roam in the early game, you have no good laning phases, and you're completely dependent on hitting really, not awkward, but weird skill shots, right? The Cosmic Binding against terrain or another champion or minion, and then your ultimate, which, if the enemy team is kind of spread out, it could just completely shut you down.
Also, it could be pretty troll, because your ultimate can actually ruin
As
games.
we saw from Sword Art yesterday.
Also, flashback to 2020 spring, the old V5. Do you remember Wifeball's ulti that we coined as the worst play of 2020 spring?
Exactly, but that's also why the champion's exciting, right? Because if you're a great Bard player, this champ can pretty much go in any composition if you play it well.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we've been seeing in the LPLs. We do have a lot of these great Bard players.
Yeah, but you can see that wide array between, say Luma, who gets his hands on it, Sword Art, who gets his hands on it, and Y4, who gets his hands on it. So there is that difference.
We don't have any Y4 at the moment. Let's hope it stays on.
I really like him, because I think he fits into a lot of different styles, where you can either have this super long-range engage, you got good disengage off the ultimate as well, and I know he doesn't have the greatest of lane pressure, but definitely when you do hit that level 6 and you're able to get out and start roaming, you can have such a big impact.
But you see the thing that links it all together, right? You have good pick potential engage if you hit your ultimate. You have good disengage if you hit your ultimate. You can set up team fights
as the
if you hit your ultimate.
aficionado that I am, I don't miss my ult, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh man, I gotta say though, I know we have some clips here as well. I pulled from V5 because it was so easy. Their first couple of series versus DMO versus OMG, and they were hit correctly. Props to PP God, who is actually a Bard aficionado as well, like yourself, Dagda.
Yeah, he was super good in this champion, and it's set up for so many of these plays. You can see there catching a bunch of folks out, and this is when I was watching this, just how good PP God was at setting up, catching people out, but even when he was in lane, getting aggressive against some of these more picks, you wouldn't expect Bard to come out on top like against the Thresh. It really was looking good.
That's the thing that's impressed me, because Bard's really only good lane matchups are against Tahm, Kench, and Braum. You're really low range, you only have one ability that even helps in your laning phase, right? W and E, not really laning abilities. Your Q is quite short range as well, and you're so squishy. If you ever get hit by a death sentence or a hook from Nautilus or a Blitzcrank or something, you're just dead. So, kudos to the players in the LPL who've been able to just make this work so well.
I mean, we're embracing the V5 hype we had a little bit earlier, right, as well, alongside this. But the Bard that I always look towards in the LPL since 2019, since I made my casting entrance here, was Lumao. It's good to see that that's not restricted, that we are seeing a bit more comfortability within our meta where people think, actually, this could be an option.
And I think it does bring so much more to the table where you've actually got to change how you play as the opponents, change how you play your game, because Bard can just catch you completely out. Say in this comp you're seeing on your screen with OMG here, where they're trying to go in aggressive, they're all this big 1-2 punch with the wombo combo. Well, it can change everything in the blink of an eye off of big picks like this.
Yeah, Bard just completely changes the way you have to think about the game, right? A magical journey can just come out of nowhere and you're like, oh god, we're now getting a Bard gank in like 5 minutes in the mid lane. So just overall very unique pick, very special. And even though I came in week 1, you talking about it a lot, that this is not going to be a meta pick, it's obviously a meta pick.
So are you happy to call it meta right now?
Yes.
Because uncommon was week 1 talk.
Like when players like Lumao were playing it, even PP God, that's one thing. Sword Art, and again, I've been watching Sword Art's whole career from like front row seats.
He's a Tom Kench player.
He's never he's not a Tom Kench. He's a Thresh player, Thresh All-Star. But
last year was.
He's never been known as a Bard player. So the fact that even he's embracing this Bard, it's like, okay, well, Bard's meta, I accept.
That's the turning point, right? That is the turning point.
I think you kind of you got to look at the way everything else plays around. Like if you've got an Ezreal in the lane, either you're against it or you're with it. Well, Ezreal's going to be able to farm fine. You're not going to be under too much pressure. So hey, look, Bard fits on both sides of that then, because you can get him out of lane and try and work stuff around the map.
Getting out of the lane part's important because especially when we deal around a meta that's so focused around jungle and mid and like absorbing other lanes' pressure or setting it right back. I think Bard's like the pick of our region. Do you think it translates over? Will it go to North America or Europe, or you think this is just an us thing?
I think it'll just be an us thing, because to me there's some champions I don't know if will translate well because other players in other regions feel confident in the skill to play it, right? Because this is still a very high confidence champion that if you're not good at, will just completely fall flat.
So what Lyric is saying is he doesn't think other supports are good enough to play
it. See? Hey man, we started with your dud. We set you up to be toxic, but no, that's all right. Maybe next time. Hey, moving forward, because we do have a couple more minutes to guide you through what has been happening here in the LPL. I'm looking towards the games to watch. And with Bard on the menu, with crazy picks that are still flying through the air in the LPL, I'm looking towards some games. Now, as we're recording this, of course, we're coming up towards our match of the week, and JDG Top Esports will be flying past that, as well as LGD V5, which I know we're going to talk about. But we're moving towards JDG versus RNG, which will be on the Thursday coming up for you guys as the last series. And JDG RNG, this used to be the Beijing Derby, but of course RNG moved out of Beijing. They're now here in Shanghai, and JDG, I believe, are as well. So technically the Shanghai Derby. But this has always been a fun matchup when these guys have gone head-to-head.
Yeah, to me, just especially now that RNG are in form, and I would even say had arguably better performances than JDG did, I think you just have so much reliability across the map, especially in that mid-jungle. I think Xiaohu and Xiaolongbao are completely outclassing. It has only been one performance, right. I will point that out, but completely outclassing Kanavi and Yagao in those games.
And I agree. I think this is going to be a real test for JDG in particular, because we just saw them yesterday against Suning. They did not look good. Suning nearly picking up the victory. It was Suning mistakes that actually brought it back in JDG's favor. And if they're going up against RNG, if RNG are picking up these wins against our top teams, at least who we expect to be our top teams nice and early in the split, well, they're going to go flying straight up the ranks into that 8th place spot.
It's like they've swapped a bit, haven't it? From what we've seen already here in the LPL, they've swapped. It's like JDG have gone from, one of the cleanest, LCK-like teams in the LPL to yesterday, it's sloppy. And then RNG have gone from, well, what are these drafts? What are they doing? To, wow, they're actually looking pretty clean.
There's one thing I want to point out, though, the fact that JDG did play at the Mid-Season Cup. We don't know how long they've actually been scrimming, right? They could just be coming right off of a break that they finally get, since they also did play finals, compared to RNG, who've been off for a long time, so they could have been scrimming for a week. So maybe JDG just needs, a few more days to, get into that groove.
Hopefully we get to that point where this matchup is the pinnacle, right? Where it's the top of the standings, because we know JDG still got the 2-0, which doesn't feel right saying after watching the series versus Suning and RNG, of course. But let's start with the lane, because the top lane for me some reason, New versus Zoom might not be where everyone looks, but New with his performance that's come through, Zoom with his expectation, that could be a really good top lane matchup.
I think definitely with the coordination that RNG have in getting New into these fights, especially in that early to mid-game stages. We did a breakdown on the desk of their play against OMG in that early stages where they managed to get New out. You had like a couple of seconds where you had the level 6 advantage first, and they ran away with it. And it's these minuscule moments that RNG are starting to play around. And when JDG had gaping holes in their play yesterday against Suning, I'm not convinced, especially when Zoom was trying to hard carry for a large portion of it, and look decent, but realistically, if you're going to be on an Ornn, you're not going to be able to do it.
Do you find any status up in that top lane? Do you look towards a matchup?
I think that's really exciting because the question is, can you either stop Zoom from having the impact or have a bigger impact than we already know Zoom will always have, right? Even if JDG just fall behind early and go to games where they should lose like yesterday, Zoom still came in, became an unkillable tank, and really carried these team fights.
The thing was, though, in game 1, it was the Wukong Renekton where he was losing as the Renekton. I was like, I expected him to at least come out with a little bit of an advantage towards the early stages of the game. He fell off a cliff before he even hit the level 6 mark. So I'm not convinced entirely that Zoom is the big carry that we used to think of him as.
Thinks RNG is going to finish higher than JDG.
I'm a fanboy. What can I say? Come on.
Let's come back, right? Where do we all put JDG?
I have second.
Yeah.
Second.
I think I did third.
Second. Like, there was no shadow of a doubt that I thought they were going to be better than FPX.
There's a lot of shadows of death.
I mean, even we didn't
one series, Dag. Let's.
And MSC.
I'm just saying maybe I'm judging. I shouldn't be able to say that because I'm judging LGD off of one series, but still, JD's a champion.
Let's not forget as well. Bringing up the scrim time for JDG is important because it is 6-7 days to the start of the season that MSC was over. We got into summer. And then JDG played a week and a half later. Like, it was really nice. The LPL gave those 4 teams a bit of extra time to get ready for the LPL, but it's still not.
It's still completely different.
Yeah,
unless you're suiting those, had to play 3 games already. That's a little bit tough. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Give them a bit of time, but I can understand needing a little bit of time to fix the mistakes. But I think overall, JDG were looking so potent that this isn't a case of, adapting to the meta and needing to scrim. This just looks like...
But I don't think needing to scrim has anything to do with adapting to the meta a lot of times. Like, if you're someone like you pointed out Zoom in the matchup, right? And let's say they are just coming off of a break and, he hasn't been playing as much solo queue or as much scrims. And to me, that sort of would really show that you haven't been practicing as much, that you're having, like, a hard time in a laning matchup. So... that could be it.
I think another important part of that is who they verse first and like what their schedule looks like. And we talked about, I know you guys yesterday were looking at JDG versus Suning, and even though Suning had been performing well and were up towards the top of the table, the outweighed expectations were still there for JDG, right? You still thought that this would be like the warm-up match for JDG before the top esports match and then before RNG that's coming up this week.
Yeah, and that's the thing is because they're going up against top esports, it's not like you've got time to kind of, okay, well, we'll get back on the saddle, we'll try a little bit of a trot first before we go into our gallop. They've got to hit the road running here, and I don't know if they can against top, who really did look good at MSC, far better than they did in spring, which was impressive because they came second. Like, I really have high expectations for top esports, and in particular, Yuyanji has grown up so much over that last bit.
I know for top esports it's a different conversation, but Lyric, do you take anything away from JDG?
Look,
like starting with Suning?
Me and you made a rule on the broadcast the other day.
What did we say?
Every team gets 2 series. if your first 2 series both look bad, okay, well, I lose some. Your first 2 series look good, like Victory 5 and Suning, I'm all aboard the hype train. And
it doesn't matter what team it is.
If they're 1-1, they get more time.
Okay.
So that's my rule.
Okay, well, that's a very open rule. I feel like that doesn't help me whatsoever. JDG RNG are coming up this Thursday for our audience watching, of course, as this goes out. That is on the last series of the LPL. Now, that's not on a non-English broadcast day, but that should still be broadcast across. Let's move forward to our second matchup. The one we're looking forward to was IG and EDG. 2 of the older organizations. Of course, IG have the status here, starting in 2011. EDG a little bit later than that as well, but a team that's always come first, bar the last couple of years. So what do you look towards on this?
For me, a big thing is, so as of this show, we have not seen IG yet, right? They play WE later on today for us, but IG's level of talent is just, it's still so impressive. Even with the Shy and Ning not showing up, I think Rookie looks like he's playing some of the best League of Legends of his career. He's no doubt in my mind top 2 right now.
Okay.
And if someone made an argument saying, hey, he's playing better than Knight, just go watch his laning phases against Knight in the playoffs. He was playing that skill matchup LeBlanc versus Syndra so well with no jungler. So I am truly impressed by him, and I think there's a lot of teams that with him playing so well and with their bot lane just being stable, they're going to pick up a lot of surprise wins, but up against Scout, I don't know.
Well, look, I think I still give Rookie the edge in that matchup. For me,
of
it's how badly does the Shy feed? That's the question for me, because you saw them get punished heavily in MSC because the Shy was on the solution. Over and over again, they were picking it. Over and over, got punished in lane, everywhere else.
Yeah.
And if you end up giving over that much control through your top side, you're going to be able to pick up wins by influencing the mid, influencing the jungle matchup, and that's the big issue that I see for IG.
To me, that's actually what's impressive about Rookie, though, is the fact that both his side lanes are losing, his jungle's losing, and he's still winning the mid matchup.
Oh, yeah.
To me, the thing for IG is going to be about Ning, because we saw early in spring that Ning just hard camps top. He lives top lane. He's going to, always full clear top or try to cut the map so he can just constantly be top for the Shy. It's like, well, if they can get that off successfully, they'll win. If not, they're going to lose. But I think EDG, even in their loss against WE, looked like the flat-out better team. Their shot call was great. Junja was playing so well.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be the key factor for me. Junja's going to shut down Ning, and it's then going to lead to the Shy feeding.
What really impressed me for Junja was I had him written off as a tank player. Like, I was like, Sejuani, Jarvan, that's going to be it. And then he came in, and this Nidalee looked absolutely spectacular. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this guy is going to perform, as he said, against Ning, who I kind of have as a, going to play towards top side, but no one who's really going to pressure him too heavily. And when he looks so good in some of these carry junglers, I'm really excited to see him put that foot forward against
I mean, the problem with Ning is the same problem as always, right? Like, he'll go towards the top side, he'll be patient, but patience isn't always a good virtue in League of Legends when you spend 2 minutes waiting and maybe not counting your, enemy junglers' timings. At this point as well, I want to also remind everyone, if I can get my words together, that Lo Yen is no longer in this roster. He went over to Vici Gaming, so it is only Ning.
I think that's a good thing.
I think that's a bad thing.
Really?
I think Lo Yen behind him when Ning came through and did eventually, play at Worlds towards the later stage was a bit better than we saw him in the summer split of 2019, but then still got towards Ning level later.
My problem is, no matter if we compare these junglers together, it's that Lil Yen's playstyle just doesn't fit IG at all. And to me, it's not even about finding a good jungler for IG. Because of the way IG plays, right? It's not correct League of Legends. It's not textbook League of Legends. You need someone who's going to give up everything just to make sure that their soul laners can do what they want. So I would say that the role of IG jungler can only be filled by someone like Ning.
Do you not think another jungler behind him pressuring him is a good way to get Ning into form? I don't know why, but form.
It's tough when you are someone who's already so accomplished. Like, you're already a world champion, right? I'd say for someone who still has that potential fire of wanting a trophy, which I'm not saying Ning doesn't, right? But when you already have that in the back of your mind, you're already an LPL champion, you're already a world champion. Will that make a difference? I'm actually not quite sure. I feel like that fire needs to come a lot more from within.
Okay. Well, that's well said. I will say as well, at that point, I kind of see what you're talking about, because it's like, what more do you have to fight for? Maybe
Former coach, by the way.
Hey, rather than your paycheck and looking good on stage. For Ning, there's a lot more questions there, and going up against, Junja, or whether we see Junja, or why am I having a mind blank here?
JJ.
Thank you so much. There's too many J's here in the LPL. Or whether we say JJ.
Have you realized what it's like casting with you guys? Jake, Jordan, and Joe.
Oh,
Do you have
that's
any
true.
idea how difficult that is?
I'm so
Every
sorry.
single time I'm trying to
so
speak to you, I have to remember which J I'm working with.
It makes it a little bit difficult. Hey, what other matchup in this series are you looking forward towards? Because, like, if we go bottom lane, if we have Hope, and then we have, Puff again, is anything in the bottom lane interest you, or are we just expecting jungle v jungle, mid v mid?
I definitely want to look towards Hope and Puff. I think that is going to be a very interesting matchup, and even we've seen a little bit more of like the Ashes and stuff come in. I mean, Hope has looked good on that. So I think coming into summer, having that wider champion pool where I think you can play a lot more diversity and have different roles when it comes towards Hope, I think is going to work really well for EDG. But when I look over at Puff and Setwinds, well, they kind of have to just go back to, right, we need to be the staple carry. We need to be the guys who consistent damages of the Aphelios, the likes of this, where they can't really mess around too much with the dynamics dynamic because, as you said, IG have their set way of playing League of Legends and they can't really divert from that.
Not to completely shut you down, Dagda, but
Oh, no.
I'm not excited for the AD carry matchup. I am excited for Hope. I'm also very excited for Mako. Not excited for IG's bot lane. We actually know what
Close
they're going to do.
enough.
They're just going to be stable. They're going to farm. They're going to get to the team fights that aren't going to happen. But Mako, to me, is the one I want to highlight for EDG because he looked amazing in that first series.
Yep.
And Mako, I'd say, was middling for most of spring. Had some very good moments and some very bad moments as well, to where against WE, he just looked so great with these engages and was proactively moving around the map, which is something I think we haven't seen out of Mako in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the inconsistencies out of Mako through spring were a massive concern, especially when you have the franchise player for EDG, right? Scout came in a little bit after. Mako's been there the longest. He's the face of EDG, especially now since, iBoy, who was building up his brand there, has left. So Mako is the guy.
I want to kind of go back to the points we were kind of talking about is why I'm so excited for Hope. This EDG style originally in spring was front-to-back team fights. Go for the late game, that's where we're going to win. That is not at all what we saw in their last series, where they were playing much more aggressive, trying to get flanks, having these really, the set in the perfect position to set up for these plays. And I think that's why I'm so excited by Hope being able to bring out these new champions, by what we're seeing from Junjie. This whole team has got so many new avenues that have opened up where I had them nailed down as just this one style, very similar to IG. And I think I want to see coming up against Invictus Gaming if they can mix it up even further and really throw a wrench into the work for Invictus.
I'm going to say, no doubt in my mind, Hope was a top 3 AD carry in spring, and I still expect him to be top 3, so I can understand the excitement. And even, obviously, dissecting this matchup, it's really going to be about, to me, I'd say mid-jungle for IG, even though that's not how they play, but Rookie needs to have a carry performance, and then Ning needs to be stable, to where for EDG, to me, it's more about maybe bot and jungle, to where we know Scout's going to be stable, but once again, it's about Hope playing these team fights well, and whether it's Junja or JJ, we need to see something more cerebral in how they were both playing against WE.
And I want to see Scout give himself a chance. If he's going to go back towards the likes of the Diana or something, Rookie's going to have an absolute field day. So I want to see a matchup where Scout can actually have an impact. So then he's not just outright losing against Rookie, because I feel like there is the potential here that Rookie just takes over the mid and IG win as a result.
Because I will say as well, I don't think Scout had a particularly bad performance in spring. I think Scout had, one of his better splits, right?
Scout looked good. So to me, it's not even about that. When I just said that, to me, it's jungle and bot for EDG. It's that I know Scout's going to do well. Scout's going to do his job. I don't think he's going to lose out too much to Rookie. Might not even lose, right? Might just be a neutral matchup in the mid lane. We know he's going to play the side lanes out well. Probably going to look for flanks in the team fights because typically he likes those style of champions. But to me, he should have no problem against Rookie.
You look towards IG and EDG. They're going to be facing on Sunday as the last series to end out the week 3 at that point, gentlemen. Remember, we've got a lot more weeks this time around. I'm glad we're spacing things out again. We've said on broadcast that it is nice to have 2 series a day, to absorb them, to enjoy them 7 days a week. It's still not really a day off, but that's just the way it is. But moving forward, IG, EDG, JDG, RNG, those are the 2 matchups we should be looking forward towards. And if you're wondering as to how our schedule's going forward, we'll bring that up on your screen for you as well. Those matchups will be there. But LPL runs 7 days a week. Remember, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. Did I miss a day? No. Thursday, Friday are the non-English broadcast days. This is why I ask you guys. But simple as that. That's how we'll keep running towards the end of the split until we get towards playoffs. And we're on the world's path yet again, where we have 4 seeds and our top 8 is this hard to decide. What does that tell you?
LPL's damn good.
We got
how do you not look at our teams and get excited by them? There's so many good talent that's there. We've got 2 teams now that obviously the MSC we saw got to the finals. They both look great. But when we're arguing about whether Invictus Gaming even touches into our top 4s, former world champions, that's when you know that this is going to be a super spicy split.
Or that IG of that just untrustworthy, right?
Just with you throwing us this topic, I remember on broadcast last split saying that V5 wouldn't be last in another region, like they'd be middle tier. So to me, that shows my opinion on our depth of talent. So
what a good way to end the show. Tell me where V5 would be. I know other leagues haven't started yet, right? Tell me, think about what spring was and LCS.
I don't need to
LEC.
think. This is easy for me. It would be 3rd in Europe, and they would be 2nd in NA.
Yeah?
In LCK, I don't know. We'll say 5th.
So if V5 went to another region, they'd go to Worlds.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm all in, baby. I'm all in.
I don't know if I'm
Dagger.
that high now. I don't know if I've got there, but I definitely think they would do pushing at least top half of the bracket in most of the regions. And, especially, I mean, with the newly formed team, these guys genuinely look good.
Let's go.
I don't know if I've just been listening to him too much, if that's the only problem.
No. Hey, the V5 hype train, it goes for a very long time. And I will say, if they were in North America, they'd be first. I don't know why you'd even beat around the bush. Would they be better than Cloud9? Easily, dude.
Jeez, you're even worse than I am.
You got to go all the way. I was taught that. Ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to Lyric and to Dagda. The last tip will be coming at you a little bit more regularly to take you through the LPL Summer season of 2020. I have been Asterix. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you next time.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. Nervous, watching, it's starting up again. Pulses racing, you're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far. Never to fall, but I lost you in the sound. Through it all, you're the constant that I found. Starting to believe it's over.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL. Week 3 continues as we are rattling through our split already. There's only 10 weeks. We're nearly halfway, Lyric, at this point.
I mean, the fact that you said we're already in week 3 kind of blows my mind.
we did only have 3 days in the first week. Anyway, my name is Munchables. This is Lyric to my side. And we have 2 stonkers coming up today. Isn't that right, Lyric?
I feel like we have 2 really exciting matches ahead.
We'll see. We'll talk about the matches in a second. Let's first talk about what happened yesterday, as we had some very surprising results, especially that first series. BLG somehow took down E-Star.
I mean, we've now seen with E-Star their first series subbing out Xiaobai for CJJ, and now yesterday not picking Smite and having Ignite in the jungle position really coming back to bite them.
Yeah, and then the second series of the day as well. WE, this one wasn't a silly series. This one, WE actually looked really strong.
We still expect WE to be a top team like they were in spring, so not too surprising here.
I feel like WE, by circumstance, have become one of the very best teams in the LPL, because JDG have been falling off, FBX have been falling off. There's potential for them to move up the ladder. And speaking of that ladder, our standings right now have WE sitting pretty at the top. But when you look at game difference, top esports with half of the games are actually matching them.
Yeah, top esports just doing amazing. And looking at the standings, still V5, LNG sitting up towards the top, going to surprise a lot of people. And OMG and DMO sitting at the bottom with no wins.
Yeah, and speaking of OMG and DMO, they're both going to be playing across the course of today. And having their work cut out is one way to say it, because we've got 3rd place against 16th place to start the day, and then we have 2nd place against 17th place. These are some polarizing matchups.
Yeah, we're gonna we're gonna see something today. Probably gonna see some fast-paced League of Legends for everyone out there who likes that.
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
I'm really, really hoping that we do see these top teams actually pushing the tempo a little bit against the lower teams, because I've seen it before when it's an easier matchup that the top teams kind of just take the foot off the pedal and take it slow. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen today. But let's talk about our teams, especially in our first series, starting with LGD, because when you look at LGD on paper, and we've said this before on broadcast, this is like a super team, right? And when you look at each ingredient to this recipe for LGD, it feels like this should be one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team in the league, honestly. But it's a matter of consistency, because in spring they didn't look so hot, and with a couple of changes, maybe they fixed some of those issues.
It's interesting because the changes you talk about, it's like all of these players were kind of like the misfits on their old team. Peanut coming in from Gen G, Mark and Shie coming in from DMO, and Longxing, of course, kind of the odd man out on RNG. But Kramer and Mark, a ton of consistency. Peanut having star-level performances in the jungle. Much I'll let you talk about Shie.
I mean, Shie, the TA master. I mean, he gets that title. He did actually look amazing on TF in their most recent series, but also went for the backdoor to win the series. And just that single moment by itself, I think, netted him that title.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's played 6 games. He's only played 2 champions. 3 of those games have been on TF, so he's at least vying for that title. He's
definitely vying for the title. We'll see if he can keep that rolling. And obviously, they played against V5 most recently. And we saw PP God finally losing his series, much to the heartbreak of many LPL fans.
Much to the heartbreak of me, but the thing about LG that's so interesting is that at the end of last split, I feel like their macro and shot calling was very good. They had good setup around objectives, but the execution wasn't there. They've kept that same good macro and understanding of how to set up on objectives, but their team fighting this split is much cleaner.
Yeah, this is the clip of Shie where he plays TF just so beautifully during this fight, kiting the whole of V5 back and setting his team up for massive success.
Yeah, Shie looking great, and I also love that Longxing and Mark give LGD a very consistent engage and frontline threat, so Peanut able to play that carry position, which suits him much better.
Yeah, able to kind of have some free reign around the map, and that's, if you've got Peanut on your roster, I think that's a really good maneuver. Just set him up so that he can individually succeed, because we've seen many times on the world stage, if Peanut is in the right position, he will be able to pop off. But let's take a look over at the other side of the board as well, because DMO are going to have their work cut out a little bit here. But they have been winding back the clock. They've been going back to stuff that's worked for them in the past.
Yeah, DMO is really interesting because, of course, Twyla did change his name to Xiaowei last split, going back to being Twyla now. Of course, his team's still playing the Zillion and Jax, which they are known for, and also bringing up Mitsuki. For anyone who doesn't know, he's actually been with the team since they were Sinnoh Dragon. Played 1 game in the LPL at first when they did promote 2019, I'm sorry, and then got replaced with Mark. But being back up, Good for him.
Yeah, like literally one game as well. Not even a series, a singular game. It was a win.
Yep.
He played Thresh, so good on him there. But DMO have had some moments of glory, especially Twilight on this Ilya.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see. They did go down in the series, but Twyla finding good roams on the Zilean, really supporting Xiaopeng in these skirmishes, and actually came out ahead in the early game. And when you look at their comp, Jax, Zilean, Yuumi, it's actually a pretty disgusting comp if it gets ahead, but again, sadly not able to close out the game just yet, but there are things there that can set DMO up for success.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned winding back the clock. You mentioned some of these older picks. The Nidalee as well for Xiaopeng, something he's played a ton in the past, and it's something that he feels comfortable on, and it's a pleasure to watch him being comfortable on that pick, which I say as he dies in the B-roll, but it is something that is very much one of his favorites.
And they did pick up 3 kills for his 1 death, so, definitely worth for him, and he's definitely going to be one of the players that needs to step up if DMO wants to find success.
Yeah, so I want to revisit the topic of the supports, because you mentioned Mitsuke coming on in, and Mark was the guy that replaced him on this roster originally, but Mark has moved away. He's moved over to LGD, and the same can be said for our mid laners. Xie, who was on DMO in spring, has moved over to LGD as well. So suddenly, we've got a little bit of a rivalry going on in the mid and support roles. Although, I will say it feels a little bit like a one-sided rivalry.
It's really interesting because Xie and Mark came in and took the jobs of Twyla and Mitsuke. But, instead of choosing to go over to LGD, now it's going to be our matchup to watch. And especially Twyla, I feel like, has been a standout player for this team.
I feel like this is kind of a funny rivalry because you got Xie and Mark who chose to leave. It's not really a rivalry for them. They were completely in power the whole time. Then Twyla and Mitsuke kind of want to justify their positions in this roster and prove that they are the better players. It's almost like, if you've ever seen One Punch Man, it's like LGD are Saitama, they're the guy, and then it's Speed of Sound Sonic on the other side. It's like desperate to make it a rivalry, but it's just not happening.
I'm sorry.
Have you seen that?
It's going right over my head.
Someone in chat will have got that reference. That's like my one anime reference that I have. But either way, let's get into the series. Enough about anime. And let's talk a little bit about League of Legends instead, because we've got LGD and DMO, and as we've said, LGD, kind of this bizarre mix of a super team slash this group of misfits, this like ragtag crew. I feel like a lot of these paths have veered off in directions that the players didn't necessarily expect.
It's actually very strange to look at how the roster's coming together, because even looking up top towards Longxing, I'd honestly say Garvey is probably more skilled individually. He only got 1 chance to play a game, but then Longxing coming in looked like it brought a lot of stability to this team. And even talking about them as a whole team, I've loved how LGD have looked in drafts. Aime and Pokemon, who's also the other coach for that team, doing wonders for LGD so far.
So straight off the bat in this draft, Lyric, I'm going to ask you a question. Why on earth are people banning Rek'Sai? How did Rek'Sai suddenly become so popular?
It's only against DMO. They banned it every game so far. And it's because just go and look at Xiaopeng's solo queue. It's his most played champion by far, and he's just absolutely wrecking faces with it.
All right, fair enough. So just pure respect over towards Xiaopeng. And also the Syndra, take it away from Xie. We already mentioned Xie has played 6 games, 3 of them Syndra, 3 of them on the Twisted Fate. So he's 1 champion remaining for him.
Yeah, but still LGD going over towards that Ezreal. It is expected. We saw it has a 66% win rate, and LGD are one of the teams that prefer the Ezreal over the Aphelios. I'd expect DMO to pick up the Aphelios now in return. And interesting to see them pick up the Galio, because Twyla has been spamming this champion in solo queue.
Interesting as well. Graves on a 43% win rate. I would have expected that to be a much higher win rate, honestly, because Graves just feels so strong in the jungle.
He definitely does. I feel like we've seen more success with Trundle in the LPL. Yeah. And typically when Trundle is open, a lot of teams do opt to first pick that if there isn't a priority AD carry, but kind of curious to see DMO go with these and say, hey, we actually don't need to take AD carry right now because, you've already picked your AD carry. We could save that for third. And we are going to see LGD go towards a more traditional style. Longxing is always being put on these frontline tanks, and I feel like it's good that LGD have a very central identity that we know Longxing's going to be a frontliner, Mark's going to be supporting him in some way. It's going to be about these front-to-back team fights.
Yeah, and obviously Kramer's going to have his pet cat there from Mark, as we've got the Ezreal Yuumi in the bottom lane. And over on the side of DMO, you mentioned the Aphelios. It's not going to be locked in, though. They're going for Natural's comfort pick here with the Camille.
It's very strange, but the thing that's kind of nice is it seems they're very cognizant of what their identity needs to be. They need Natural on a carry champion. Twyla's going to be the one supporting him. Another interesting thing about DMO is they've played a different champion every game. They've played 4 champions in their 4 games. So we're finally going to get a bit more consistency with them picking the Graves and Camille once again.
Yeah, kind of sticking to a style that has worked for them somewhat. Also going to be able to ban away Xie's other champion, so suddenly Xie has to splash out a little bit. Granted, Xie, he's been a pro for over 5 years at this point, so I think his champion pool probably goes deeper than just TF and Citra.
Yeah, and now it's a question of where does DMO go with AD carry? You do still have Misfortune open. Beyond that, it'd be pulling out something more obscure. Of course, Lulu support is up, so they could look to pick up a hyper carry and go for that route against Ezreal Yuumi, which is obviously very big over in the LEC.
We could see the Ashe, because it's something that's been happening more and more. And there's something beautifully ironic about someone called Helper picking up a utility AD carry.
You're right, it is. And it actually kind of fits their comp in a nice way where you think about it, they don't have too great of engage. Sure, they have the Camille E setting up the Galio, but I do like that they're going to put in more with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
It's going to be some kind of engage locked in for them, and now LGD have to answer. Looking towards maybe getting Peanut this Lee Sin. You've all seen Peanut on Lee Sin 1,000 times. Xie gets a casted in as well, and suddenly, with this rounded out LGD composition, they're feeling really strong in the later stages of the game.
Once again, they go to front-to-back team fighting. Their late game is absolutely disgusting, and DMO going to be hard-pressed for options into them. It really feels like at this point, it's all about trying to all in on winning out in the early and mid game.
And I'm curious at what role everyone is going to be playing here. So it is going to be the Galio going into the mid lane. I wasn't sure if they were going to flex that into the support position when they were hovering the Jace, but looks like they're going to be sticking to the standard here. Natural still taking the Camille to the top lane. And they have a lot of hard engage, a lot of ways to make this fight happen.
They do, but like we said, they're going to be on a timer. They need to make these fights happen early. So once Helper does get that level 6 mark, I really want to see him play like we saw Kramer playing on this Ashe, and constantly looking for arrows around mid and jungle.
And that's one of the big things that separates good and bad Ashes, right, is not just using the arrow regularly, but target selection with that arrow. Because if you hit Lion Xing, if you hit the Ornn, basically nothing's going to happen. He's just going to tap the Bellows Breath, and he's going to waltz away.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Peanut decides to play out this early game with the lanes that he has. Sure, Ezreal Yuumi does have some push potential, as well as we expect Ornn to have the ability to trade with Camille in the very early stages. But after that, it's going to be quite hard with, I mean, we've seen in the LPL teams draft Kassadin and still opt for early skirmishes, but like, it doesn't feel like that's the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but that is the expectation you gave me right at the start of the day, Lyric, was that we're going to see these top teams maybe speed it up a little bit. They've gone for a Kassadin in the mid lane. Can LGD actually put their foot down, though? Is there ways for them to play around the early game? They do have a Lee Sin for Peanut.
Yeah, they should be able to find opportunities, I think, especially with ganking top very early on, but then they could just look to play around their prio in the bot side and try to turn that either into dragons or invading the enemy jungle.
Have to find out if dragons are going to be the option here for LGD, or if DMO are going to make something happen early on. Because bear in mind, Natural's on Camille. We've seen him play it 100 times in the past, but also he's going to have that true damage. Ornn won't be able to match up later on into the game.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to sit in the side lane, but we've seen this year, Season 10, not really about the split push in the side lane, with the fact that you're just so easily able to force teams into these fights for Dragon Soul. Just stacking your comp with Engage feels like the way to go. But looking over to DMO, their comp spikes so hard at level 6. They just have so many high impact ultimates. And to me, what they've really built in response to what LGD have drafted with this team fight comp is a pick comp from DMO. It's about getting to a fight first with the Galio. You have the Ashe Arrow to start it up, and you have a ton of bursts coming out from the grave. So if you do get anyone's from LGD's face, they should just be dead.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Ashe to start the fight, but also just look at the combination between Nautilus and Galio. Nautilus goes in, he's going to lock someone down for a solid 2 or 3 seconds. That's plenty of time for Twyla to fly across the map and slam on down, continuing that CC chain and shutting someone down. So if they can execute it, they have a magnificent pick comp, but that's a big if.
One interesting to see with the runes is we have Xie going for Conqueror, which we actually saw over in the LEC Spring Playoffs. I believe Nemesis picked it up, and it's a rune you go where a lot of people view it as if you have more confidence than someone who would just want to take fleet footwork.
Yeah, it's less survivability in the lane, but more potential, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can pop off harder later on into the game when you get into the team phase, when you get your stacks on your ultimate.
Yep, you get those stacks. You're also going to be healing up, so that's quite well. And just imagine not only the Yuumi on the Ezreal, but also on the Kassadin in the late game.
Natural is having a whale of a time in the top lane. You mentioned that Langxing on the Ornn. Obviously, he'll be able to do well in these early trades, but only once he gets a couple of abilities.
Yes, once you hit that level 3 mark, you will be able to start answering Camille these trades. He has the grasp as well. But level 1, Camille's insanely strong. The shield from your passive, of course, leading to Natural being able to take a very strong level 1 trade.
Good effort there from Mitsuki, wanting to try and force the level 2 fight, but Kramer respecting it, moving away on this Ezreal. He'll be able to keep himself safe. And this is, you know, playing a hook champion into Ezreal is probably the most frustrating lane if you're a support player.
Definitely is, especially early on in this lane where Mitsuki not going to have a lot of chances to find anything, but good trade coming out from Twyla, and that's a conversation we kind of started, but I really feel like Twyla's been giving very consistent performances on DMO, and I'd say the best performing player, even in spring, where he did get a few games over Xie, he was the one that was stepping up, and we've already talked about it a ton, but his one play with the Zillion bombs is definitely memorable.
It was right at the start of the split, so I believe it was even before Chinese New Year, if I'm not mistaken. So it was like right to start the spring split, he came out, made one of the biggest plays of the entire split, and then the team basically subbed him out from that point. I was kind of disappointed that we didn't get to see more of him.
We're probably going to need some action right now with Twyla having mid priority. And the cool thing about this Graves in this comp is you actually have CC in all 3 of your lanes, so you're always going to be able to find some setup if you're looking for either a gank or a 2v2. And Graves, Galio, probably one of the strongest mid-jungle 2v2s you can have. Going to be much better than Kassadin Lee Sin.
Yeah, well, that's for sure, because Kassadin ain't going to do a whole heap of much. Natural trading, and this is exactly what you were talking about, right? Now these trades are going to start to go the way of Langxing. He has so much damage inherently built into his kit. As Twyla continues to just bully Xie in that mid lane, but when you look at the CS numbers so far, it's relatively even.
Yeah, I mean, Xie's been paying for the fact that he stayed even in CS with his health, and might be regretting that he didn't take fleet footwork now. We do see that Twyla does still have some of his, one of his corrupting pots, so he's still going to be able to heal up just fine and keep punishing Xie.
I thought Natural was about to go in there. I was like, you don't have too much HP, buddy. I'm not sure that's the play.
And Langxing could just hold this lane here with Peanut pathing topside, so we really need to see Xiaopeng kind of come over, help Natural get that push so he could look for a good reset.
Xiaopeng is on the top side of the map right now, so could move over once he's finished his Krugs. Langxing trying to hold this as long as he can. Peanut's going to move on in. Natural has just started an engage as Peanut arrives. This is terrible timing for him. One more auto would proc the Brittle, but it's going to go down. Flash from Peanut just to guarantee this kill. First blood for Peanut on Lee Sin.
Yeah, great job from him, just kind of the small micro, right? We saw him path through the lane, not walk through his jungle knowing that it could be warded, went over. Natural having no way to really get out of it comes from, I'd say, we could say poor wave management, but I also feel like Xiaopeng could have just easily come to answer, help him push out that wave and, you know, find that reset.
And I think the pathing through the lane is the most important thing, because when you look at the minimap, there was a Scuttle Crab in favor of DMO. There was also a ward on the blue buff
and that ward's still there. We actually see it did just catch Peanut out.
Yeah, so huge amount of vision available, which meant Natural felt like he was safe. He felt like he could go for these aggressive trades and try and force the lane in himself.
And we've seen Natural be over-aggressive quite a bit. It's been his big downfall. We even saw against E-Star where they were ahead. He was playing on that Jax and just getting a bit over-eager, getting picked off in a later team fight, leading to DMO kind of all going down.
Yeah, we've seen it once or twice, but do you know what? He's the kind of player I'd quite happily have on a roster, right? Because sometimes he may go a bit over-aggressive and sometimes he gets punished for it. But he's also the kind of player that's willing to make the play, right? And when it works out beautifully for the team.
Gonna see DMO just go for this early dragon.
Is it me or is Xie winning trades right now? I feel like maybe Kassadin wins this lane post-6. I don't know. You tell me, Lyric. I'm no analyst.
Definitely not supposed to go like this. Man, this is why we've been talking about like having pro view of these laning phases to actually see how they go.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to get a closer look, but it's going to be first dragon of the game going the way of DMO here. And, you know, we talked about the compositions. LGD don't actually want to be fighting just yet. But they might have to, because Xie went in with his Rift Walk. Xiaopeng is here. Ignite is taking collateral damage. Is just going to clip him. And it's going to be 1-on-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that 2v2 from DMO is so strong. And we were talking about how Natural could be over-eager sometimes. And it looks like we actually might get to see it. Okay, they're going to back off.
No, we don't get to see that one today.
I don't think we want to see it. I guess it depends. If you're an LGD fan, you probably want to see it, but...
Yeah, he's not going to go for the tower dive just yet. It does have the Hextech ultimatum, so you can dodge away from the tower aggro for a second. But Xiaopeng just going to take the opportunity, steal away the blue buff, and continue to control these Scuttle Crabs.
You know, going back to that earlier trade in the mid lane, I feel like the only way that Xie would be able to win out so much is if Twyla had proactively, let's say, W'd and tried to proc his passive instead of waiting for Xie to Rift Walk on him and then try to use it defensively. So I'm pretty sure Twyla played that one wrong. Which sucks when I've been talking about all cast.
What can I say? He's no Teachama on the Galio. I mean, did you see Teachama yesterday on Galio? That was some unbelievable play that he pulled out.
I mean, do we even really need to talk about Teacher Mouse Galio? We know it's a signature champion. Twyla, we don't know him for this Galio. Has been spamming it in solo queue, so it's nice to see, but it's kind of interesting because Twyla is also an Aurelion Soul player.
Twyla right now wishing he had pro view of Teachama's games so he can learn the Galio. It all comes full circle.
And this is the nice thing about DMO's comp. We've already touched on the global coming out from Twyla in the mid lane, so Xiaopeng going to have so many options on what he can do in this mid game, and this is where DMO really needs to build up their lead. But looking over to LGD side, it is nice to see that Longshin's picked up that Bramble Vest, so he's still going to be able to do well in the topside trades.
Suki and Helper moved into the mid lane. Ooh, Riftwalk just gets through, but there's a Dredge land and a Taunt. Everything lands, and Helper gets the kill.
And DMO being so proactive. Nice to see them using this Ashe once it hits the level 6 mark, moving towards the mid lane. Kind of surprised that LGD get caught off by this strategy when they've been using this strategy.
It's kind of a creative way to do it as well. Like coming from the top side of mid lane, Xie probably not going to be expecting the Ashe arrow to be coming from that direction and gets caught out. It's going to be a very nice advantage. That's now 0-2 for Xie.
And look at the vision on the map right now. DMO controlling both sides of River, even pinging out Peanut, knowing exactly where he is. So Natural should be fine in the top lane, but with Call of the Forge God open, they might be able to do a cheeky lane gank right here.
I'm going to try. Natural already getting battered down by Langxing. Peanut arrived, but he was a little bit too late to the party, and Natural obviously just going to be able to dash away with the hookshot. Camille is one of those champions that it is just so hard to get a gank off unless she goes too aggressive.
And again, it was great that they had a ward on Gromp, so they did know that Peanut was there. Great to see Natural not overstep, but he's going to lose a bunch of experience right here.
He's going to lose a tower plate as well. Langxing happy to grab that one for himself.
Ooh, going for a dive in the bot lane potentially.
Xiaopeng's here. He has the Rift Herald as well. Kramer knows something's up. Or does he? Steps
LGD,
back in.
No TPs though. They can't save them.
Uh-oh. This is bad news. They are Ezreal Yuumi though.
And there's no wave. Oh, there's a wave.
I've got some bad news for you, Lyric. There's definitely a wave. True Shot Barrage onto Mitsuki. You can see Kramer desperately try to clear this wave as fast as possible. But ultimately, DMO decide they're not willing to pull the trigger.
LGD played it well, right? We just saw him hit his Arcane Barrage, also did hit some Qs, so Mitsuki and Helper getting a bit low, not wanting to risk that. Instead, Xiaopeng just going to go back towards clearing his jungle. And this is one of those Rift Heralds where we can see it used in a side lane, maybe try and get Natural a lead going into the mid game.
Twyla going to move over, grab his blue buff. Xiaopeng. Good guy Xiaopeng, tanking the shots, just standing there, getting battered and bruised by the blue buff. And now, I'm curious how Twyla's going to start to use this hero's entrance, because it's such a hugely impactful ability, especially when you've got a Camille on your team. That combo with the Hextech ultimatum, there's no way out.
We expect to see it used for the upcoming Dragon, but so far it's been used, like the threat of the Galio ultimate's been there, right? It was there for the first Dragon that DMO did. It was there for the Rift Herald, so kind of a nice use of CC without using CC situation. And now he is able to recall because if a fight breaks out, he's going to be there in no time.
Helper's going to have that Crystalline Arrow available as well. But look at this. DMO just hiding away in the bushes, looking for the pick. They know that this is how their composition works.
Ooh.
Another arrow and another hit going straight down onto Xie. Even with Rift Walk, he can't escape. And yet again, it's Helper to grab the kill.
Yeah, and I feel like DMO here should just drop Herald and turn towards the Dragon.
And you know what? It feels great for Helper because it's so often when you're playing Ashe, you don't often get the kills, especially early on in the game. You don't do that much individual damage per auto. That's going to be mid-tier 1 cracked with the Herald. Now on towards Dragon. Peanut, he wanted to start that one. He wanted to go for it, but he knows he can't stay.
And this has been so surprising but great from DMO to see them use their mid-jungle advantage, as well as DMO's bot lane, right, having the early push to make so many plays across the map. Top lane just been on an island, which, if you're natural, you're fine with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the gold lead right now. It's 2,000 in favor of DMO. Bear in mind, LGD are heavy favorites coming into this series. LGD are in 3rd place in the standings right now.
I remember before cast we were talking about how this day would go, and I did say that if there was going to be one long back and forth best of 3, it would be this one.
Yeah, I mean, I also said I've seen many times where the top teams don't necessarily play the quickest games against the lower team opponents.
You were right, especially when they drafted the Ezreal, Kassadin, Ornn. So,
yeah.
You know, even though DMO have a lead here, I still feel very afraid looking at LGD's comp.
Yeah, I mean, Xie has Kassadin at the end of the day. Helper is doing a really good job of catching every single Mystic shot. Honestly, he has a potential career in cricket or baseball following League of Legends, because not many people can catch quite as well as he can. But we'll let him off. He's hit 2 crystalline arrows so far, 100% hit rate.
Great out of DMO, just controlling every neutral objective. Even going to get that blue. Next thing we probably need to keep our eye on is when that next Rift Herald spawns. DMO probably going to have their bot lane recall and hover over, and then it's going to be a question of do LGD just give, or do they just give and opt to get plates onto Kramer, or do they feel at a strong enough point to contest?
Kramer is basically out of mana if Helper wanted to go for a crystalline arrow, but it's not gonna pull the trigger on that one. Obviously, Kramer does have the cleanse as well, so it's a little bit more difficult to lock it down.
You also don't have vision of Peanut, and they did know Xiaopeng was on the top side, so probably not having the confidence. And now we're just gonna see. I mean, now we're at a pretty neutral state of the game where until another neutral comes up, we're not going to see much happen. Of course, DMO can continue to look for those plays with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's the thing I love about when Ashe is meta, is that with a lot of other comps, it is that lull state that they talk about in LCK. But with Ashe, there never has to be a lull state because you can always roam and look for a pick.
And honestly, the cooldown is way shorter than I think a lot of people expect. Everyone's starting to stack up to this top side as Twyla could be in trouble in the mid lane.
Ooh.
Nice knock up on a Peanut, but the flash kick keeps him in the fight. Now he's going to be rooted by the final chapter, taken down as Xie grabs himself a kill. In the meantime, Langxing did walk away in the top side.
Still, that was actually really nicely played from Twyla with the flash, forcing Peanut to have to flash to guarantee the kick, but still, they do have a man advantage, so DMO not able to contest, but maybe feeling good enough to posture for it because Twyla does have TP.
He's also got the hero's entrance, right? All they have to stall for is 10 seconds, and he'll be able to start sprinting back across the map. Let's get involved in the fight. And bear in mind, they never actually pulled the trigger on the pick onto Langxing. He spotted the play, moved away, so all of their ultimates are still available.
He's going to TP, of course, has Unsealed Spellbook, so going to be able to pick up another spell, and LGD just acknowledging that right now DMO's comp is very strong and going to back up for this one, but
Yeah.
as we go into like mid and late game, the thing I really want to keep my eye on is we really only have the Hextech ultimatum to lock someone down because it's going to be too unreliable with Nautilus or Ashe when you have both a Kassadin and an Ezreal.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You could arguably maybe get the Lee Sin, but even he has safeguards, so
Exactly.
it becomes very difficult to hit anyone other than just
Ornn, like you said, and maybe right now it's easy, but it's because these champions are stuck in lane collecting the waves, right? They're in a kind of set, fixed location.
Xiaopeng opting not to use the Rift Herald for this top lane tower because they could just brute force that on themselves, which means it will still be available if they want to finish off the last tier 1 in that bottom side, or if the game speeds up in pace miraculously, which I don't think is going to happen, they could make some kind of play towards the mid lane.
I expect them to just go towards bot right now with their bot lane. Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds, and like you said, just opening that last outer turret feels really good. Natural going to have a lot of pressure in either side that he elects to go in.
Natural able to just clear the waves under turret. And I'm impressed a little bit here by DMO and their proactivity in the early game. 16 minutes in, they've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead. They've got themselves a 2-dragon advantage that could be looking towards 3 in 30 seconds. They've got this Herald that they can place to finish off this bottom lane tier 1. And things across the map are feeling pretty good.
And LGD are actually just going to give it up. It looks like they're heading towards topside to get vision down. Looks like they're going to try and dive Twyla to secure this top turret.
Well, Xie does no damage.
No, he doesn't. He's a
So-
Cassidon with a rod and a tear.
Twyla is not that afraid of just him, but with a Yuumi and a Lee Sin,
they're not even setting it up, actually.
Oh, well, they're just going to try and brute force this one. Taunt onto Peanut. Final chapter used before the minion wave is hit. In the meantime, we've got to dive in the bottom side as well onto Lang Xing. They're going to try and finish this one off. Twyla going to be locked up and finished off. In the end, Xie gets the kill. It's a trade across the map. Natural happily walks away from the turret as well with Rift Herald being dropped. This is going to be a trade of objectives here. LGD might be committing to a second tower.
Yeah, but still, they don't actually have any resource to push that down with. You could just have one member recall and probably save it.
I'm pretty sure Natural can match them with the Rift Herald. He is a Camille. He's got a Triforce.
Yeah, you're right. So, actually, if anything, DMO might be able to take this inner turret compared to Xie.
Okay, Natural's not going to commit to that one. Xie's not going to commit in the top side. And in the meantime, obviously, the Dragon goes down. So very much a positive trade still for DMO. Good for LGD to find something while they know that they can't contest on the bottom side.
Yeah, gonna pick up. I mean, they're already on Soul Point, right? So they only have to wait 5 minutes, and once again, LGD have to decide: are we going to fight you? We should be at a point by then where Xie is at that 2-item mark.
Let's take another look at this dive on the bottom side.
So okay,
nice ult from Natural.
Yeah, he dodges it with the ultimate. We do see Nautilus ult come down as well. He's extremely tanky because he's just been free farming this whole game. But when you have a Graves and a Camille, you know you're not lacking for damage.
You're definitely not. But against Mountain Drakes, that's when things start to get a little bit dicey when it comes to the damage department. Bear in mind, DMO, they're one away from Soul here. LGD, one of their big win conditions is that Xie is going to be able to one-shot Ashe later on in the game, right? But if Ashe has a Mountain Soul, it becomes a little bit more difficult, and it becomes a further away win condition.
You're going to have 2 mountains, and we do expect her to go towards the Death Stance, so going to have that increased resistances. But even with Mountain Soul, it still should get to a point where Cassidon and Ezreal are able to deal damage, you know, through the shield. This comp does scale that hard that they'll be able to deal with it, but DMO should have the tools to not let the game get to that point.
Dude, I've just noticed on the scoreboard, Helper has been absolutely rinsed by Riot this game. He's bought a cult and it has 490 stacks. How is he ever going to cash that in? He's been ripped off.
Well, Munch, I feel like you just saved him. The caster curse working in reverse.
The caster blessing. Natural's in trouble. Just about dodges everything. Very nicely done. Flash, hook shot away as well.
Ooh.
No, gets the stun onto Peanut. Nearly turned it around. But Yuumi says no.
Yeah, still. Oh, but I actually don't feel like DMO are too concerned with this one.
Yeah, they're going to take a tier 2 in the mid lane instead. Question mark ping on the Baron from LGD, but I don't think DMO are confident enough to go for that just yet.
Yeah, and still LGD at the 2-item mark. I'd say ideally they'd want to wait for that Death Stance coming out from Kramer before they get really aggressive, but they're not the ones in the driver's seat. They don't get a choice. If DMO chooses to start that Dragon, LGD has to make a choice.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds until time might be up. Let's see. 618 stacks right now on the Mana Moon. Thank you, observers, who definitely can't hear me because they're on the Chinese side. But so Kramer will be hitting that power spike by the time this next Dragon comes up. You'd expect him to be able to finish off that last 100 or so stacks. For anyone that doesn't know, Mana Moon, once you finish off the actual item itself, your auto attacks then stack the tier as well as your abilities, so very easy for the Ezreal to finish stacking that off. It's a pretty significant spike to hit before this Dragon, but Xie won't have the Seraphs.
Yeah, I agree. And another interesting thing to look at is how both teams kind of get pressure in a similar way where they have one strong side of the map, right? LGD with their Cassidon and DMO with their Camille. And then it's just about playing through that to put down vision. But obviously DMO kind of a fail-safe that they're stronger grouped as 5, so they can easily walk up, push a wave, and then go first. The thing that's okay for LGD is since they do have an Ornn, a very tanky frontliner, he can always face check. So it doesn't really matter too much that they're not the first ones to the objective as long as Longshing is there. And look at his items.
Yeah.
This man's already massive.
He's at level 13. He's got massive old tanky items in his inventory, so he's going to be very hard to take down. Whoa, look at the gold on Helper right now. He is so far ahead of Kramer. It's unreal, actually. 1,500 gold ahead of the enemy AD carry. And he's got to be F-sword there.
I would hope with all the stacks on that call that he would cash in something.
You get bonus gold
Yeah.
if you hit the 490 CS mark. But importantly, he's gone for the BF sword, so he's not going the Death Stance route here. He's going to go for the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, instead going to just go for straight up DPS.
Oh, LGD have decided it's time to fight. It's time for this composition to come online, but Shie is taunted. Zonya's to block a lot of this CC. Final Chapter not really going to commit. It's only onto Mitsuke, but knocks up everyone on the team and Dredgeline out. Natural threatening Peanut in the backline in the meantime. And LGD's engaged, not really paying off, but Peanut's going in to try and make something happen. Galio is too late to the party, and Twyla knocked up and finished off. Shie with yet another kill. Now Kramer jumps over the wall and gets a solo kill for the double on towards Helper. Shie barely dodges the hook, but LGD, I guess they are online.
Well, remember, Munch, we said it's so hard to lock down the Caston or the Ezreal. Your only real option is a Hextech ultimatum into a Galio ultimate. He used his ultimate on Longshing, didn't he? He locked down the Ornn.
Yep, and by the time the Galio ultimate came through, he was already dead.
And
so
it didn't matter regardless, because I feel like even had Twyla gotten there, the other members weren't close enough to follow up with damage. And at that point, Kramer's getting to free hit. Shie is able to do whatever he wants. So LGD gonna stop Soul going over to DMO. And I mean, if they weren't online before this fight, they're definitely going to be online after. So we see LGD going in on Natural. Okay, so he ults Peanut. Peanut is fine because he has Yuumi on him. Like you said, he goes down right away anyway. Regardless, look where the other members of DMO are. So Helper and Xiaopeng not even able to get into the fight regardless.
I love how bold Kramer is towards the end of the fight as well, realizing they've already essentially won the team fight. He can jump over and just blows Xiaopeng up. Look at that gold swing. That is a hefty little chunk of gold. That's gone up by about 1,000 in favor of Shie during that fight. And if he didn't have Seraphs by now, then it's going to be very, very close. He's able to just walk away. He's got the blue buff, so he really doesn't have to worry about just spamming us all.
You know, going back to builds, it is interesting that Helper is going to go towards the IE. Maybe feeling like that even if he goes for that with the increased resistances, that LGD just scales so hard to have so much damage it won't make a difference. And, you know, since IE is multiplicative and works off your Runons, maybe just feeling like scaling harder with damage is a better choice.
Yeah, worth mentioning, you get kind of... Mitsuki. That's so unlucky. His recall denied by an ult that doesn't even hit him, but obviously IE affects Ashe differently due to her passive, but it increases the damage that you do on follow-up autos on anyone that you've previously slowed. So you kind of get guaranteed value out of the Infinity Edge.
Now, just once again, going to go to a point in the game where it's all about waiting for the next Drake.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Larry.
Analysis.
Three minutes on the clock until that Drake, and you kind of expect LGD to be waiting. I'd kind of like to see something out of DMO, though. Let's bear in mind, this is a pick composition. If you wait until the next Drake, LGD are going to group up again.
At this point, I really feel like it's send Twyla to one side, have him clear out that wave, have Natural push bot, start having him path towards mid once LGD are catching waves, and look for another Enchanted Crystal Arrow play with roams from the side lane, and have that kind of numbers advantage.
Try and force a play that way. In the meantime, this wave crashing onto the bot lane tier 2. Natural respecting that he didn't have vision on the rest of LGD, so he's not going to overcommit for the tower. Peanut maybe wants to make a play in this mid lane. Just going to be clearing the way for now. Searching for a kick. He's not going to find it. Shie moving away, and now Natural has actually found himself on the wrong side of things here. Hookshot over the wall, but Shie can keep up with you. He's on Kassadin. While Camille might be slippery, Kassadin is probably the fastest champion in the game when he's got unlimited mana.
And I love how he set up for this play that DMO should make about pushing in side lanes and XYZ, XYZ. LGD says, we don't care about catching side waves. We're just going to group mid first. We have the damage to kill you and the engage with the Ornn, Kassadin, and the Yuumi, and we're just going to look for the pick. Who cares about minions in the side waves?
And the really scary thing for DMO right now is Xie's hit level 15. He is 1 level away from that 3rd level in his ultimate. And at that point, Rift Walk, it's going to just about one-shot Helper once he gets a couple of stacks in it. He's really going to become a menace. And that's bearing in mind, he went 0-3, and then he went 3-0. He's on a rampage right now.
I mean, Kassadin is undefeated in LPL. It has not lost the game this split, so does seem like a good bet to put your money on when there's a Kassadin in the game. Not saying anyone should bet, but gonna throw that out there.
All right, Lyric, the part-time bookie. DMO moving in the mid lane now. But I don't really know why they're grouping up. I'm not sure that DMO, you want a straight-up 5v5 like this. And I think LGD realized that as well. Langxing goes Call of the Forge God. Knock up onto Helper, though. Final chapter quite in the right direction. Helper gets to free shot for a while. Peanut stunned up. Oh, he had a stopwatch to keep himself safe. Galio ult to keep everybody away, and Kramer just can't get into the fight right now. Mitsuki is low, though. He's got the rest of his team around. Kramer still wants to keep going for this one. Drake up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and so many members of DMO getting to, half or a quarter HP, but LG not able to lock anyone down specifically. And great Hextech ultimatum coming out from Natural to lock in Xie, so he wasn't able to get on, Xiaopeng or Helper to delete them. And still, only DMO able to find 1 kill doesn't seem too massive. But Drake is up in 10 seconds.
If they could have, honestly, if Peanut doesn't have a stopwatch there, maybe that's a much more one-sided fight. But it's important to mention that part of the strategy for LGD is this huge front line. Ash is great at dealing with that.
Yeah, exactly. And
Twyla's in trouble. Gets a taunt onto Xie, who jumps back out of the fight. Langxing the target for now. Natural goes down already. They've got to get onto Xie, but Helper has already been deleted. Xiaopeng collateral damage isn't enough because there's a cat on his shoulder and another double for Kramer.
And
it's a triple.
Peanut didn't even have to be there. LGD just went to Drake as a 4-man, found the opportunity to jump onto DMO. DMO's comp is very, very ultimate reliant, and they don't have those ultimates up.
And, well, now they're just going to charge down the mid lane, and...
Is this over?
Maybe,
There's
honestly.
no way this is over.
Are they actually... Well, they've got 20 seconds to just brute force this one in. No, they're going to decide against it in the end. I thought they were going to go for it for a second there.
Lunchables, please respect professional League of Legends teams.
What was... That wouldn't be me being disrespectful if they went to end the game. That would be them being disrespectful. I have no power over the team's Lyric.
I saw what you did with that call, man. Like, are you
Look,
sure?
Don't tell anyone, okay? Don't tell them about the script.
Let me take over. So, LGD are doing Baron. There is some damage going down. DMO are in the mid lane, and that's what happened.
Yes. LGD have got to a point in the game where...
Please break this down, Munchables.
Well, you see that character there that Xie is playing? It's called Kassadin. And when he's got a cat on his shoulder, he can do this. And he can rift walk every second. And he's basically invincible because of the heals. And it means the rest of his team can do whatever they want.
Exactly. And on a serious note, as we saw in that replay, every ultimate on the side of DMO is down. No Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no ultimate coming out from the Nautilus, no Hextech ultimatum coming out from Natural, so you're not able to lock down the carries of LGD. And then we see what happens when this comp that just has so much mobility is able to get onto the carries of DMO.
So now you've seen Kassadin. Now try imagining Kassadin with 4 Cloud Drakes. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what nightmares are made of.
Why are we imagining that? There's no Cloud Drake. There's a Kassadin with a Yuumi. Isn't that enough?
Yeah. Based on that last team fight, Lyric, yeah, it is enough.
Hey,
It was enough for
we have
LGD.
ultimates up back on the side of DMO, but Helper has no flash, so it's an immobile carry. That is, a big thing to look for.
Yeah. We need to see some kind of miracle arrow at this point. We need to see Natural finding a good target. Obviously, Xie, he can only jump around if he's able to. Oh, Mitsuki is in trouble. Natural can
Natural's
stop
not here.
Xie from dancing around the fight.
But Natural's not here, so he can't stop anything.
I'm just saying theoretically. Like, I'm trying to give some kind of hope here for DMO.
And Longxing's just stopping him. Longxing says, hey, I don't need to be there. My team can win up 4v4 straight up regardless.
Oh,
Never mind, they're not saying that.
Why do you need this kill? Why not just end the game? Xie teleports to the bot side of the map. I don't think that was a necessary play.
That seemed like disrespect.
So is that one my fault as well somehow?
Could be.
Everything's my fault here in the LPL apparently. Well,
I mean, we are first place.
That's true. I don't think I get to take responsibility for that though, as much as I'd like to.
That's true.
That's all down to Morgan. 13-5 on the scoreboard, and LGD, it's been a bit of a slow burner, but aside from a few picks in the early game.
Remember how fast the game started? DMO were making moves all over the map.
I mean, it wasn't that fast, though. It was like 4 kills.
I would say it was pretty consistent, though. Like, it'd be like, let's say 1 play per every, 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah. I'll give you that. Xie is just going to chase Xiaopeng. Xie is just playing solo queue. He's just running around getting kills at this point. He's so fed. Helper just about dodges away from the knockup, but exhausted and finished off. And I think that's going to be just about everything on this one, Lyric, because everybody's falling down. Helper's gone. Xiaopeng's gone. The third inhibitor is about to go down, and Xie is literally close to diving the fountain. He's happy to go underneath these Nexus towers. Natural trying to CC him. They might just be able to finish off the Kassadin. Nah, maybe not, to be honest. They're just going to continue to rock and roll this one through. 16-5, and a dominant win here from LGD as soon as they hit that 2-item mark.
I like that you had the caveat. It's like a dominant game. What were you watching? But when the second item came in, we just... I don't like that LPL teams are catching on to Yuumi. We didn't care about Yuumi last split. Even like the first few games, teams were not playing Ezreal Yuumi. And then TES and JDG were the ones caring about Ezreal Yuumi. And now everyone knows about Ezreal Yuumi in the LPL.
It's like, I don't mind healing champions in League of Legends. Like, Soraka's not so bad, because at least you could just kill Soraka. You can't just kill Yuumi.
Were you watching the other regions last split when Soraka...
Yeah, but that got nerfed. That was different. That was like that was an abuse of a mechanic.
We're not going to talk about it. Still playable. But, back to the match. LGD, I guess, our new overlords. I don't want to jump ahead. Yeah. This is the 3rd place versus the 16th place team, but LGD are our new overlords.
Well, they've got to beat WE first to claim that title, who are apparently the best in the LPL, according to only the standings. But yeah, I mean, this did feel a little bit like draft difference. This did feel like DMO, while they did get some really good picks in the early game, they needed to accelerate quicker than they did. They needed to really just take such a tremendous lead that the Kassadin couldn't come online in time. And this Ezreal Yuumi, we all know it. Once Yuumi gets a couple of items, once Ezreal gets the 2 to 3 item mark, you just can't ever kill them.
Yeah, and it feels like had they executed that one fight differently, it could have all been better. But of course, it was actually LGD the ones trying to engage, and then Natural locking down Peanut and Galio following him in, while all the rest of the members are like, what do we do? I'm an Ashe. I can't jump over terrain. I can't be there. And after that, all of LGD's comp came online, and DMO were kind of left scratching their heads. The good thing is we saw some life out of DMO, which I don't think many people expect at this point. But like you said, this game really came down to, you look at LGD's draft, they have the power picks, and this is what happens.
Poor Natural. He was stopping the damage, but ultimately he did die quite a few times in that game as well. Helper as well, I think, kind of struggling in this game, because he actually did a really good job with his ultimates. His crystalline arrows were on point, and trying to hit a Kassadin post-6 as well is pretty impressive stuff. But the damage obviously isn't going to be there, because these fights weren't really front to back the way, or at least from DMO's perspective. And as you rightly say, Ashe can't follow in a dive composition.
And it's sad because it really comes down to the setup on that 4th Drake, where we saw Twyla pushing a wave in the top, and he stayed a bit too long. LGD got on the map first, they got the setup, and it made DMO feel scared and anxious, it looks like, because that's the engage, right? That's where the game pivoted.
Yeah, and honestly, Peanut got one of the most valuable stopwatches of all time during that fight, because it meant it bought his team enough time to win out the rest of the team fight. That's going to be game 1 in the books, though, going the way of LGD. And hopefully, DMO, we can see a little bit more of this early game action from them in game number 2, right after the break.
但是没有什么眼位可以给他 TP 的。但 A Star 这里不想放，
这 Best 16已经正面直接
这里
沉掉
先
河蟹了呀！
但这里直接爆摔，但血量有点太低了。第一时间的话，沙皇先收下这颗头，包括在侧翼身上被挂了一个点燃，小白绕后直接收下这颗人头。而在正面的话 ，Wink 和 Wins 2个人在皇城 PK， 在侧面，然后在正面的一个人马进场也是拿到了一波双杀，同时双方上单都是拿到了双杀。
小白这波硬帮兄弟止
死亡
损啊！
闪现，
可是前面兄弟死的太多了，只剩下 Wink 一个人苦苦支撑，还好一技能刷新出来了 ，Wink 是逃过一劫。我听出来了，你对男枪意见蛮大的，就感觉没少受苦。
来了，这里一技能直接拉到了对方2个人，这个 W 是没有能够打到，但是后续的话背上一个大招还是补上了伤害。看一下啊，
哇，马老师这波扬眉吐气，
马老师
兄弟们的力
成功捡
量
了个头。而且女妖被打掉了，看一下这里悲伤的位置是被发现了，这里勾到是 Cube 呀，这个大鳄鱼身上被套了一个虚弱，但是第一时间并没有能够秒掉他，同时大闹天宫直接进场是被爆杀爆进去了，然后拉到了好多个人，但是没有人可以跟伤害，同时一个 W 打出了不错的一个伤害，此时这个旧梦已经倒地了，旧梦倒了，看一下后续的一个输出。
哇，
悲伤一丝血，原地交出一个金身，在正面的 Morgan 还在跟对方缠斗，这波 X 拿到了一波双杀。
最重要的伤害点倒了，那剩下的残局啊，这个残局没有办法打了。
哦，沙袋来了，随便打。
出来了，
是。
来看一下 Morgan 又在绕，想要找机会绕。
是两边都在绕，行绕完了之后，现在到 Morgan 绕 Morgan 这个位置很不错。
对方4个人。
这一波正面 Cube 已经被拉进来，但是后面的话 Morgan 已经单切掉了 Forge 倒地，而后续的话行是爆离了对面的马老师，但是正面旧梦又是一个敞开输出的环境，身上过量治疗的护盾都没掉 ，X 现在想要顶线被厄运猪排给摆走，旧梦已经杀疯了，旧梦往前不断的输出 ，iBoy 还在，但是人群中一共勾到了 iBoy， 解掉了水银，但是没有办法，旧梦砍下4杀，这场比赛应该要结束了。
看到残血就想去留。
哇 ，VG 转手就中大龙了。这边的话，马老师交踢，而另一边 Cube 也交踢。一个精准弹幕没有怎么刮到 VG 的血量。
但是没有悲伤呀，看一下这里旧梦只能在侧翼骚扰一下对方，但是 Forge 这里其实是承担了比较多的一个伤害的。
这边 Morgan
直接顶到对方2个人，同时马老师闪现直接抢到了4个人，我的天哪！抢到了！
是时候重拳出击了。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. 是怕。浪费我才是怕。
We're back and we're ready for game number 2 here between LGD and DMO. And LGD drafting this late game composition and playing it to a T. As soon as those carries came online, they just started to go for these front-to-back fights. And, I mean, the rest is history. And when you got a kitty on your shoulder as a Cassidin, feels pretty great. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric. Talk me through what we need to see here from DMO to turn things around. That feels like a big question now I say it out loud.
I mean, like, DMO themselves can't find the answer to that question. What makes you think I can? But, like, at least personally, I just want to see DMO keep trying to execute the style that they're known for. Again, bring out the Zillion, keep going with the Camille and Jax. It hasn't worked. It might not work, but the fact that it's different, you can't really practice against it unless you're playing DMO. At least there is that kind of silver lining of, okay, maybe we can win.
Okay, DMO has to choose to win. Lyric 2020. Good stuff. But let's look at our MVP for game number 1. It pains me to say it's going to go to Mark on the Yuumi. I don't like to see a Yuumi get an MVP, but to be fair, GA was only invincible. He was only able to do what he could do because of Mark.
It's strange because whenever a Yumi's in a game, I typically feel like it should be MVP, but...
Damage taken 2%.
Yeah, see? Clearly deserved, Munchables. He was doing so well.
He did a really good job of avoiding all the skill shots.
But we'll go back to what we were talking about before, where Yumi's really coming into LPL, where last split, teams didn't care about it at all, even when the world did. And feels like whenever we see a Yuumi on the Rift now, especially with how we play with these team fights, these big tanks and kind of sustained champions, it feels so hard to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, Yuumi is in a really, really good spot right now, and especially if you can set Yuumi up with the correct composition alongside her, she can be an incredibly strong support. Obviously, doesn't work in every composition, which is why I think Yuumi is not an issue in the meta right now, because you can draft around her, you can draft to play against the Yuumi.
You can ban her.
You can ban her, for example. But like, you also do have to draft a composition that works with the Yuumi. Because quite a lot of compositions, when you don't have something like an engaged support, will fall apart.
What's also strange, because I was talking to some of the LPL coaches before the split about Karma, and one of the reasons they pointed about Karma being the meta is the fact that she can answer Yuumi in the bot lane. And again, we know that other regions are playing the Lulu. Just not catching on here in the LPL.
Not yet, at least. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Twisted Fate going to be banned once more here, as we have DMO on the blue side this time around. Banning the LeBlanc as well.
I expect them to either ban Syndra here, and if they don't ban Syndra, my guess is they would first pick it themselves, because this is a champion that DMO banned quite often because it's not really a Twilight champion. But I did see him also practicing this in solo queue.
I do like that Cassidin ban, though. If I was DMO in game number 1, I'd want to ban Cassidin in game number 2 as well, because they kind of shut him down in the early game. They killed him multiple times in lane, but he didn't stop it.
What way can you play around Cassidin better? Like, they killed him 3 times, and it ended up meaning nothing. Which, to be fair, had they executed better, could have meant something, but to me, if I'm DMO looking at the Karma ban, maybe I expect an Ezreal Yuumi coming out from LGD once again. But now LGD will just pick Syndra. Let's see, right here.
All right, the predictions on through. It's the Ezreal for Helper to try and take away the Ezreal Yuumi combo. LGD, they've actually banned away the Karma, so maybe the Ezreal Yuumi could be a good pickup for DMO this time around instead.
Yeah, Mitsuki has played it once, so we know it's a champion that he could pilot. LGD in past series, though, has actually first picked Syndra over Ezreal, so that's why I'm actually expecting them to pick it here.
Well, you're not wrong, Lyric. You're not wrong at all. It's going to be the first pick for LGD. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see them go for something. They're actually just going to go for both solo lanes, which is not a common thing. To go for both solo lanes right at the start of the draft is...
It's also strange when you think about that DMO have natural. DMO are not going to take away Ornn.
Yeah. I guess not wanting to give away a strategy though, right? Ornn is a pretty neutral top lane pick. It certainly doesn't say too much about how you want to play the game.
I am quite disappointed that I feel like DMO could just go Yuumi and they were hovering Trundle. I'd love to see them go Trundle here because, of course, the pillar being very good against Syndra, and also they've already taken their Ornn. So just take away the stats, and Yuumi pairs well with Trundle as well.
They could still go for the Trundle. It is going to be locked in. I feel like you know these teams quite well. Are you an LPL analyst or something?
You know, I might work on the broadcast from time to time. I might be like a substitute Clement Shu in a way, but I can't replace Clement.
Nobody can replace Clement. Not in my heart.
I know, I agree. Interesting guy. But this, right, there we go. This is the pick that would make sense. It's actually what we expected to see game 1 coming out from DMO. LGD, of course, picking it up. So they are going to be able to match the scaling coming out from the side of DMO.
Yep, the Aphelios, it's been strong the last week across the world. We've seen multiple players having some pretty insane performances when they can stack up the shurikens. Azir going to be banned away by LGD though, trying to deny some of the scaling away from DMO. Is, you know, when looking at their composition already, they're clearly looking towards the late game again.
Yeah, and I want to see where they go with jungle. I was expecting them to go for the Kindred, but, you know, DMO just spanned out the Kindred. Obviously, the other one that comes to mind is Graves, but as shown by last game, I don't think Peanut really cares about having to default to something like a Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut, if you've got anyone on Lee Sin, Peanut's the guy, right, at the end of the day. He's just so exceptionally good. Maybe Casa can be in that argument as well, but Lee Sin is actually going to be taken off the board in the end. So now LGD have to rethink their plan of where Peanut's going to go. The Rek'Sai available, that was banned.
But that was banned by LGD against DMO.
Yeah.
Xiaopeng is the Rek'Sai man.
But Rek'Sai has come into the meta recently anyway. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't be crazy to see Peanut playing.
It's just going to be the Graves Munch. There we go.
Yeah.
If he'd gone for the Yuumi, that would have been, not the Yuumi, I'm sorry, the Elise would have been a bit weird, but
it would have been very Peanut though.
I was going to say, we know here players, it's not about what goes best in your draft. It's about what you feel most comfortable on. I like what DMO picked up so far, though, because so far it has been about what goes best in their draft. Now the question is actually, what does Twyla take in the mid lane? Because his champion pool doesn't exactly have anything that answers Syndra quite well.
It's going to be the Sylas by the looks of things, going to Twyla in the mid lane. So
I actually want to see if it is going to be his Sylas, or if they're just going to have Natural pick that up in top, because Sylas is not a Twyla champion.
I guess we'll have to find out. They're hovering top champions, though, so it could well be Twyla debuting on the Sylas.
Don't fall for it, Munchables. They're going to lock in Azir or a Zillion or an Aurelion Sol. Okay.
Nope, they're going to lock in the Aatrox. Don't fall for it, Lyric.
I'm just saying that this is a new dimension coming out from DMO. It's going to be really interesting to see how Twyla plays this matchup. Obviously, pretty rough in the early levels, and even as it keeps going, you're very dependent on your jungler playing around mid. Sylas functions very similarly to Irelia in the sense that to win lane, you need to constantly look for trades and all in.
Yeah, we could have a bit of a brawl around the mid lane because we've got Graves Syndra versus that Trundle Sylas. But the Leona locked in for Mark. This is something we've seen him play a ton in the past. Actually has an 84% win rate right now. Which I'm not sure how many games that is over, but it's been picked a decent amount.
I just want to point out, a Lulu there would have been beautiful. But we're moving forward because that's not the LPL style. Overall, though, LGD's composition, once again, this is what LGD have been doing kind of every game. Even though they've had these comps with TF, they still draft a core 4 that is very strong in front-to-back teamfights, right? We have typically seen, Longsheng every game has been on a frontline champion. Mark as well has tended to be on these more engage-heavy supports. Then we have our 3-man carry kind of in the back. On the side of DMO, though, it's way more brawly, way more skirmishy. You want to create a lot of chaos, spread people out, and then that's where the Aatrox and Sylas will thrive. Both of them with a Yuumi on their shoulder sounds terrifying.
That is for sure, but the big question for me is, can DMO keep that ball rolling? In game number 1, they started things off strong, but it felt like they sort of stalled out in the mid-game and couldn't keep the picks rolling, couldn't get that pick composition to work out. Now, again with a mid-game style, can they get that snowball going enough that they can push through to a victory?
It's very interesting because their comp is still very strong in the late game.
Yeah.
When it comes to late game, I feel like it's going to be about the styles of fights that we can see, because if Aatrox and Sylas can coordinate jumping onto that backline with the Yuumi, I actually feel like the Ezreal doesn't actually matter too much in that scenario because you're going to have so much sustain in their kits. They obviously have so much burst potential onto any of the carries of LGD, but if LGD can get that vision set up, have the front to back, then it's all LGD favored.
And it's going to be a question of engagement, right, as well, because you've got the Ornn, you've got the Leona. If DMO are the ones starting that fight, maybe they can set up that kind of situation. But if LGD are in the right spot, it's going to be very hard to find that scenario to play it out. LGD against DMO here as we head into game number 2. LGD starting the series off strong and drafting towards these late game front-to-back team fights once again.
Also, going to be interesting to see. For Twyla, you really want to just take along Xing's ultimate. Of course, Mark's is good as well. You don't really care too much about getting the Syndra or the Aphelios one, in my opinion. It is going to be more about these engage-style ultimates. It's kind of disappointing that he's on the same team as Yuumi because Sylas is a champion that I feel like uses Yuumi's ultimate better than Yuumi. Also, Nico as well because you're able to like jump in and choose kind of where that goes yourself.
Yeah, there's a few ultimates that I feel like Sylas is exceptionally good with. Also, Fiora's ultimate he's pretty good at because it gives him the extra movement speed every time he procs one, so you can kind of survive a little bit better during those fights. Looking at the runes, everything relatively standard here. And I'm curious whether or not we see Mark and Kramer trying to go a bit aggressive in the bottom lane if they ever get the chance to get onto Helper on this Ezreal.
Yeah, they should have Prio in the mid lane. It's, again, mid lane matchup's going to be very skill dependent. Can Shay hit those Qs? Can Twyla land an E? Of course, Shay has phase rush, so it's going to be easier for him to coordinate that matchup. But if Shay is able to get push and kind of lean towards spot, then DMO's bot lane will feel some threat.
I feel like there's a lot of action in this bottom lane despite nobody really getting hit by much and nobody really taking too much damage. You see Mitsuki trying to get the most of the poke out of this Yuumi before the level 2s are hit.
Yep, just this is kind of how we'd expect the lane to go right now with DMO's bot lane posturing so aggressively with the poke they have available.
But Mark is about to hit level 2 and they do not want to get hit by the Zenith Blade. Do need to be a little cautious. Because even Aphelios, you know, we talk about Aphelios as a late game champion. He's not that weak in the early game either.
Ooh, and they're baiting this one out.
Here we go, 2v3 here. Mark went in, but immediately gets exhausted. Doesn't have the Eclipse, so he's not that tanky. Forced to flash away.
Yeah, now LGD's bot lane not going to be able to play as aggressively. Always going to have to wonder if Xiaopeng is in that back pocket. But, you know, one thing I wish we'd see more in pro play, which seems like we don't, is seeing, I remember Uzi would do it a lot last year where we'd see him like go and like fake ward, go to pretend to ward, or mid laners that like just walk into Fog of War and put this kind of fake pressure on another lane.
Yeah, I feel like we don't see it too often.
Not much. It's something I feel like we see more as the year goes on, but at the start of the split, it's almost not at all.
It's definitely the kind of thing that you see when you're getting to playoffs, right? When you're getting to the really serious games. And hang on, we've got a fight on our hands here. Kramer's in trouble. Bear in mind, summoners are already running out here. Xiaopeng is low, and that's going to be first blood to Kramer. How on earth are they winning this one as Helper forced away? Aphelios with first blood, not ideal for DMO.
Not only first blood, but he has those double buffs, so Helper and Mitsuki going to be under constant threat from that red buff. And we already see Mitsuki's mana bars completely run out. Helper's as well, so...
In a 3v3 as well, when Mark and Kramer had already used a flash and a heal. Oh, there's a stun. Xie doesn't have any mana. Auto's in. No, the Kingslayer. Oh, Xie, what have you done? He's in trouble, but in comes Peanut to save the day. Twyla still surviving. Xiaopeng desperately wants to finish something up. I can't believe nobody died there.
Look, Munchables, we've seen two things here. One, Twyla does not play Sylas. I'm sorry. I don't want to let him know that. I'm sure he plays Sylas to a good level, but not playing it in pro play, so... bit inexperienced there, and then Xie just... it seems like it hit him too late that he could have killed Twyla, right?
Yeah.
Because had he pulled the trigger initially, Twyla would be dead.
Yeah, he just waited a second before going for the flash auto.
Exactly.
Oh, aggressive from Mark.
I'll
Hex
still say,
flash into Zenith.
good from Twyla to at least like abuse and try to abuse that mistake from Xie.
Yeah. Gets the Kingslayer off to heal himself and just about survives. Xie now going to get aggressed upon by Twyla. And this is a nice trade to find for Twilight.
Right.
It's not often that you get just free fire onto a Syndra.
Exactly, and that's how it goes, right? If you can hit that E, you can hit the Abscond Abduct. Pretty much all Sylas matchups, you feel very good in those trades, but that's why Xie has the phase rush. And again, he could be the one dictating if he is hitting those Qs.
So I'm going to keep my eyes on Peanut and Xiaopeng here, because we kind of have this standard 10-11 jungle matchup, right, between the Graves and the Trundle. These are easily the two highest priority junglers across the world. I'm curious how they're going to be able to play this one out. Helper does get caught by the Zenith Blade. Kramer not in a position to follow up, though. It means that Mark is actually going to be the one that takes more damage than anyone.
Going back to the Trundle, it's also very interesting that I feel like the opinion on this matchup is very divided, because when I listen to a lot of analysts and coaches, everyone says this matchup is Graves' favorite. Graves beats Trundle. That's just how it is. But for some pros I've talked to, they don't think it's that clear cut. They don't think that despite the phase rush and the mobility coming out from his E, it's not that easy for Graves to kite out the Trundle. Even with the Frozen Domain and the Pillar is enough to get in those 1v1s.
Could have a 2v1 at this point. We'll revisit the jungle talk in a minute, because Natural has to flash away. Does dodge the second knock-up, and his World Ender gives him movement speed, but everybody's arriving. Peanut has a lot of damage. Collateral damage, though, won't be there yet. Langxing flashes to finish off the Brittle.
And great to see coming out from Langxing.
Ooh. Oh, another Zenith Blade onto Helper. He's able to just dash away with his E, and it means that LGD can't quite finish anything off.
Great to see Peanut ganking top, because on this iteration of LGD, we've actually seen Peanut giving a lot of attention to mid and bot, which is nice when you look at kind of how the roster is built. You obviously want to play around Xie and Kramer, and Langxing is no stranger to having no resources, but still great by them to secure that second kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Peanut now looking towards the Scuttle Crab. I didn't have Smite available. Natural at the right place at the right time. He's able to just sneak that one away from him. I do want to revisit the conversation, though, about Trundle and Graves. We're never going to have time. We're never going to have time. Xie's in trouble now. He's going to be chased on down and easily finished off. Xiaopeng barely survives, actually. But it's still a kill, and it still goes to Xiaopeng.
Yeah, feels great. Again, getting ahead in this sort of matchup. Whenever Aphelios and Syndra don't have their flash up, it's going to be so rough, especially once we get into the mid-game fights against an Aatrox, against a Sylas. Just going to be able to jump in freely. Pillar going to shut them down so easily. Of course, the Yuumi ult as well.
Oh, hang on. Moonlight Vigil and a flash from Kramer. It's answered by Helper's own flash. He had so many chakrams. He wanted to try and make the play, and Mark might just be able to enable that play. They are not on the same page, though. Mark is just trying to force them away. But he used his Ignite.
Xiaopeng is here.
I feel like Mark wanted that, and Kramer just didn't. Heal now going to be used. Barely gets away from the Pillar. And if he had been just an inch further back, he would have been caught there.
And I feel like DMO should know that LGD are doing this Dragon from the fact that Kramer and Mark were still posturing so aggressively despite Xiaopeng being there. So overall, slight advantage for LGD. But these two games are a lot closer than I expected.
Yeah, for sure. Well, at least in the early game. Once we got past sort of the 20-minute mark, things fell apart
was that a
quickly.
DMO LGD issue, or was that a draft issue?
I mean, I feel like it was maybe both, honestly.
I guess you can't have one without the other.
I've seen plenty of casting games where it's not like, oh, 2 items, okay, we win the game immediately.
Hey, not in the LPL, because it's undefeated, so you're lying.
But what I'm saying is it's not quite as immediate. It's not like, oh, you finished the Seraphs? You don't even have the shield yet? Okay, well, you still just win the game.
But we're missing the context. Okay, I guess this proves your point. I'll say we're missing the context of DMO kind of, I don't use the word inting, but kind of running into that fight beforehand.
Yeah, you're kind of arguing for me here, Lyric. I'm not going to lie. Nice pillar from Xiaopeng to deny the charge from Langxing. Natural knocked up, though, and Peanut is there to finish this kill off. Langxing with a second kill of the game now. And this is going to open up the Rift Herald for LGD. Xiaopeng has been found. Stun comes through. I don't think Xie has the damage to finish it by himself.
He wasn't putting down any spheres, so we didn't expect him to look for the kill there, but I'm also very pleasantly surprised at how well Mark and Peanut have worked together, because we had Killua on the roster last split. He actually was an upgrade, right? Chance was more of a rookie, not having much experience. And I actually liked Killua being on this roster, but Mark has done such a good job of moving around the map and finding these playmaking options, which definitely didn't feel like Killua, despite the fact that Killua was also a Bard player.
Yeah, and I mean, Killua playing a lot of the Taric as well, to my memory, in the last split, which it's kind of a team-based pick, right? You're not really the individual playmaker. Well,
exactly, and to me, that's more of his identity is the Taric and especially the Braum. I was having a conversation with Clement about that about Killua, the thing that stood out to him was the Braum play, so a lot more of a defensive, stick with your AD carry sort of support.
Which can, obviously, you can be individually exceptional in that role, but it's not quite as flashy, right? You're not going to make as much of a name for yourself. First tower of the game, though, important to mention, Kramer grabbing that one and getting a ton of gold, 610 into his pocket as he got so many tower plates. They even get a second charge off of the Herald as well. It's a little bit of a Brucey bonus for them. 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes, but it's the other way around to where it was in game 1.
Ultimately, going back to that second shot, it doesn't mean too much because LGD don't have a comp that's actually going to threaten that top lane inner turret, so it's more of a... I don't even want to use the word luxury. It actually means nothing. It's actually like a meaningless charge. Maybe it'll mentally affect Natural to be like, my turret's half HP. Oh god, there's pressure, but it shouldn't do that.
Okay, well, I get excited about the second charge. I know a lot of people at home get excited about second charges on Heralds.
You know, the Herald's excited.
They do
so.
matter. Second charges matter, okay?
Is this going to be a campaign slogan?
I think so. We'll see. We'll see how the night goes on.
Some new LGD merch.
Second charges matter. Anyway, so I do... I'm really nervous to try and bring up the Graves Trundle topic again, because every time I have, immediately a fight starts.
Well, just do your best. Okay, actually, we're setting up for a dive, so...
there's going to be a fight.
But Xiaopeng is hovering with Mitsuki.
Maybe Helper's just fine here.
Both top laners
maybe Helper's going to walk into them.
Syndra is here. Twyla also has TP, and he's backing, so Twyla could get a very good TP coming off base.
It's possible. Stun onto Helper. Nice arcane shift to keep himself out of harm's way. The rest of the team responds from DMO. Nicely done to answer this. It means the dive can't come through from LGD in the end. Or can it? Mark still wants to make this happen.
We're going to get something.
TP actually going to be pulled from
Ooh,
Natural.
double TP.
And suddenly we have a whole team in the bottom lane. DMO pulling a play off. They're looking for Kramer, and he is removed from the play. Langxing is late to his own party and now has to back away from this one. Nicely done here from DMO.
Yeah, nice to see them have some creative playmaking ideas. The unfortunate thing is there isn't exactly an immediate objective for them to take, and ooh, very lucky from Peanut to still get that when he smited too early, but... You are so early, though, that LGD will be able to come back on the map in time for Dragon, but I still want to praise DMO for the fact that they weren't showing us signs of life in their first 2 series, so this is exciting to see.
It's a great play to watch because it's kind of like an E-Star play, right? Where it's like it is a great play.
It's a play. They're making a set play that they proactively chose to do.
It happened, and it was great, and they pulled it off, and they got themselves a couple of kills. Was there an objective? Did they achieve anything in the grand scheme of the game? Not really.
No, not at all.
But hey, they made a play. And this is one of the things that quite often we see from E-Star, right? That they make these plays that don't really achieve that much, but it's like keeping the momentum in the game going. If DMO can repeat these kind of plays, then they're in a great spot.
Now I want to see if Natural starts walking down towards Dragon. Of course, Langxing could have passed towards Dragon right now, and LGD could have just secured a second one.
Mark has found Xiaopeng in the jungle, though, and Solar Flare's there. That's a lot of damage from this team. And this cat ain't so happy when she's alone. There's a double kill for Xie, and the Infernal Drake has just spawned.
Ultimately, that just feels like a mistake from DMO because you think about it. They're posturing on the bottom half of the map like they want to look for a dragon, but Natural is the one pushing top. Natural can rotate, and hopefully Langxing will show on the wave, but they're doing both at the same time.
And by the way, Kramer has got himself every single turret play in the top lane and in the bottom lane this game. Kramer has so much gold from turret plates, it's absurd.
And I kind of want to move this conversation over to LGD as a whole because it's one of the reasons I'm still skeptical on LGD because a lot of the ways they've won feel like it doesn't look like, let's say, a WE win or an EDG win. They are still very slow. There are a lot of like errors you can see.
Hang on a second here, because we've got a fight. Oh, no, we don't have a fight. Never mind. I don't know if anyone saw the tower gold. It was up for a second there. 1,000 tower plate gold for Kramer. Just plates alone. That is an absurd amount of cash.
Like, I just remember their game 3, sorry, going back, against V5, where where V5 drafted that Cassiopeia into, like, the long-range Ornn Kindred.
Days. That is not fun. That is not fair.
Oh, my God.
And that isn't Aphelios, by the way. That's just, look at the items, man.
Yeah, that's an item difference thing. Also, he also has a bit of a spike from the Infernal as well.
He did crit twice, too.
Yeah.
With the twin. Well, I guess he's got more than 25 now because he's got the seal.
So it's a lot more than just an Aphelios thing. It's very much a kind of state of the game.
Effect.
It's like a state of the game sort of thing.
Yeah. But the fact that he was a crit 80 carry helped, and Aphelios is a crit 80 carry. But yeah, continue with your point. Talk to me about why you're not convinced on LGD wins so far.
Well, I'm sorry, LGD are busy trying to convince me otherwise.
That they are. Xiaopeng knocked up final chapter across the team, but the Troll's already gone down, and Twyla will escape with his life here. Langxing is slightly drunk, so he knocks the ram the wrong way. Now Gravitum onto Helper, who is feeling the wrath of the Aphelios. Flash forward from Kramer, who does not like Ezreal's, apparently.
Ultimately, Munch, I'm going to give you very basic analysis. If DMO are ever standing in front of LGD's comp, LGD are just going to win the fight.
I love how Langxing literally altered the complete.
What is
Natural
this?
doing? Oh no! DMO, they've completely mental boomed.
I was gonna say, if there is any sign of absolute tilt, it is right there.
He just
Holy!
Oh, I don't really know what to say about that one.
I do want to assure everyone at home, Datchel is not negative gaming. Oh God!
Oh, I've lost it.
Oh, that hurt. It hurts because we've seen some bright spots out of DMO.
I really hope it's a part
And
of
like,
the replay.
once again, LG is doing something very standard. They're pushing out the side lanes. They're the one rotating first.
Oh wait.
What?
Oh
What are you
no,
confused
never
about?
mind.
The first ram was Twyla.
Yeah, I thought it was Twyla's ult the second one, and
No,
it was
no,
like,
no.
oh, it makes sense. No,
But
it was
still,
Langxing.
just overstepping a bit. But the big problem for me here is that, one, they didn't use their window, whatever it was, like 2 or 3 minutes ago, where Natural was the one pushing. They didn't use that opportunity, gave LGD the lead, and now it's LGD's turn. They have the window to make a play. They should expect it. No one's showing on the waves. They don't respect it. Natural still sticks in the bot lane, and then...
Oh my god, CA. Oh, he plays the brush camp by himself, even escapes with his life, and now the solar flare. Natural is going to be locked up and finished off as well. Oh, though it does have a good amount of sustain, actually, with the Yuumi. Maybe it can survive this one and turn it around. Peanut barely escapes. Ignite is there, though. And they just can't quite finish off any LGD members.
Okay, when you said turn it around, I was just thinking, calm down, sir.
Dude, he got them both to 100 HP.
Hey, maybe he can kill one person, but he's not turning anything around. He's still dead.
At this point in the game, when the score's like this, that is turning it around. That's positive gaming right there.
Okay, I give you that. This is one of those we take those situations.
He's making up for literally running it down 2 minutes ago. Okay, TP.
That had to come out. Kramer was like posturing like, okay, if no one's coming, I'm just going to kill this guy. But
Helper is not having a fun game.
Twyla cares about his team. That was a very Zillion-esque play, right? He didn't save his teammate with the ultimate. He said, hey, I have to TP here to make sure you don't get 1v1'd again.
Yeah. Twyla role-playing as Zillion,
But
even when he doesn't get to
This
draft
is
it.
why, okay, let's ignore the early laning phase. It happened. We all saw it happen. Twyla is the most consistent, like, decent performing member on this roster right now.
Yeah.
We see glimpses out of the others, especially Xiaopeng and Natural. We see good moments, but we also see moments like the thing that I hope is kind of clipped and now on Reddit, but you would expect it to be at least.
I would definitely expect it to be, but I don't know. I don't know if Natural deserves that kind of fame.
I feel bad, too, because he's a good player with a lot of promise.
And, like, look at his first game, right? We had some good moments on the Camille, and when we see him on Camille regularly, he has really, really highlight moments.
Well, and even this game, it was close. It was close for the first 10 minutes. We saw DMO making set plays. But then there's always one moment which leads to a chain of events.
Just keep
that
talking.
just... The game... Where does the game go? I don't even know at this point.
We're at 20 minutes, and LGD are just doing I mean, they're doing whatever they want. They're walking underneath towers at this point. Herald used to get the tier 2 in the mid lane. In the meantime, this tier 2 will
And look,
fall on the bottom side as well.
just look at the face cam of Twyla right now. Like, that does not look like a guy who's having fun playing League of Legends. At the end of the day, you'll meet a lot of pros who genuinely believe that, like, I think even Sven from C9 said it pretty recently in interviews, like, you know, this is still League of Legends. It's still a game where, like, if you're playing your best, you still need to be having fun. It's that's why after games, I always look for, are players laughing after a win? I actually think it's a very good tell.
We'll see if LGD are going to be laughing after this. I think they're going to be laughing to the bank after this one, honestly.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for LGD, when you look at the histories of the players, they need wins like this. Like, when you look at the recent history, for players like Peanut, for players like Shie, these are guys that back in 2017, they were on top of the world. They were both in the world semifinals at the same time on opposite sides of the bracket. And then you look at their recent history, they came to the LPL and it all kind of went wrong for them, or slightly before they came to the LPL, or at least for Peanut, before he came to the LPL, he joined Gen G and just didn't have a great split for himself. He kind of needs a team that'll work for him now. And I mean, we got a fight here.
I'm gonna be honest, we're at the point where DMO really don't have many options. The game at this point is dictated by if LGD enacts some kind of throw. But
it's possible. But Kramer's not looking to make that happen on the Aphelios. Natural forced away. Shie, he has the skill button. It's available. He's gonna outskill. Oh, dude, the mechanical outplay was just magnificent there.
Yeah, sure. For DMO, I just want to see after this match, you know, if they're going to decide to stick with this roster, which they do still have Bless on the bench if they want to enact some kind of change, but they consistently try that every split now. It doesn't really do anything. At least to recognize
that Twyla's going in for this one, actually. Shie is going to be fine.
Just realize that there were sides of life in this best of 3, that there were good things they could take away. And yeah, sure, there were a lot of bad things they could take away as well, but you know, just try to learn from it. Don't be discouraged, DMO. I feel like we were being really harsh at the start, and there needs to be a silver lining in there somewhere. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah.
I don't think DMO are listening to the cast right now, Jordan. I don't think they're going to be going, okay, we need to go back and see what the English casters thought of our play.
If they need some kind of motivational coach, I'm just saying.
You're doing a what, dude? You're like, I'm available if anyone's looking for a new member of the team.
Hey, I appreciate Wadid and feel like I can learn a lot from him.
Yeah, I mean, no criticism to Wadid, just...
God.
Just making yourself. I'm not gonna lie, Jordan. Of all of the teams that you could have said, "Hey, I'm looking for a job," I'm not sure DMO is the career move right now. Oh dear, you just spend an entire game roasting DMO and then say, "Hey, by the way, I'm looking for a new gig."
You know, you make a good point.
I'm just saying, for some career advice, maybe it's not the play. Anyway,
LGD are gonna push into the base. They have lots of damage. They have a Call of the Forge God. They can look to dive these inhibitor turrets at any time. And DMO, they need hope for a miracle.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They need Kramer to... I mean, honestly, Kramer's a Aphelios, so he probably could just dive the Nexus Towers and still be fine. Solar Flare doesn't quite land a stun, but actually, Lunching is taken down at the start of this fight. Maybe this is it. Mark goes very deep, has the stopwatch. Twyla doesn't quite have the damage, and he'll fall, and suddenly... Maybe I got a little excited. Maybe I forgot about the ginormous gold lead. And maybe I forgot that LGD are going to close this one out in style here. Natural does survive on the fountain. Scatter the weak onto everyone. Shie playing with his food. There's another kill going the way of Kramer as Peanut jumps onto the fountain, falls down. It's going to be a 2-0 in the end. LGD finish out strong.
If you're an LGD fan, you feel great about this one. If you're a DMO fan, well, you know, you have... What is it, 12? 13 more series to play, so, you know, there's always hope.
No, he's on EDG.
Oh, true. EDG to get help, but...
They have Helper, which could help them in the long run.
See, but this is what I'm talking about. We look at LGD right now. Where's the camaraderie? Where's the smiles, the laughs? It looks like, oh, well, this is just another day at the office. This was an expected win, which, you know, it was, but... Oh, there's the smiles. That's what we want to see.
Okay, they're still happy about it. They're still happy with the win, and that's what we wanted out of these guys. And I think, as we said before, some of these guys, they needed a win. They needed a bit more of a pep in their step. Maybe this is the team, because we talked about it right at the start of the day, right? This is the recipe for success. All of these misfit superstars coming together. We've seen plenty of teams in the past with huge names coming together that don't work out. I'm hoping, by the looks of today, maybe this LGD roster has some of that mojo they need.
Let's remember and reiterate that these weren't necessarily superstars. Like, Peanut, for sure, was a superstar coming to this roster. Yeah. Kramer was a good player, right? Who was on Flash Rules, was on Africa, came in, really showed some star-level performances on LGD, but not exactly a superstar.
No, like internationally famous.
Exactly, right? Longxing as well has been criticized by everyone for years. I'd say a bit unjustly so to a degree. Mark hailed as a good player, but once again, doesn't exactly have that reputation. So
Xie, though. Xie decent.
Oh, exactly. Xie being known as one of the best mid laners in LPL for years. So it's just kind of nice that you bring all these kind of obscure parts that did work in ways on their teams together, and it does make some kind of uniform system that is undefeated.
Yeah, so far so good for them. They've beaten E-Star, they've beaten V5, and importantly for them as well, every other series is gone to 3 games, even against, well, I guess V5 have stepped it up this split, but now against DMO, when they are the favorites, getting a clean 2-0, I think was quite important for them to be able to just say, look, against the bottom teams, we are going to make it look easy because we are a top team in the LPL.
And the thing that's nice is I always think it's important to show that you can play from behind for a team, because think about it, in scrims, it's very easy to get practice of playing from ahead. It's, you know, you play out the game that way. It's like kind of natural League of Legends, where when you are behind, I'd say especially a lot of teams in scrims do tend to, you know, kind of end early, just go next, and it's an important skill for a top team to have.
It definitely is. And one thing I've just noticed on the damage charts here, Natural exactly 10,000 damage, so he may have run it down, but at least he got a nice looking statistic out of it.
Oh God, I don't think...
And if that ain't a silver lining, I don't know what is, Larry.
I don't think that makes him feel better. On the side of LGD, damage numbers don't matter. They just kind of steamrolled DMO as a team, and again, it's looking great for LGD going forward. Yeah. The thing is, there's good signs. This could be a team that, again, 4 world slots this year, right? LGD are clearly vying for one of them. For LGD's opponents, I do still think there are kind of cracks in the armor that when you dissect their games, there are areas you can attack. So there is still room for LGD to improve.
Okay, so where are those cracks then? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Like, if I'm an FBX, a JDG, a top esports, what is it that the game plan has to be to try and pull some of these weaknesses apart?
Despite the fact that I feel like they're set up on objectives, especially their recall timings and their vision setup is very well, we saw against Victory 5 and even in Game 1, these players are still very prone to making execution mistakes. In their Game 3 against Victory 5, we saw Mark constantly engaging without the right setup from Longxing, and they look very dependent on Longxing in a lot of these team fights to me that, again, can be punished. Especially, we even saw in that game where there was one Dragon fight, Longxing opted to just walk straight top instead of heading towards Dragon, where you're an ore and your composition is based around fighting for these neutrals. Arguably, that's not what you should be doing.
Kind of a similar thing with Mark as well. You talked about him going a little overzealous. We saw one of the fights where Kramer was clearly focusing on the turret, did not want to be a part of it, and Mark just went all in. I mean, it was fine. Like, nothing happened off the back of it, but he used his Ignite. He thought that Kramer was going to be there to follow up.
The thing is, right, there's glimpses there of where they're not coordinated, they're not on the same page. There are just mistakes like we saw from Xie in Game 1, so there are places where you can find advantages over LGD.
Yeah, so there are potential ways for them to be exploited by some of the top teams, and potential things that they need to start working on across the course of the split. But definitely a happy day for LGD fans. And the real big question now is, at what point can you start putting faith in LGD? Because I know there's a lot of people that have been fans of this organization for a lot of years at this point, and it's one of those organizations that people are nervous to believe again.
It's like the thing... So we've seen them up against V5, and to me, V5 looks like it's going to be a middle-tier team. V5 and Suning are kind of where I would have expected LGD to be after their performances. So the next kind of echelon of teams, I'd say to me, is WE and EDG. So I want to see how they perform against them, because that's going to be a big tell, right? If they come out over W and EDG, we're now moving on to the, you know, RNGs, FPXs, IGs of the world. And, you know, how does LGD stack up against them?
You put RNG above WE and EDG right now?
It's hard,
That's
right?
kind of I don't know.
It's hard. Hey, we saw 2 very dominant series out of them, but
We also saw a really bad series
yes,
out
we
of
did.
them. So.
It's hard right now. Like, gauging LPL teams after 1.5 weeks of play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's still a lot to be played, but out of this play here today, it's going to be Shie grabbing himself the MVP out of the game. And, you know, fair play to him, managing to grab that one on the Syndra, 9-1 and 7. I feel like he maybe could have got it in game number 1, honestly, on the Kassadin as well, but kind of ran it down in the lane a little bit.
Like, that one would have been a
but
bit
later on in the game, he looked great.
would have been a bit hard to justify, but this one, 40% damage, did his job well, abused the mistakes that DMO were making, and
just hunted Natural.
Yeah, yes he did. I mean, Natural kind of hunted Shie, and Shie just kind of said, you know,
Okay.
thanks, bro. Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, okay, we can do this again if you want. Like, I've already killed you twice, like 2 minutes ago, but sure. Yeah, I mean, Shie had fun this game. He
I
was
think
able to
all of
just sit on
LGD
the
looked like
Syndra.
they were having fun.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you've got this kind of composition with an Ornn, with a Leona. As Syndra, you get to just do what you want during the fights. They're going to go in, they're going to tank everything up, and you can just throw out your orbs.
I like that you're ending on like this draft talk, because we started at the start of the day with how their drafts look so good, right? They have a very clear team identity. They play around power picks quite well. We constantly see the Ornn, we see the Syndras, the Ezreals, and I'd say these comps are just so easy to execute. It's hard to go wrong, and I love that they're sticking to that.
Yeah, it's working so far for them. It's a 3rd series win in the books for LGD. DMO still need to go back to the drawing board and see what they can rustle up for the rest of the split. But we're going into our 2nd series now. Do not go anywhere, because after the break, we're jumping into Top Esports up against OMG, and we'll see if Top Esports, right now they're looking like one of the very best teams in the entire world. We'll see if they can keep that form on top.
人马绕后啊，这个位置看起来还可以。火点中装，盯到了这个 Wink 交了一个秒躲了一个精准弹，后面的话人马进场效果非常爆炸，直接控制到了3个人，瞬间后排全烂掉了。
转瞬即逝。
打得好，到我了，队长。
但后面有一个 TP， 这样的话威武在这边形成了一个复杂战。来了！哇，小东北的支援太神奇了。
Piper 这边交出自己的闪现，
但是4兄弟被憋在了这里，蛇兵也来了。
但这4兄弟的撤退可以往右边。
小东北怎么办？
小东北可能要被害了。
小东北先这一波躲开了一个沟。
你不想玩吗？我会逼你的。
小东北在想又换一个，怎么说？操作
坏掉了小东北。
果然想操作。
我就是过来打个招呼。
领教下俺老孙的本事吧！
东北闪到来了，大陆这波就是要杀死暴杰的，但是
这个布隆顶了很多伤害。
DQ 抢到了3个人，应该是。
大招给急了，不过中路左叶来了，先拉一个飞星。
俺一个人头3万10万8千里。
他一次血没有死，鳄鱼及时赶到。
这波猴子招打太好了吧！把直接被撞死。
鳄鱼这边有点难受，定住有没有后续的飞星？
这波外面有点炸，
有点炸了。
这就是他们的本事。
你胆子够大。刚好够我打上一拳。
巴斯一个大招先冲进来保护一下队友 ，EDG 选择先往后拉扯一下，做的非常推到2个人。马老师闪现进来藏到了2个人，不过后补没有人管，一直在跳。
起飞了！
看一下后续的时候，看到逆袭是一个人过去，
控制了3个人。
哇，这个救梦的一个输出好像没有人在理，触发自己的一个致命节奏。正面的团战在马老师以及逆行2个人双重进场的一个接力开团的一个控制给到以后，打不顺利的打赢了这波团战。
每天时间休息一会儿，然后再回来打。
这波看看啊，一控是控到了一个卡萨，卡萨那个位置也被找到，但是他自己是比较灵活的。
如你所愿。
这个时候大兵已经兵临城下，临近了防御塔。这波对于RW来说，机会能不能抓住呢？
肃静。
要看这个节奏啊，一个麦芽塔，2个麦芽塔，快速的扫掉，打的是很快的。看一下，又是一苹果，先踩掉一个大叶，但是不管不顾，先推主基地，能不能推掉 ？A 的速度非常快，还差2下左右。看看有个复活甲压起身，张无忌只 A 出一下，quadra Q 卡萨丁。 这个时候差一点点，有的时候差之毫厘，谬之千里。
正义将会得到伸张。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for our second series of the day now. We just saw LGD take a comfortable, if not confident, win over DMO 2-0. And now we're going to be moving into our second series of the day, which is Top Esports versus OMG. My name is Multiples. This is Lyric. And Lyric, Top Esports, they're looking pretty good right now.
I was going to say, kind of similar to the first matchup in the fact that we have second against 17th. So Top Esports looking great. OMG, I think, have shown signs of fight, which is going to be interesting. But, I mean, Top Esports is the best team in the world.
Kind of says it all. Let's talk about Top Esports. Let's take a moment here, because they weren't the best team in the world at the start of spring. And then suddenly, the angels cried out as Jackulov joined the team and changed absolutely everything. The second he joined, it was like this magical source that suddenly, like, Karsa turned around. Karsa was playing terribly at the start of spring, suddenly miraculously started playing amazing as soon as Jackie was in.
Karsa playing terrible, but also playing terrible alongside Knight. Their 2v2 just wasn't existing at all. Yu Yanja having really rough split, now being paired with the experience of Jackulov, looking great, and I love that stat right there. 27 wins, 7 losses since Jackulov's came. They've only lost one series, which was the final, which went to 5 games, so this team's turned around.
If you're gonna if you're going to lose a series, I think the final of the LPL is a pretty reasonable one to have your only loss on. So pretty good stuff from Top Esports so far. And we can take a look back at their games against JDG that they had recently, because this was a rematch of that final, but it didn't look like it.
The thing I love is we saw each member really step up. Karsa having such a great early game, setting up 369 on this scale to where he got, I mean, I think he ends the game like 7-0 or something. He becomes an absolute monster. And of course, Knight doing his job the whole series. And I think people want to forget about the things that JackeyLove did in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, the second game was something else. We got to see the beauty of JackeyLove's Kai'Sa. We got to see as well, I think 369, honestly, is a player that isn't talked about enough in this roster.
No, and it just goes back to the fact that LPL has the best top laners in the world, and right now 369 is playing some of the best League of Legends of his short career, of course. Was very good when he came to the league last year, but glad he's really stepping up now. And, you know, this game, JackeyLove and Uyanja getting on that Ezreal Yumi combo, just showing what they could do. 369 showing a bit of his personality, getting onto that Scion as well.
Yeah, and obviously JackeyLove, when he gets on the Ezreal, we saw it against IG back in spring. We got to see it against JDG as well. If JackeyLove is on Ezreal, he's going to do disgusting things to whoever he's up against. And, I mean, the same thing, we got to see Knight on Orianna. Orianna very much coming back into the meta. We've seen it a ton over in LEC. Not everybody adopting it just yet here in the LPL, but Knight playing it. We've seen Rookie. I mean, Rookie plays it no matter what the meta is, but I'm glad we get to see some of these champions that really show off individual skill.
It's also really interesting because Knight's pocket pick has traditionally been something like a Victor. He even picked it up back. I think he picked it up in finals. Yeah, he played the Victor in the finals itself. So more of this scaling-oriented teamfight champion. So Orianna very much in the same vein. Has a lot of strong laning phases, which is what we know Knight for. So glad to see him keeping his champion pool very diverse.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see Knight being able to flex a little bit, especially with a lot of expectation on him globally now, as a lot of people touting him as one of, if not the best mid in the world. That's a lot to live up to across the rest of Summer's split. We'll see if he can keep it up. But I want to focus on his jungler for now, because Karsa is someone who has been stepping up. He's someone with a long career of success, but more recently, it feels like he's leveled up entirely.
It's insane to see. If you've kind of been with us watching all of these top esports games, seeing him in that first series against WE and then go on to IG, and he's like slowly leveling up. He was pretty much relying on Lee Sin in those playoff games, but at MSC and even now in their first two series, Karsa is the one completely setting up TS in all of these victories. I still remember the one against Rogue Warriors where his kick on that Lee Sin was really what let Knight shine and eventually carry that game.
And there's so often that you say that about his Lee Sin as Karsa. It's something he's played for years and years at this point, but he's one of the players that justifies the Lee Sin pick, right? There's a lot of debate in the League of Legends world right now on how good Lee Sin is as a pick. Karsa is one of those players that it doesn't matter if Lee Sin is the meta champion, he's going to make it work.
And I love that he's so good in the early game. Again, he's averaging 5 kill participation by 15 minutes. So this guy's very active in the early game, like we saw in that first clip against JDG, where he's just constantly ganking top over and over again. So we're going to possibly see Karsa once again vie for that title of like, hey, I'm the best jungler in the world.
It's very much on the table right now. But honestly, when you look at the top esports roster, it kind of reminds you of IG, right? Where they went through each individual being so incredibly strong. But let's quickly talk about OMG before we jump into the draft as well. And OMG is kind of an opposite side to the story, right? We've just been praising top esports. OMG on the other side, there's a lot to be wanted right now. Looking honestly worse than Spring, which is... You know, they finished out Spring. They were in the race for playoffs. They nearly made it towards that top 8, just losing out towards the end of the split. Coming in Summer, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. A significant fall from grace.
It's very strange in the fact that, honestly, I expected this team to plateau in Summer because SMLZ just isn't having the same, like, high highs that he was earlier in his career. If you look at the rest of the roster, and there's no clear, like, star-level talent, but we didn't expect this team to become bad, right? We expected them to vie for middle of the pack, but... Hackers not having a good split. Cold was even their worst member in Spring. SMLZ not showing up to be the carry they need. And Icon very dimensional in the champions he's very effective on. Kind of leaves Curse as the only member that has potential on this team. And the biggest disappointment is when you look at the roster, it's not like they're lacking experience.
Yeah.
All of these players have been around for so long.
And it's just not working out for them. It's one of those ones where it's kind of a head scratcher because there are so many things individually going wrong. There's not like one thing that you can say, oh, if OMG could just fix this thing, then suddenly everything will be fine. This feels like a much bigger issue than just individual gameplay.
Yeah, and I love that you put it that way because, right, there's some teams you can look at and you could try to like break down their issues into one or two major things. I think WE's typically been a team we talk about, like their play style, the champion pools, and the limitations of that. You look at OMG and everything just looks like a mess right now, and that's why they're sitting in last place with no wins.
It's not looking good so far for OMG. They did take one game against V5, so they have had moments of showing up like a middle-of-the-table team. And let's bear in mind that the teams that they have played so far, EDG, V5, RNG, still seems weird to me to say V5 in that as a solid team, but these are all at least middle-of-the-table teams.
Yeah, and so far, we are in draft, and draft panning out in a way we'd expect. I'd say the one standout is the fact that TS have banned the set, so not wanting to opt into that themselves. And of course, set is very strong on red side since he's a flex pick, so you can't hold onto a champion like that until the very end of the draft. And Ezreal's just an expected first pick at this point, his win rate climbing all the way up to 65%.
Ezreal, insanely strong, especially if he can get the Yuumi. It wasn't banned away. And OMG, I mean, they could opt to try and steal the Yuumi away.
I just think they'll take the Aphelios. SMLZ has preferred Aphelios over Ezreal. He's played Aphelios 5 times this split, you know, in however many series they played, and only played the Ezreal and Kai'Sa once. So 3 series, 5 Aphelios games is a lot.
Yeah, the big problem that they've had, though, is that SMLZ has been getting caught out on that Aphelios multiple times in their recent series. We've seen him mispositioning. Hopefully, he can fix that up a little bit. We talked about Karsa's Lee Sin. Hacker's going to take it away from him.
And this is an interesting thing for people who don't know out there is
instant answer.
Hacker doesn't play Graves. He hasn't opted to play this split, at least. It's been Trundle, Lee, Olaf, Jarvan. So the fact that he's staying away from such an important meta pick is very scary, but going to that Rek'Sai that you talked about, Karsa is another one, just like Xiaopeng. You go to Karsa's solo queue account, and he is just spamming and loving the Rek'Sai. Of course, this champion's all about getting these early game ganks off. Very different from Lee Sin because Lee Sin still offers a lot in the mid to late game. Rek'Sai doesn't.
Well, you asked for the Lulu in the first series.
And
We're
this
not
is
going to get it.
LPL Munchables. We don't get Lulu over here, which is kind of strange because we were talking about this before broadcast, that if there's any team who support my play it would have been OMG.
So talk to me a little bit about the Lulu. Why is it that you want to see Lulu? What makes it so good?
The great thing about it is, one, you can obviously shield all the poke coming out from the Yuumi. You can also Whimsy the AD carry, so going to be very easy to find return damage in those trades. And just pairing it up alongside a hyper carry like an Aphelios allows you to match the scaling of something like an Ezreal Yuumi in the late game. So again, a lot of good things there. But instead, LPL, we don't like that.
I already said before, SMLZ has been mispositioning it a little bit. Thresh can be the answer to that. Cold can help him get out of those situations.
Right. Our answer to Ezreal Yuumi in the LPL is trying to find things with lots of engage and pick potential. It's strange that we don't actually try to dive the Ezreal Yuumi. We just try to win out on other sides of the map, it seems like, technically. And obviously it hasn't worked out by the fact that we saw the Ezreal has, you know, like a 65% win rate.
We're going to see Diana and Echo band away here. 2 of the picks that we've seen Knight tending to in the past, especially that Diana who's been playing a ton in solo queue, but the Azir picked up by Icon here.
And Icon is a LeBlanc Zoe aficionado in my mind. He plays these 2 champions extremely well. Arguably, I'd say you could say he's top 6 in the league when he has these champions. But outside of that is where he really starts to look a bit mediocre. On the side of OMG, though, you do have the potential put-togethers of a strong front-to-back team composition. The thing I don't like is you are outranged by the fact that they do have this Ezreal and Yuumi on the other side, and Knight going for the Akali. I mean, he's going to be looking for blood in this game.
We've seen the Akali, actually the Kayle to answer for Curse in the top lane. Well, we said Curse has been the standout so far. It's a 100% win rate, kind of similar to the Kassadin. Let's talk a bit about the Akali quickly first, though, because Knight, I mean, we've seen Akali a few times in the LPL. It hasn't looked good so far. If anyone's going to make it work, it's probably Knight.
Akali just has such a rough early laning phase, and it's like last split, right? We saw these champions like Sylas and Diana in mid lane not pan out because teams would just, they'd have too much priority to go and do things around the map. The thing I like about this is you also have the Rek'Sai in jungle, so you have a very strong 2v2 once Akali gets some levels, hits that level 6 mark, especially once she picks up the Gunblade. So maybe we can see some action and start getting Knight ahead early on.
And especially with that Rek'Sai in the jungle, you expect Karsa to be being pretty proactive in the early game. It's going to be him up against Hacker. Hacker taking away the signature Lee Sin from Karsa. Karsa going to answer with that kind of would-be counter to the Lee Sin in the Rek'Sai. Yep, and again, we were already touching on that Lee Sin isn't exactly this champion that I feel like a lot of people make it out to be, this straight-up early game pick. That's more like an Elise and a Rek'Sai in my mind, where once we get to mid and late game team fights, you have no function at all, right? Rek'Sai has no other choice other than to go in. You're very squishy, your damage doesn't scale too well, so you pretty much just die if you're not ahead. To Lee Sin will always have a function, peeling for his AD carry with that kick, also does have a lot of mobility from his W, so it just gives him a lot of options to play with. Also, when you get to the late game, if you get to a good flank position, you can still always make that kick that just wins the game, right? Exactly. If you're a good enough Lee Sin, so, that's one of the deciders. You're not like a Trundle, a Sejuani, anything like this, but you still have room to play with as compared to something like a Rek'Sai or an Elise, which Elise is a cocoon bot, and Rek'Sai, I mean, you need to be winning. So let's look at these compositions more holistically then, Lyric, because we talk about scaling pretty much every game. We talk about who has the scaling advantages. With this Ezreal Yuumi up against an Aphelios, do you feel like either one of these has an advantage? Because there's a Kayle in the mix there, there's an Ornn in the mix there, there's a lot of factors here. That's the thing, is I don't feel like it's that cut and dry. I really like what TES have put together. It is this composition that does want to play more around team fights, to where, of course, you have the Ezreal Yuumi kind of being that backline threat. Akali's going to be in there making a ton of time with her Twilight Shroud, and then you do still have a big beefy frontliner in the top lane. So I like this. It has options to play around. You can see where it can find advantages early with the Rek'Sai, and even Yuumi, she shores up a bit of Rek'Sai's weaknesses in a sense, since you do have that safety from the Yuumi once you go in. Of course, it's nothing like, let's say, an Olaf Yuumi, but it at least enhances him a bit. Yeah, and also getting the root from the final chapter can mean that Rek'Sai can't just be kited out, which is typically the weakness everybody talks about. Is Rek'Sai wants to go in, it's very easy to just avoid him and just walk away. So with a Yuumi there, as you rightly say, give him some zoomies, give everyone a root and help him get into the fight. But I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on this mid lane, because while we've got Knight on the Akali, we also have Icon on an Azir. And I can't imagine that Akali does too hot in that laning phase. Well, of course, right? Akali doesn't have many good laning phases. You're not playing Akali for the lane. You're playing her more for that one-item power spike once you get the Gunblade. But I'm interested to see how these comps go in team fights, because you look at OMG's comp and it's like, okay, the elements of scaling are definitely there. Kayle, Azir, and Aphelios. Like, what could go wrong? But you look at the fact that they don't really have a true frontline. You know, they have a Thresh, and we've already talked about how Lee Sin can play a disengage role, but Knight is going to have a ton of mobility on this Akali to try and get to the back line. So my member to watch is going to be Curse, how he decides to use these ultimates, and if he would rather decide to play more of a split push role. But when you have so much engage on the side of TS, and your comp doesn't really have too much disengage, I doubt he's going to do that. I do expect to see these team fights. It's kind of a weird one as well, because that's not what you think of when you think Curse, right? When you think of Curse as a player, you think of this guy that wants to pick something like the Renekton, and he wants to 1v1 you. He wants to fight you in the top lane. Kayle, as a defensive pick that has to ult a carry during the fight, is not that same style. And sure, you have a lot of late game damage. You have the ability to carry the game, but it's not really the same type of carrying the game that we usually see out of Curse. No, right? We talked about all in Spring Split, how the thing with Curse is it was Hacker would gank his lane early. It was about playing these really aggressive picks, getting ahead, and then being very self-sufficient. The thing I like about Curse is back in spring, when the Shy was really bodying everyone with his very disrespectful playstyle, Curse was one of the people that he wasn't able to bully. He bought the Doran's Blade Ornn against Curse, that game. And Curse was like, no, Curse solo killed him with the Renekton. He's like, you're not going to disrespect me. I'm a good player. I have potential. And that's why Curse is one of the players we look to on this roster to really have an impact. That's why it's going to be exciting to see not only the Kayle pick, but the fact that he has the confidence to pick up the Kayle against 369. And I'm a little bit scared, because we've seen Kayle versus Ornn, and we've seen early game shenanigans in that top lane where Kayle gets a bunch of kills, and at that point, it all falls apart very quickly for the enemy team. If Kale can get a huge injection of gold early on, get to the Gunblade early, get stacking up on some of those items early, suddenly the execution on the composition from top esports becomes more difficult because Kale becomes a threat way earlier in the game.
But still, we look at top esports comp and the fact that they have Rek'Sai Ornn against the Kale Lee Sin in the 2v2, which we already know, Karsa typically never plays around bot. He doesn't like giving JackeyLove and Yuyanja attention. Whatever the calls coming out from JackeyLove are, it seems like they're very fine and safe to sit by themselves. Karsa loves going top. So if there is a 2v2, it's going to go the way of TES, and this could go the opposite way of what you were just saying. We don't get like a 2-0 Kale, we get like a 0-3 Kale.
It's possible, but it is going to be that same situation that we saw in our first series of the day, where even if you go 0-3 on Kale, we saw it for Xie on the casting, right? Went 0-3 in lane, but then you're still a casting. Kale is still going to inevitably come online later on if they can survive long enough. That'll be the question. So we're just going to be waiting for this game to start. But top esports, you were talking in the last series about kind of the mentality and the camaraderie within a team. It feels very much like top esports are all very much friends, all very much feeling good about the team environment. We saw it when Karsa locked in the Rek'Sai. It was an instant lock-in followed by an instant Yuumi, and you could see Knight was on the camera at the time just giggling away to himself.
I'd say there's this camaraderie I've seen in the past between players that were rivals on top teams. So back in the LMS, whenever we'd have like playoffs or something and there'd be like a media day, like the HQ and Flash Wolves players are typically very close because they played each other so much. So I'd expect Karsa, Knight, and JackeyLove have a very similar situation from their times on IG, RNG, and TES, that they've been around each other so much, it's probably like, oh, hey, bro, remember that time where, you know, you inted into me or I solo killed you or this, that, or the other thing? So I could believe that camaraderie being there. Yeah,
absolutely. And, you know, these top players, like, bear in mind, you've got so much experience on this roster. Obviously, you've got JackeyLove, who's a world champion. You've got Karsa, who's played in so many world championships.
champion.
Himself. Exactly, yeah. So there is... These guys have met each other before on the international stage. There's a lot of history there. So it's good to see them now working together, and it's good to see the potential that this roster has. But hopefully we will be able to see that potential before our eyes when the game starts. But I want to bring up a topic here that's kind of a little bit of a tangent from the series itself. I want to talk about the mid lane here, because there's been a lot of conversations right now. I've seen a few tweets of everyone agreeing now that Knight is the best mid laner in the world. Hands down, no arguments made. But I want to bring someone else to that conversation in Rookie. Now, I know IG aren't doing so hot right now, but I feel like individually, Rookie versus Knight, it's actually a very close race between those two as mid laners.
It is, and it's been a race that has been going on for a while now. Last year, people gave some arguments for Dwinby also bringing in some intangibles like shot calling and the way his teams play. But I think if we're looking solely based on kind of skill as a mid laner, Rookie and Knight are the ones to look at. And I'd say Rookie last year, you know, had his issues for a lot of 2019, so wasn't in that argument. I feel like Knight kind of solely won. But when we look at Rookie's form right now, he is playing against some of the best league of his career. And for those of you who don't know, after the playoff match where IG played TS, Knight even came out on stream and said, like, man, Rookie beat me in lane so hard. Like, playing lane against Rookie is so hard.
Look back at the VODs from that series, and Rookie wins lane every single game. Or at least it's neutralized, right? But Rookie is in position. Rookie has priority. It's in a skill matchup. It's LeBlanc versus Syndra pretty much every game. And it's Rookie that's coming ahead. And Knight is basically just saying, look, hands off. I'm not going to fight you in this lane. Which I think that says more, honestly, than just actually fighting and seeing who wins. The respect that Knight was willing to give Rookie.
That's like the thing I've seen to where you can definitely tell Knight looks up to him as this player who's been around for so long. And I would say if you ask Knight who the best player in the LPL is, I'm not sure, but I guess especially in this kind of culture where players are more not willing to praise themselves, right? Kind of have that ego. He'd probably put that onto Rookie or another player. So it's an interesting conversation. And it's one that I don't think is as cut and dry as like saying Knight is easily the best right now.
And just to clarify as well, I'm not trying to take this away from Knight because I do believe that it is a very close race. I'm not trying to say Rookie is just definitely better than Knight. I think that series, though, says a lot that people are missing in that Rookie is still very much in this conversation. And when it comes to individual performance, one of the things people praise about Knight is his lane performance. So the fact that he kind of conceded the lanes to Rookie, it says a lot.
It's also very interesting the fact that, like, in the argument of best mid laner itself, you'd probably have to edge it out tonight for the emphasis on results right now, right?
Yeah,
because that still is a part of the argument. But when you do just come down to dissecting the play of mid laners, it's very interesting, and I do think it's very close. I'd probably favor Rookie as a laning player, but then if you look at the whole map is where it's like, well, Knight might be better, and it's like, where's this argument going?
And then it's a very difficult discussion to have, right? Because when you look at the state of IG right now, it's very difficult for Rookie to be a player that plays around the whole map, because most of their games at the minute, the whole map is on fire, and Rookie is just like individually winning his lane, and he has no attention from the jungle, can't really roam to influence the top lane because the Shy's already died 6 times. It's like, okay, it's kind of difficult to step out from the crowd at that point.
It's kind of funny because that's definitely how Knight has felt in the past, probably.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Now 2 mid laners having very similar experiences at different times. And I guess even looking ahead, that's one of the matchups I'm most excited for.
Yeah.
Is seeing TES versus IG.
I can't wait. Because, I mean, we talked about it earlier on. One of TES's biggest strengths is very similar to IG in that they have such strong individual talent. They can win through their lanes. They don't have to play this macro-heavy game and win through trading towers and whatnot. They can just win through beating people down during the laning phase.
It's the thing is that TS feels like the full package, right? Is that they are able to win lane, push those advantages, and then bring them around the map to where IG would just still have the Shy pushing top on the Jace, taking the structures himself. You even look at their Dragon percentage last split. It was like 30% or something for a team that ended 14-2.
Yeah.
To where TS neutral objective control is much, much better. So, man, I just don't know, looking at this TS team holistically, how you stop them. Because even thinking about the IG matchup, right? You think about 369 and Karsa against Ning, and Ning and the Shy.
Oh, by the looks of things, we're going into game. We can continue this conversation if the game does go relatively slow towards the start, but we are on to Summoner's Rift to kick off Top Esports up against OMG. I'm curious, Lyric, where you think Icon fits into that conversation of best mid laner. Probably not at all.
Sorry, Icon and Icon fans, but not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Where do you think he's about to have a late surge?
I mean, he has been around since 2016 spring, and I'm not saying anything's possible, but anything's possible.
True. The guy's 24. I looked it up earlier on. I can't remember why.
He's, I was going to say, I guess, in the league community's mind, or not the community, it seems like. Seems like fans don't agree, but in teams' minds, that's old, but still pretty young guy.
There is one guy. Who was the guy you talked about earlier that was like 30 years old?
Oh, there's
won something.
Joker Joker qualified for LCK when he was 27, which was on Sandbox at the beginning of last year, and obviously played on Sandbox while he was 28 years old. BRTT also, up there, 28 as well. So
Pasha
we do got
biceps.
some players. Pasha biceps.
Not
Not exactly our game, but
Oh dear. Well, let's get back into the world of League of Legends here, and look at the starting items from Top Esports. Everyone going for a Doran's Shield. Everyone just saying, look, we don't want to fight you right now.
no, and that's what you would expect, right? Especially in the mid lane, the Akali gonna get punished by the Azir. We also see her taking Fleet Footwork, and Icon going with the aggressive route of taking that comment, looking to kind of get every small advantage that he can. One thing I want to keep my eye on this game is if 369 is going to elect to go for the bounce back top and then try to get to the lane to a state where Karsa has a very easy gank over that terrain.
We'll see. Karsa going to be moving towards that top side already. And you mentioned it before. We could very well have a lot of action towards that top side. Hacker on Lee Sin versus Karsa on the right side. Kurt's taking a good amount of damage here. We talked about it in the last series as well. Ornn, when he gets his basic items, it's a pretty large spike at level 3. He can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the reasons why he's been in the meta as pretty much the only tank for a long time, right? We've had Maokai pop his head in a little bit in spring, but Ornn having his full presence because he is so strong within the laning phase still scales up as that tank.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of strong in every context, right? That's what makes him such a powerful pick. Is there's not very many like, when you think about picking Maokai, there are clear negatives to picking that champion. When you think about picking Ornn, it's really hard to justify not just doing it, right?
And then you think about a problem with a lot of tanks like Maokai is that they are sustained, like, HP tanks. They don't really have anything in their kit that buffs their resistances as compared to Ornn and his passive. So Ornn has everything, right? He has good scaling off resistances, has percent HP damage, has a good laning phase, is a great frontliner, has a long-range engage tool which punishes champions like Azir and Cassiopeia.
Smart C taking huge damage from Jackie-Love there. But yeah, and as you've listed so many positives, we've not even got around to the fact that he also buffs everyone else's items on the team, just as like icing on the top there.
Yeah, there's
a lot of reasons to pick Ornn.
There are, and in spring, Ornn was another champion we didn't care about. While the whole rest of the world loved Ornn, we cared about Renekton.
Yeah. But, I mean, we did still see a good amount of Ornn, but considering how strong he was and is, like, I feel like we should have seen more.
Sir, we saw Ornn on Zoom in Morgan. Who else did we see Ornn from? Longxing sometimes?
The only games I remember is Morgan, I'm afraid. I've forgotten everyone else. I only have eyes for Morgan.
Right now, OMG are stacking a wave into TS's bot lane. They do have priority mid, so if they did want to look for some kind of play, we could see them setting it up. But also good pathing by Karsa to make sure he's on the bot side right now, just in case OMG were going to look for any shenanigans.
Actually, I figured it out. We saw the Shy on Ornn and he picked Doran's Blade.
Yes, he did.
There you go. There's your answer. Karsa moving down to the bottom side to try and potentially make a play, but he's spotted on the ward as he moves into this jungle. Hacker, knowing that Karsa's moved away, might try and make a play in the bottom lane, but I think he's decided against it in the end.
Oh my god, Hacker's going to be unlucky.
What? Oh, he stays. Does he know? He obviously has read that this is a potential play. He stayed here for so long, but so has Karsa. They're going to 1v1 under the tower. Hacker's like, wait a second. SMLZ now having to use the heal very early on into the fight, but it's Karsa that's low, and he's going to go down first blood to the Aphelios, and now Icon goes in. But he has absolutely no mana, so Jackie-Love walks away.
Still, that was great sense coming out from Hacker, and I like how they set that play, right? They were stacking up the wave, which put them in a dangerous position. Obviously, very hard for them to dive as an Aphelios Thresh against an Ezreal Yumi, but still just using that as bait for Karsa to come, and Hacker's patience paying off.
Yeah, and you know, he waited for a long time to make that play happen. I'm glad that it worked out for him, because if not, that would have felt real bad for him. But Karsa being punished for the play, and now a TP up to the top side from Knight. Curse using his ultimate very early on with the perfect execution here. Surely Knight. Oh no! Sure. Oh, sure, it can flip to get close. I thought they'd completely messed that one up.
And that would have been surprising, but that's why we freaked out, because this is Knight. Knight doesn't make those mistakes, but Knight just baiting us, making us think he did, and
he had it under control.
I also think it was interesting that Icon TP'd bot, gave up what looked like a wave or a wave and a half, and again, he had no mana, and their bot lane, enemy bot lane has exhaust, so not able to pull up anything anyway, so big misstep from Icon. And we talked about this for Curse. What would happen if he did start off as, you know, like a 0-1, 0-2 Kayle, and now 369 also getting a huge advantage in CS, and Curse losing a bunch of not only gold, but XP to turret.
You can see on your minimap there as well, Curse was even being denied access
zoning him off
to his own turret right there by 369. Hacker's moved in on the bottom side towards his red buff though. Karsa smites it just a tad too early. In fact, it was Karsa's smite.
Still, it's good to see OMG putting up a fight, but we have seen this before from OMG, right? They took a game off Victory 5. They should have won that game against EDG. I think it was heartbreaking, especially for you, who was there.
I was there. I don't know if heartbreaking is the word, just like disappointing, honestly.
Yeah.
That was a one game. That was a game that was in the books. And you know, OMG, like, one of the things we were talking about off stage before we came on today was that, like, you know, OMG is a team with so much history behind them, so much talent on the roster that you want them to do well, but it's kind of hard to get behind this team right now with the way that they've been performing so far in summer. It's kind of hard to get excited about this squad.
It is, but not excited if they start becoming a team that makes plays around bot early on.
I'd love to see it. Cold on the Thresh has the ability to make these plays, but obviously against Ezreal Yuumi, it is always going to be difficult to force plays, but maybe not if Icon and Hacker move down as well. Jackie Love and Yu Yanja are in trouble. There are no TPs available. They're 1v4 right here. They can't do the Kramer. They can't force the minion wave away. Kicked out of the tower range and will be finished off. Hacker gets low, but they can't finish the kill. This will be both going the way of OMG.
Yeah, Knight tried to make it down in time, but it was a pretty doomed scenario. It was actually great by Curse to spot out Karsa on that Herald.
It is going to be Karsa grabbing the Herald, though. Curse is going to try and bully him, but he'll be able to crawl away.
Yeah, can't trade for too long. Of course, Ornn is able to follow and has that huge range.
And that's another massive minion wave that's going to crash into the tower. Curse, you can see him on your minimap once again, is going to struggle to get on in here.
Yeah, and this is just 369 completely bullying out Curse. I probably expect him to even just drop Herald top because it's so close to going down.
Yeah, and I think when you've already got this lead, why not compound it, right? Why not help him out? It does give Curse a bit of a longer lane to farm in, though.
That is true, and obviously that's not something you want against the Kayle, and something Kayle feels fine, right? If Curse can try to, like, pull the wave and freeze, which isn't a very LPL thing.
I don't think Top Esports mind, though. I think they're going to make this play happen. Oh, here we go on a journey. Karsa follows the Lantern, and Cold has bitten off more than he can chew. That was hilarious, and now on towards Curse as well.
That is great because, right, you pull Lee Sin in with the Lantern. If Rek'Sai follows, it should be a 2v1, but Yuumi showing once again why she is the menace of competitive League of Legends.
And you know what? Why not go for this top tower, but give the gold over to Jackie Love instead? You don't have to give the gold over to 369 on the Ornn. Give it to your carry.
It makes no sense to give it over to the Ornn anyway. Putting it on Jackie Love, or if you could have put it on Knight, is the move that makes a lot of sense. So I like this play coming out from them. Of course, Knight going to benefit a lot from a long lane as well. Akali not exactly a champion that I'd say thrives in the split push in the sense that, sure, you do great in the isolated 1v1, you do great in the side lane, but in a lot of matchups, you aren't the type of champion that is able to chip down turrets.
Yeah, even if you get alone time on a turret, it takes you a long time to actually take it.
Maybe he could this game because of how far behind Curse is. Him sitting in that side lane against Curse, he should be able to get Curse to blow his ultimate, like, fine, and then be able to have that dive pressure on him.
And one of the things to mention as well is because Icon made a couple of these roams around the early game, Knight's actually ahead in CS in that mid lane right now. He started to build himself up a lead. He's over 10 CS per minute so far. And you expect him to be able to snowball that.
I remember Akali last split, before she got, not last split, last season, before she got all the nerfs. So she was really strong in laning phase, really strong in the isolated 1v1 and side lanes, and she'd be able to buy so much time for her team. I remember that's when Tahm Kench support was being played, so they have a very strong follow-up with the Abyssal Voyage, and it was not a pretty sight. Akali needed those nerfs.
Yeah, Akali was so insane. And Akali was one of those champions, honestly, where last season I felt like she needed to be banned more than she was. I felt like a lot of teams disrespected the sheer power she brought to the team.
I agree. She was played so much. And again, rightfully got nerfed many, many times. And now Knight's in a position where he has the Gunblade as compared to Curse, who doesn't. So going to do great in a side lane.
It is going to be OMG, though, that grab themselves a dragon here. This is their second one of the game, but it's going to be Ocean next.
So what you're telling me is 4 Oceans for Top Esports?
Potentially, yeah, because they're hitting some power spikes. In the next 5 minutes, they're going to be able to fight. You'll be able to see Jackie Love finish off his Iceborne Gauntlet before that next Drake. Or potentially. I would expect him to, though. He's got 3 components here.
We're also seeing one of the benefits of an Azir right now to where you're one of the only champions that can safely farm 1v2 mid against the bot lane, so you still can have that scenario where you keep your Aphelios Thresh bot, feel fine, and can pressure turrets better against the Ornn.
And my question now is, so if you're Top Esports, obviously you have this kind of mid-game power spike, right, with the Ezreal, with the Akali, with Rek'Sai that's going to fall off a cliff later on. What are the objectives? At what points in the game do you really need to pressure to make sure that you keep the ball rolling and you don't fall off like we saw DMO do early on today.
I'd love to see Karsa pair up with Knight in the side lane, put some pressure onto Curse, potentially find a gank onto him, try to get him to blow that flash and ultimate, and then turn to mid, see if you can create a play onto Azir. There is some dive potential there since you do have a Yuumi. But it's going to be playing through top and using the pressure that Knight has in the side lane.
See if Karsa's going to opt for that line of play. Is moving towards the top side of the jungle. And spots out a ward for himself as well. As Ozzy takes a tower shot as he's trying to get these plates down as quick as he can. He's got 30 seconds to do so. 369 just going to be soaking the pressure. Icon could be in trouble here because Curse is, well not Curse, sorry. Oh, look at that from Karsa. Dodges everything, walks away with his life, and gifts Jackie the kill.
Diving the mid lane, Munchables. Top Esports nailing the plan that was pretty much set out with their comp and the way it's heading right now. Great ult coming out from Karsa. I'm not sure if he predicted or if he just kind of got lucky, but regardless, looks beautiful. You secured the kill, and yeah, being able to potentially secure a mid lane turret. Beautifully
done from Karsa on the Rek'Sai. Gets to give the kill over towards his Ezreal as well. We talked about whether or not Ezreal will hit the 2-item mark before this Drake. That's certainly going to help.
Yeah, and he still has 2 minutes, and again, they're getting free damage down in mid. They feel fine. I love the lane setup coming out from TES. But on the side of OMG, doing well as well, right? Icon showing he can clear those waves just fine, allowed for SMLZ and Cole to get that turret down in the bottom side.
Rift Herald going to be spawning in less than 30 seconds, though. And you'd expect Top Esports not to let this one go without a fight, because they have been the ones in a decently commanding position so far. Although when you look at the gold, like, it's more of a compositional thing, right? When you look at the gold, they're even. In terms of dragons, they're actually down. How strong, like, realistically are Top Esports? Is it just the fact that OMG can't fight?
I feel like they win right now just for the fact that Curse still is not a champion. Like, Curse is so far behind. Still hasn't completed his first item. Okay, finally is able to get that Gunblade, but Knight already working on his Blasting Wand, and we see 369's at a fine, pretty much non-interactive PvE game where he's just getting all the items he wants.
Which is the ideal scenario for an Ornn, honestly. You get to just stack up that gold. He's 2 levels away from starting to forge those Masterwork items. In the meantime, Karsa gets to start this Rift Herald off. Hacker is off in the brush over there, but he's going to be able to clear some vision. He knows he can't contest with this Herald. And Herald, one of those objectives that most of the time it is not worth suiciding to transmice.
And overall, we talked about scaling. We talked about how these comps really play in different ways. I still feel like I favor the side of TS in the ultra late game. Sure, the other side has a Kayle, which is kind of like a Kassadin, which can just take over a game all on its own. But when you have a frontliner like an Ornn with a Yuumi, as well as an Ezreal and a Kali scaling up, I feel like they should be able to take down the members of OMG's backline before, you know, OMG can take out TS's frontline. You only have that Kayle ultimate for one member here.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about Kayle, right, is you're essentially a super OP AD carry. You can just blast everyone that steps in front of you. But against things like Ezreal, things like Akali, it can quite often be difficult to find that situation where you can just free fire and can just melt through a team.
Like, that's the problem, right? We're not talking about this in an isolated vacuum. It's about how these fights are going to be set up in the mid-late game.
Nice dodge there from Jackie Love with the Arcane Shift.
But if we get to 6 items, he's in a side lane, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's the kind of conversation where it does come down to execution. Both teams have advantages to their compositions. Knight doesn't know it, but he's sitting on a ward, and it means that OMG can set this play up. Curse gonna slow him down. Icon looks for the Shurima Shuffle, knocks him back, but he's on the Twilight Shroud, followed by Hacker. Very nicely done. Perfect execution, though, and Knight might get away. No, he won't. Sonic Wave to finish him off.
That first Sonic Wave was so critical because we were seeing how Akali's so good at buying time for the rest of her team to follow up, but Hacker getting, you know, extremely good Sonic Wave, catching Knight out, making it so he has to leave the Twilight Shroud, and yeah, able to find that pick, and now they're on soul points.
Yeah, they're rewarded with an Ocean Drake and put to soul points. So suddenly, it's Top Esports that are going to be under pressure in 5 minutes' time, because scaling be damned. If you get an Ocean Soul, you're in a real good spot.
That is a true statement. That is some good analysis.
I don't know if I'd call it analysis.
Why not?
It's not a word I like to use.
Okay.
It's a stylistic thing.
That's it?
Oh dear. Well,
once again, I want to see Karsa playing around a side lane
like the
with
first series today broke us.
I don't know if it was a series as much it was just that one play.
Natural.
The
just
one
running
play
it
by
down.
Natural. Oh god, it still breaks my heart. It's the part where I then had to try to build DMO back up.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
And try and apply for a job simultaneously.
I do want to point out I am not applying for a job at DMO. I am an unbiased LPL caster.
That's true. As far as I know.
There might be some bias for Victory 5, not in the sense that I'm a fan of Victory 5 as much as I'm a fan of the memes.
I really hope, I don't know when Victory 5 and WE played this split, but I hope I get to cast it with you.
I love that the
So we can both be exceptionally biased.
For any of you that don't know what the Chinese broadcast does, they bring former pro players of the teams.
Yeah.
So they have Cat casting the former top esports games. I actually think that's insanely fun to have that sort of bias on. And for the Chinese side, it typically goes the opposite way, where the pro will be very, very harsh on their team. Like, what is this guy doing? He's terrible.
We've all seen the clips of Uzi watching RNG's games during spring and basically just roasting everyone
What
on
is
the
Xiaohu
team.
doing? Like, the worst mid laner in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Icon and Hacker move into the top side here. Don't think they'll be able to close the gap onto 369, but maybe with Cold here. Still has Flash, still has, obviously, Bellows Breath to avoid any kind of CC, so he's going to be fine. He is on at the end of the day.
I'm really sad that we haven't seen Karsa pair up with Knight in the side lane, right, though? We have this Rek'Sai which wants to be aggressive. We have this play potential coming in from the Akali, and we're not really seeing much done with it.
Honestly, when you look at the composition from Top Esports, I was expecting them to be a bit more proactive than they have been. They've playing this one incredibly slowly and very, I guess, conservative early game out of them.
And even here, we see that TS's bot lane is constant pressure mid. We could see them lean towards the bot side while Knight's pressuring, with Karsa following up. 369 able to roam down as well and give Knight the ability to get some damage on that turret.
Looks like they might make a play towards the bottom side of the map here.
They also have TP advantage right now. Icon having no TP would not be able to follow a play that 369 could.
Curse, I thought was going to be in trouble, but Karsa's just going to set up around the mid lane instead, and Curse gets to free farm on the bottom side. Top, going to move in on towards SMLZ instead. Cold is in position, he can get the Lantern out, so SMLZ clears the wave and slides away.
Honestly, I feel like it's a mischance from TS. We even saw that OMG were posturing for the opposite play, right? Hacker was hovering for Icon, allowing him to get plate damage.
Curse is in a whole bunch of trouble. Lost chapter, not quite going to connect. In the meantime, OMG have started their own objective as they kick this Baron off. True Shot Barrage onto everyone. 369 walks away.
That was a great flash from 369 to dodge out on that Emperor's Divide.
We nearly had some action there, Larry. Almost.
But the disappointing part is that action started from a mistake by Curse, not actually by TS, you know, making the proactive pressure play.
And bear in mind, Jackie Love walked over a ward to go towards that play.
Yes,
it's not like Curse did that ward right there.
That exact ward. Thank you once again, Observer.
Yeah, he literally walked past the ward straight down towards Curse, and Curse was like,
hey, bro.
I reckon I could get the grub first. I got time. It's like the scene off The Incredibles. It's like, I got time. I got time.
Oh, my God.
So what I'm trying to say is Curse is Mr. Incredible. And he's going to pop off.
He's getting there.
Show his strength later in the game.
Exactly, right? We still have time.
I got time.
And we have Dragon up in 20 seconds.
And SMLZ is Frozo.
Wait, what?
They're just friends, I guess. I don't know where I'm going with this one. Onto the mid lane.
Just to note, 369 does have TP, so TS can follow up and fight for this Drake.
And this is going to be Soul Point here. This will be the Ocean Soul for OMG if they can get the Drake. They start things off. 369's behind them. True Shot Barrage, not the greatest. Knock up onto Curse, and only Curse from that. Now Jackie is behind everyone. Knight is going to be here as well, and the Dragon resets. SMLZ drops a turret over the wall. Jackie Love is able to get so much poke down before this fight has even begun. Actually, Arcane shifts in aggressively here.
OMG have no real engage, right? You either need Hacker to make some kind of outplay or you need Cold to hit a death sentence.
Oh, and he goes, and he's straight onto Jackie Love. You wanted the outplay from Hacker. There you have it. Knight has to flash away. Carson now chased off as well. And OMG, they might just get themselves an Ocean Soul.
That was absolutely beautiful from Hacker delivering on such a slim win condition, but pulling it out.
And now the fight really kicks off knockup onto everyone. SMLZ kept alive with the Divide Justice, but now turning things around. Curse free firing, and they might just find everything for themselves. Double kill for SMLZ, make it a triple, and why not an Ocean Soul on top?
That was such a great knockup coming in from 369, but it didn't matter. The fact that it's still a 4v5, you have a ton of AoE damage on the side of OMG. And again, they had to execute on the smallest of micro windows. Jackie Love even gave him the chance by Eing in aggressively. Just great to see OMG take advantage. And the fact that we were praising TES as the best team in the world.
Yeah.
They were missing out on macro plays on the bot side, now we're getting a Baron.
I said I didn't have anything to get excited about OMG over. Well, apparently Hacker is that something, because that was beautiful. 100% kill participation on the Lee Sin, and he set his team up for a win.
That's great, and again, you've already pointed out how they have the Ocean Soul now, so Ocean Soul coming in, SMLZ is ultra fed, already on his way to that third crit item. SMLZ as well, going to be hitting like a truck, and we already saw all of the Kale damage. Just look at this, getting the ward set down. Jackie Love going a bit too far forward.
Clean.
Great flash. Like, clean is the best word to describe it, and here we do see a good knockup coming in from 369. You hit everyone up, but Curse flashing out, not flashing out, just walking out, I guess, aggressively, able to lay down all this damage from the Kale, and doesn't matter that Knight's doing his best to make it work. You have too much damage from SMLZ, Icon, and Curse.
And Curse with a really great ultimate onto SMLZ to keep the Aphelios safe during all of that. Now it's OMG very much with their foot on the throttle. They're 3,000 gold ahead, and they've got this Baron.
And going back, we saw the makings of how TS would win that team fight. You pointed out how Jackie Love was laying down all that poke unanswered because you have Death Sentence or you have Insect coming out from Hacker. Those are your two options. So the ability to come out ahead was there for TS, but OMG reading an execution is not something I thought I'd say.
No, Hacker specifically, honestly. I think Hacker deserves all of the credit for that fight. If OMG wins and Hacker doesn't get the MVP, I'm going to be heartbroken, honestly, because that play individually, and it's not just that that play was good individually. It's the time at which he's made that play, because it opened them up for this Ocean Soul that then opens up the rest of the game.
It's something that we don't talk about in League of Legends as much, but I know is very an important concept in CSGO. Is like being clutch, right? Being able to make that important play at the important moment, because there's obviously more pressure on you. It's harder to do. You're focused on more things. So I'm glad Hacker's showing up in that way.
I'm excited for Hacker. I'm excited for this Lee Sin pick that he's brought out against Caster as well, taking that Lee Sin away. But important to mention, Jackie Love has actually gone for the Triforce this game. He realizes he's got to carry right now. Can't go for the Iceborne Gauntlet. He needs to get all of the damage he can.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. And on the other side, SMLZ going for the Death Stance, which is just becoming so normal on pretty much everyone, with everyone realizing.
Oh, do you build AD? Have a Death Stance.
Exactly. Becoming pretty much unkillable, especially if you do have Sustain naturally built into your kit, which Aphelios obviously does.
I remember when the Death Dance change first came in, I was like, this item looks really, really good now. And I can't remember who I was talking to. But in fact, all of Reddit, loads of people were saying that it was terrible. I was like, this is a better version of the original item.
I didn't expect it on ADs, but I remember I said on broadcast when it came out that this is a much better version for Aatrox and champions like this.
Could have a fight on our hands here. OMG decide not to force the issue too hard. The Baron has fallen off, Hacker knocked up. What's Chapter used though? Death Sentence goes wide now. Jackie Love needs to get some of this poke down before the fight truly kicks off. And Carson, we're getting to the point in the game where it's falling into the classic Rek'Sai issue of struggling to get into the fight.
Still, they're just going to be able to siege up with the Calibrum coming out from Icon.
369 locked up here. Might be able to trade for Hacker though. That's going to be Kale's ultimate on cooldown now. SMLZ there, and Caster's found his way in. Trades himself, jungler for jungler. And that is going to be that.
And ultimately, TS do still have a ton of poke coming out from the... Ooh.
Good effort from Icon. One at the Emperor's Divide. Jaculov, Arcane shifts away.
And he still does have the flash, so that's why Icon doesn't want to overcommit with his own flash.
And we saw all of the poke out of Jaculov before. There's an Ocean Soul now. It's not as easy to get that poke down. They're going to be able to heal on through. 369's gone in. He's trying to get onto Cold and SMLZ, but they walk away and keep themselves safe. Jaculov Jaculov is going to be topping the damage numbers at the end of this game, that's for sure. It's just he can't finish any kills off.
But that's always Ezreal, right? You're always going to be topping the damage numbers because it's so easy to just throw out these Qs, but like you said, and there we go, we even see even the heal coming out from Kale, not even just the Ocean Soul.
And Curse just hit level 16, so if it wasn't hard already for top esports, it just got harder.
I also love earlier when you said, you know, like scaling be damned, we have an Ocean Soul.
Well, yeah.
And that's definitely shining through right now.
But, you know, to compound on that statement, even when you consider the scaling, there's still a Kale and an Aphelios on this team.
And an Azir. Again, the only thing they're really missing is a front line and a consistent way to engage, right? Those are the two things that are very annoying about OMG's comp. But when your composition is ahead and you're able to just push onto their turrets and make them come into you, it's not as big of a deal about having a lack of engage when the threat of you taking their structures is engage.
And now we're in one of these games, and we're in one of those moments where having this elusive thing that people refer to as star power on your team really matters. Because as you rightly say, Hacker showing exactly that to get the lead for OMG. And the question will be, can anyone from top esports step up, be the clutch player, be the one to somehow make a miracle play that can turn this game around?
That is going to be what we're going to have to see. And going into this game with objectives, if TS are able to ever get on an objective first as a 5-man sit-down vision, you look at OMG's comp, they don't actually have anyone who could safely face check brushes, right? You do have the Lantern, so it is a bit easier. You send Hacker in, have the Lantern set up, but you could also get bursted down extremely fast by something like a Rek'Sai and Akali if Curse isn't there to save someone with his ultimate.
Curse is split pushing right now, but he does have TP. Immediately, Jackie11 Caster start this Elder Drake off. 369 is behind them.
And Ornn does not want to flank. Ornn needs to be standing in front of his carries.
He's clearing out this mid wave. Teleport was used by Curse. Now OMG are the ones to get on this Drake themselves, pulling it out of the pit here, but I think they've decided they don't want to DPS this.
Actually, Ornn doesn't necessarily need to stand in front of his carries because Akali's going to jump in with him, and JackeyLove has a Yuumi, but still not a big fan of the flanking Ornn. TS want to fight with all of OMG in front of them.
And TS are basically just saying, come at me, because JackeyLove is going to continuously start this Elder Drake up. 369 has his teleport.
And like you pointed out already, JackeyLove's poke isn't enough. And typically, Knight would want a good flank angle to get on someone like SMLZ. But definitely doesn't have that right now. Ooh, is he going to solo Baron?
Can he solo Baron? I guess he's got Ocean Soul.
No, he can't solo Baron. Well, that looks like that was answered.
It's reset itself.
But he's not going to solo Baron because he's got his Void Curse.
Okay, so they're going to two-man Baron. In the meantime,
TS need to be decisive now, but I don't think they know. Okay, they know.
True Shot Barrage. This takes a huge chunk, but they're going to be able to finish this Baron off. Top esports have to pull the trigger on this fight. Knockups onto everyone lost chapter, but SMLZ flashes away. Cold doesn't get the hook, but they've walked away with it. They've got away. Daylight robbery right here, and now Elder Drake for top esports. If they can find it, but OMG, they could just run at the base.
They can. Still, you're going to give over Elder, which has the execute. Doesn't sound like the best idea. Going for the fight is what I prefer to see from OMG.
That's exactly what you're going to see as they move in here. Lantern to keep eyes on this Elder Drake. In goes 369, but he's CC'd and just not tanky enough.
And Knight was nowhere to be seen. And TS just give up. We saw Karsa just get out of the pit.
I think this might be all she wrote for this game, honestly, Lyric, because I don't see a way that top can get back into this fight unless Karsa or somebody can find some kind of miracle still. JackeyLove has his True Shot Barrage. Knight flashes away from the Emperor's Divide from Icon. But he's just forced completely away from everything. Hacker now found by JackeyLove. Just doesn't feel like they have the damage.
OMG just don't want to risk the chance of a steal, but I agree with you, right? Doesn't feel like they have the damage all the sustain coming out from the Ocean Soul. You have the Kale right along with you, so Knight having a really hard time to assassinate anyone.
A little bit of damage out of Jackie Love, but Curse is going to chase him down, and he's on the wrong side of this play. Karsa behind the team. Maybe something can happen here. But OMG are on the cusp of taking game number 1 right now. They've got this Baron still for another minute and 30 seconds. SMLZ gets the Dark Passage to keep himself safe.
Let's also point out the fact that OMG do have an 8K gold lead.
Yep.
So that is a big part of where this damage discrepancy is coming from as well. Again, we think back to 10 minutes ago. Fights were on very even footing, and TS were coming out ahead for a while.
So, just let's talk about the Zakali pick again for a second, because this is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen it, this split in the LPL, and it hasn't looked good basically at all. What has Knight done wrong in this game? How is it meant to be used to can it still pop off? Is there still a time for it to win in this game?
Against what OMG have and how they're playing it out, I don't think so, right? They have the Kale ultimate, they have the Ocean Soul, you have so much sustained on Aphelios as well. The big problem with OMG's comp, right, was being able to find engages onto TS, and TS's formation is just so well. But OMG are so far ahead, right, they can just constantly push, and TS need to go into them.
And it's great, honestly, just to see OMG performing so consistently, because consistency is the biggest criticism we've had of this squad. This split, it's not even been a matter of consistency, it's been a matter of showing up at all. They look like they're showed up, they look like they're prepared as well. This is a great draft out of them, and it's a great performance across this game to slowly but surely win the macro game against top esports.
And they've been playing very, very patiently ever since they got the lead themselves, right? They didn't risk the Elder getting stolen by Karsa Smite. They're taking it minion wave by minion wave.
Speaking of Karsa, though, he's coming around the back alongside Knight here. This could be the fight, but I think potentially decided, no, they're not going to back away from this one. They're going for this Dark Passage, can't be taken by SMLZ. Kale's ult used already, and SMLZ's been caught! Aphelios down and now onto the rest of the team. But they can't quite get in because there's an Azir tower in the way. OMG holding fast here, staying as a group. Top Esports would love to continue this fight. 369 goes in, the rest of the team can't quite follow up. Azir tower now falls, and that means Karsa can make the play onto Cold here as Hacker tries to protect the rest of his team. The healing is there, Curse still surviving. There is still a Kale, you have to remember that, but Hacker being chipped away at. And Top Esports are 5 members strong. Double kill for Jackie Love as they try and chase this Kale down, but Jackie Love will not be stopped. He goes over the wall, as you know he always does. True shot barrage just to force them away.
Once again, TS being able to mechanically outplay their opponents. That all started off with TS baiting out.
Oh. Now we're going to see TPs coming on through, though. Knight's here to try and defend, and there's no Kale ultimate right now. Knight can fight a kill. Wait, what? It's back off cooldown already, but 369 has arrived as well. And Curse will not be able to end the game just yet. Elder Dragon goes the way of OMG. Curse gets himself a turret, but that's going to be all that he gets.
What is this?
I say that. He's still going right now. He's kiting them out. Brittle is there, and 369 gets the kill.
This is absolutely ridiculous. He wasn't even a 4-item kill at that point. He just picked up his Rage Blade. And all of this started from TS baiting out the Kale ultimate onto SMLZ originally, right? They baited that out. They didn't overcommit. They just used the Call of the Forge God. Then after that came out, they all jumped on SMLZ. The coordination was very well. And then they just took it a bit slow, right? Waited for their cooldowns to come back up, then coordinate the engage with 369. And here it is, right? Call of Forge God comes out. We see the Yuumi ult as well. And just waiting for that ultimate to go down. Now they all jump in together, take down SMLZ, back off, take it a bit slow, wait for those cooldowns to come back up, and wait once again for 369 to jump in, and then let Knight and Karsa join him with as well.
So beautifully done.
They out-mechanicked.
They were awarded so heavily as well with an Elder Drake off the back of this fight.
Yeah, and it's just great to see that TS have options of winning out through having a better macro game. Sometimes didn't feel like it this game, especially mid-game, or just relying on mechanics and trying to force out enemy mistakes like we saw right there.
And this is exactly why people are saying that this is such a strong team. It's so holistic in that they have so many ways to win. They haven't won yet, though. Let's bear in mind that Ocean Soul is still going to be a thorn in their side for the rest of the game. They've got Elder buff for another minute and 20 seconds.
And this is the big hindrance, right? Because imagine had they not lost that team fight, not let OMG get to this point, well, then in these siege scenarios, they'd feel a lot better with Jackie Love just whittling them down. We also see how much harder it is for OMG to fight back when TS are on the objectives first, and again, they're relying on Death Sentence or Hacker.
Hacker's here. He's already made one miracle play this game. If he could steal this Baron, it would seal the deal. He can't quite do it, though, and that's Kale's ult used already in the fight. Knight's off to the side. He's not going to be willing to go in, and I don't blame him on that one. But
Definitely
Baron taken.
Yeah, exactly. So TS once again getting another objective, but you know, when we came in, we said scaling was going to be close. It wasn't going to be black or white for either team, but maybe underestimating this scale a bit. Curse has looked pretty scary with just 3 and 4 items. Once he gets to that 5 and 6 item mark, I mean, he's at 5 items. Yeah. When he picks up his last item, going to be quite scary for TS. I'd expect him to go towards the death cap. Will this game last that long? I'm not sure.
Probably not, honestly.
Probably not, right? But
oh, Jackie Love has taken the gold lead. He's been behind the entire game. And he has now just about squeezed himself about a 4 gold lead in the AD carry role. Although, we're getting to the point in the game where the gold leads are going to stop mattering.
I'm just saying, we've seen TS win really dominant games, like Rogue Warriors Game 2 or in their last series against JDG. But we've also seen in Rogue Warriors Game 1, as well as here, that it doesn't matter if it becomes a slugfest that goes to 50 minutes. TS are willing to play the long game and wait for those mistakes and try to force those mistakes out of you.
And we've also seen OMG go to these really long games that they should win, like their series against EDG.
Shout out to everyone in chat for EDG Game 2. We're back, boys.
Yeah, it might just be yet another catastrophic throw here from OMG. And I was so excited, but it's not over. It's by no means over. They can still win this game. Honestly, at this point, I really, really want OMG to win this game, just so there's some hope for OMG fans.
Yeah, I want to see Kale get to 6 items.
I don't know if I go that far. I never want to see that. We do have this Baron, though. Top Esports going to be able to have this for another minute. That's the final tier 2, going to be knocked down by 369 in the bottom lane.
Gold is even, Munchables.
Oh.
Gold is even.
Not quite. There's an 1,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports.
So we're at a 9K gold swing then, because TS were 8K gold down when we last talked about gold.
That's a while ago now.
That was probably like 10 minutes ago.
What a way to start this series, by the way. Hey, at least OMG have showed up, because this is not what I expected out of OMG. Even if they end up losing this one, honestly, I'm impressed that they had such a great early game and were able to play this so slowly and methodically. It will be a shame if they can't win, though, after how well they played the early game. I guess it was more the mid game than the early game.
Yeah, and they're still having a hard time of getting this turret down, but Jackie Love coming now, yep, should be able to go down. We're going to have Knight TP in as well, and they're going to
Oh, that's a hook on to Jackie Love. Gets away with his life, barely, but that's all that matters. Now, True Shot Barrage was already used, going to be on cooldown. 369 doesn't have the stats, and he will go down. Knight! No, it was Karsa falls as well. Jackie Love and Knight, the last two standing alongside their pet cat, but the Ocean Soul is going to mean that this damage just isn't enough. OMG, maybe they found their miracle fight right now, because Elder Drake is going to be spawning in 28 seconds.
And Jackie Love might still be alive, but Jackie Love is the reason that 369 and Karsa end up going down. Twice this game, Munch. Twice Jackie Love has been caught out and given OMG room.
Uh-oh. Hacker has found him. Jackie Love jumps away with the Arcane Shift. And that's a Yuumi GLP.
That's a GLP, yeah.
I like that.
I like it as well because, again, we talked about Engage so many times this game coming out from OMG. Just another way to stop OMG from getting on top of you.
It's a creative build path. You don't often get to see so many items on supports on a lot of games. So
we don't usually hit 42-minute games.
No.
And still growing, right? Can
Still
be a 59-minute game. Hey, I'm ready to take this as long as it goes.
I'm right there with you, Lyric. Let's go. Come on, OMG. I just want to see OMG take a game off of Top Esports. What a statement that would make. After they've started this split 0-2 EDG, 1-2 V5, 0-2 RNG, the expectation for them coming into this series was, well, there was no expectation.
And our expectation for Jackie Love now is we came into the series saying this is the best team in the world. Jackie Love made this the best team in the world, and we've seen him be the one to get caught out twice on an Ezreal, along with the Yuumi.
And it doesn't feel like it's a like.
OMG aren't
It doesn't
setting
feel
up,
necessarily
right?
like he's misplaying. It feels like he's being disrespectful.
Yeah.
It feels like he's saying, you can't touch me.
He's trying to like play on the knife's edge, like push his limits.
Yeah.
But it's giving OMG the room to work with.
You know you're a confident player when you're limit testing on the stage. But I don't know if it's necessarily limit
It's
testing,
not limit
more
testing,
just like
right? Yeah. He's trying to win. He's trying to play the best that he could.
he's trying to min-max. He's trying to absolutely carry.
Yes, exactly.
Hacker takes a huge chunk there, but he will survive. These Azir turrets have been so frustrating for top
just
esports.
look at Hacker. Hacker was at 25% HP 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. That Ocean Soul feels pretty great. And he's going to get
like
heals from
that
Curse
Ocean
as well.
Soul is probably going to be the decider of this game because it doesn't matter if OMG don't have engage anymore. If 369 engages, they lose.
Cold forces the engage, and that means the inhib goes down. They're backing away. Jackie Love jumps forward once again.
It doesn't even matter if he hits the Mystic shots anymore, though.
No. And that's crazy, because Ezreal is one of these champions that you expect to do insane late game damage on towards the Baron, though, for OMG. Bear in mind, they've got this Elder buff. Top esports cannot fight them right now for another 40 seconds. Oh no, Caster's been found. He's out of position. Getting chased on down here. He doesn't have an Ocean Soul. He can't just sustain through this. Jackie Love's in trouble, but Hacker can't quite get the kickback.
Oh.
He's going to use his stopwatch at the same time as the Divine Intervention. Maybe this is the fight for top, but Curse is still going strong. Icon pushes everybody to safety. That is not the play.
God.
Knight goes back in, turns himself golden, keeps himself alive, but he finally goes down. Caster can't get into the backline. 369 knock up onto everyone, but the minions are blocking Jackie Love. He can't do any damage. Nobody can follow up. Double kill for Curse. And OMG have done it. It wasn't the cleanest game in the world, but damn it, it's a win, and it's against top esports. For OMG, this is a massive victory, and one for the history books if they can turn it into a series. They're just looking for extra kills as they take game one.
And that game was absolutely nuts, especially when we saw Hacker turn it around, get that pick onto Jackie Love, which secured the Soul. And then once they had Soul, it looked so hard to play out because it doesn't matter that you have this untouchable Ezreal that can constantly poke because they're just going to heal it all back up. And it's like, that was your composition's big, like, kind of positional advantage. Now it's all gone.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you can't get the poke down with the Ezreal, I mean, we saw it on the Soul fight, right? That fight when Hacker got such a great kick onto Jackie Love, he got everyone to like half HP already before the fight
that, right?
began.
Before that, TS were in a good position to win out that fight. And then that one mistake, it's like, well, again, your one advantage is gone. And after that, we saw every play had to be like the bot lane fight, right? You need to bait out the KO ult first, and then Rek'Sai, Ornn, and Akali all need to be in position to jump in onto whatever carry, but let's say the Aphelios because he's the strongest one. If they're not, they just lose.
And, you know, I have to criticize this Akali pick again. The Akali did, I mean, basically nothing the whole game.
Even when they were getting an advantage in the early and mid game, it wasn't like the Akali was getting an advantage, right? They were setting behind the Kayle, and Azir constant was moving, so Akali got ahead. But even then, we kept talking about, okay, Rek'Sai and Akali link up in the mid-game, play around this side, have Jackie Love and Yu Yanja lean bot. They weren't even doing that. So the Akali play wasn't there. Even the macro wasn't there.
I would have loved to see something like the Kassadin, right? You can match the scaling a little bit better. Clearly, Top weren't planning on making any early game things happen because I mean, we just saw they didn't do absolutely anything during the early game. So maybe something like the Kassadin, then you could scale up. Knight has a bit more carry potential behind.
Would have been still just as hard. Like, even though we're criticizing the Akali pick, right? This game was still very winnable by TES. So we saw glimpses of how this comp works in that bot lane fight where you do have this like dive squad that all goes in together and then Yuumi can jump on whoever she wants and you all try to survive. But that damage is very telling.
Look at that gold graph, though. That is a roller coaster of how this game went. OMG almost threw it away with an Ocean Soul, but you know what? They didn't. And that is what counts at the end of the day. managing to finish things off. JackeyLove did his very best, but he also got caught out multiple times.
I was going to say, do not be deceived for people who are randomly maybe just tuning in at the end of this game, being like, oh, that JackeyLove damage, he was 1v9. No, JackeyLove was making some misplays.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways he was 1v9 in that he was the only champion that could function prior to the team fights. Like, everyone else is kind of just waiting for these fights to happen. JackeyLove was the only one that basically had anything to do.
Yeah, it sucked because by the time we got to the team fighting phase, like, we saw Ornn do well in the initial Dragon team fight, but again, once we got Soul, it's like, well, Rek'Sai can't go in. We talked about Rek'Sai is a bot of a champion once we go to late game. The Kale got so fed off that fight as well as SMLZ that they were able to whittle him down so much he was barely a tank, and then you're left like, okay, I'm Ezreal. I don't want to jump in. I want to poke, but that didn't work.
I don't know. JackeyLove did want to jump in.
Yeah,
he jumped in many times that
did want to
game.
jump in. That's true.
Let's see if JackeyLove is going to continue to jump in our second game of the series. OMG take a miraculous win to start this series over Top Esports, and we'll see if they can keep that ball rolling right after this.
下路再次逼近高地，这样沙皇要尽可能把线顶出去。不过EZ一个大招又把线顶了进去。
沙皇竟然还
卡了一下，沙皇有点危险，闪现一个大闹天宫，但是JackeyLove第一时间将闪拉回来，巴德纳定住，这波开得很好，JackeyLove还能操作吗？一回来一个冰拳减速回身，还在打伤害。3有点出不上，交闪现，刷条来了，一个大拉住南墙先被拿到人头，史德哥直接一击人身被套了一个虚弱净化技能之后，史德哥这边还在拿着应该被点死，史德哥这边往前一感觉有点上头，而且猫猫也躲不掉。冰爪上来粘住一个绿毛这边交一个中亚金身，秒表结束之后反身一勾勾到了冰女这边先被天使大大上，冰女还是有闪现的，这波被定在原地之后，冰女这边并不慌张，正面泰坦一勾直接勾到了 Loken。我们 KDA 最高的 AD 在这一波中直接被秒，而且卡萨交闪硬粘卡纳维一个 Q 技能过墙之后，天使直接随他过来2下扇死了卡纳维。哎，水子哥过来。看到一个巴德一个 Q 猫咪直接开大，但是2个人被定住了，E下来带着猫，巴德回身大，卡纳维躲了一下巴德大，导致自己没有办法走位。水子哥交闪现之后再拿到一个人头，而且莫伊菲塔没有减速到，但水子哥有红 buff。闪现 Q， 哎呀歪了一点，这波2个人其实如果往左一点就真的都晕到了，打一个闪，宁王这边靠过来，叹为观之杯，抢手猎撸捏了3个。直接秒掉了刚刚交闪的幻风，而且 Rookie 进来伤害差一点点。最后是有一个巴德的奇妙旅程 ，Rookie 捡的闪现过来拉飞星，先杀一个巨魔，再杀一个锤石。
打得好，到我了，对吧
？Double kill, triple kill。
马上上路想去搞那个蓝 buff， 2波把自己前面优势送回去了。红卡纳维还是直接到猴子过来，这个位置一剑变速是最弱的赛，而且猴子看他效果并不好，被定在原地，一个假身，10位1队大招之后再转出第2段，但这边带特别推就直接秒掉了，猴子可能也要死被挂一个虚弱，水子哥拿到这个人头之后还在粘南墙这个位置也走不了，水子哥1到2拿到第2个人头，还有一个奇妙旅程敢钻吗？敢钻过来身上带着猫，亚高这位置被顶一下，亚高是没有闪现的，亚高直接一闪想要换到了，但水子哥已经3杀了，
是时候表演真正的技术了。交给我了。
Triple kill.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow.
We're back once again with the summer split here in the LPL, and OMG have upset the apple cart here in game number 1, managing to find themselves a victory over Top Esports, the favorite for the entire split, never mind this series. Really, really strong performance coming out from them. Able to get an Ocean Soul and able to just turn things around. And I mean, let's just start the conversation straight off with where it began. It was all about Hacker this game.
Yeah, it was all about Hacker. He found the one big play on the Jackie Love that turned it around. When it comes to Hacker, I just want to ask, sir, do you decide the MVPs?
I don't decide the MVPs, but I agree with this MVP.
I definitely
wholeheartedly.
I agree with this MVP as well.
That singular moment won them the game.
Exactly, that singular moment, which we did see at some point that, okay, like a 6-item Kale apparently outscales the whole comp of TS, and the fact that you don't have any engage and all that. Ocean Drake probably played a part in it as well, but Hacker did have a really quiet game in the early game, but exactly, that kick decided the game, and then after this, playing so well, peeling for his team, and just, you know, getting the job done.
It was beautiful stuff. That kick individually that secured them the soul, and it's exactly what you said during the cast, right? It's those clutch moments that separate good players from great players. Hacker stepping up on the Lee Sin and proving why Lee Sin is such a valuable pick in the right hands. Able to get his team the Dragon Soul, and the Dragon Soul pretty much nullified Top Esports' composition entirely.
It did. We saw that the Ezreal didn't do enough poke to really whittle anyone down. He kept trying to, but it didn't matter. And TS were too hesitant to pull the trigger on a all-in with the Akali, Rek'Sai, and Ornn because the threat of that Kale ultimate was always there.
Yeah, I mean, it was so difficult for Top Esports to find a fight later on into the game. They did get the one fight where they picked out SMLZ before the fight really could kick off, got the ultimate out from Curse. But at the end of the day, one fight is not a game, and it means that OMG going to move forward with an advantage in the series.
It sucks, too, because that second fight, they still baited out the Kale ultimate, but Karsa and Knight were not in position to like jump in together. So 369 then got death sentenced, and it was just all over from there.
Also, in case anyone missed that first game, if you're just tuning in, it's worth mentioning that Jackie Love multiple times got caught out in the later stages of the game. He was trying to kind of min-max his damage, getting caught by a couple of very nice death sentences as well from Cole to set those up. But when your Ezreal, that is your primary source of damage, gets caught right to start the fight, it's always going to be an issue. But let's move into the draft here. And we talked about compositional issues for OMG. We talked about issues for Top Esports as well. Where would you like to see these teams turn, as they're going to be returning to the same sides of the board?
So the big difference we have so far is that Game 1 TS banned LeBlanc. They're at least keeping the Kalista and Set bans the same, but this time opting to ban out the Thresh. I still expect us to see an Ezreal first pick. I think going for the Ezreal Yuumi combination and the core of your composition was fine. The only thing you probably opting to changing would be the Rek'Sai Akali setup, and go for something that does give you a bit more consistency. Now Yuumi gone as well, so makes you wonder if 369 now, if TS will just take the Aphelios, but no, instead just saying, hey, Ezreal Yuumi isn't the thing, it's just the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Yuumi's great, but the Ezreal is even better. And SMLZ says, look, I'm happy to do it again. If you're happy to do it again, it worked for me last time. It worked better than it did for you.
Once again, SMLZ loves his champion. He's now played it 6 times, played Ezreal once, Kalista once this split, so this is clearly pure comfort for him now.
Yep, and I mean, we kind of saw that during the fights in that last one. He was able to just free fire away for most of it, assuming that the rest of the team couldn't get onto him. And we'll see if OMG are going to go for this full late game style once again, or if they have something to bridge the gap a little bit more.
And this time opting for the Trundle, and Karsa also not wanting to play the Graves. Karsa, just like Hacker, has not played Graves this split yet. So 2 junglers who want to stay away from that. Instead, Karsa opting into the Lee Sin Trundle matchup. Of course, you do lose out pre-6, and then 6 you do start having the ability to come back since you do have the Dragon's Rage.
Leona once again locked in, an 85% win ratio on this Leona. We keep on seeing it as a backup support for this Ezreal when the Yuumi is removed from the options.
But this is very different to where the Ezreal Yuumi bot lane gets pretty much free scaling together, to where Leona Wright is a champion that more wants to try and make things happen early on, but Ezreal definitely not the champion that can follow up on that. Of course, you can try to find timings to roam and leave the map, since Well, not leave the map, leave the lane. Since if you left the map,
I'm out. Peace.
Exactly. God, if he leaves the map,
honestly,
OMG 2-0.
If I was top esports and Hacker gets that kick onto Jackie Love, at that point I'm going to leave the map, honestly. But that wasn't what happened. They played the game instead. OMG going to ban away the Echo here on the answer.
Yeah, and the Echo is pretty strange ban. Typically, you only see it banned when you want to opt into picking the Syndra, but the Syndra already banned in itself as well. I'm going to guess it's signaling towards a mid pick on 4, and if not, I would just say that's a really strange ban if you're going to counter pick mid on 5, regardless.
I mean, Knight does play a lot of Echo, so maybe it's just like a...
Echo's not really a champion you can blind pick. It does a lot of rough matchups.
Don't know, perhaps they know something we don't know. Perhaps it's something that Icon was thinking of going for here. But they're still going to have that counter pick. Bear in mind, they're on the red side, so they have that mid pick for last. They can go for whatever they want against Knight's blind pick. The Wukong comes through from Curse. It's something that has been so exceptionally strong in the LPL.
Yeah, it's been our most contested top lane pick right now, sitting at a 78% presence rate, and I think it's done pretty well, right? We see it consistently, even if it can't find an impact in laning phase, which it does in a lot of lane matchups once it hits that level 6 point. In teamfights and skirmishes, it is just so insane. It can win teamfights single-handedly.
It just does so much damage, as well as obviously knocking up the entire enemy team, but being able to jump in, get a combo off into your ultimate, and then once your ultimate is done with, get another combo off. You can easily finish off 1 or 2 squishies if you're left unchecked. It's going to be answered by this Mordekaiser from 369.
I expect the Orianna here. You have set up in Lee Sin and Leona as well. It's also a champion. Not only did he play the other day, but also checked his solo queue account. Has started playing that one a bit more.
Something that has been played a ton over in Europe. And understandably, because it looks incredibly strong at the minute. We've seen lots of Orianna games recently that it has an absolutely massive impact in the mid lane. Also, just the sheer lane presence that you have in the early game is pretty outstanding.
And I want to see what Icon's answer ends up being. We mentioned so many times in Game 1 that he is a LeBlanc and Zoe player, so going towards his bread and butter LeBlanc. The thing about LeBlanc is I always love to see a strong mid-jungle 2v2, which Trundle LeBlanc is just so awkward. You can set up a pillar into a chain on a champion like Orianna, who is immobile, but it's not something as prime as a LeBlanc Rek'Sai or LeBlanc Lee Sin, right?
Trundle doesn't offer the hard CC to set LeBlanc up, unfortunately. So the pillar is basically the only CC if the ethereal chains can't land. And the ethereal chains often are landing because of the hard CC.
Exactly. And I still think it's fine. It still fits in the composition, does well against a lot of meta champions. And you're obviously very strong in the levels like 1 through 3. So it guarantees that aspect of dueling with the other enemy jungle. But just more guaranteed picks as we see respect coming out from both of our coaching staffs. It is Panda and BSYY.
And we'll have to see how these compositions are going to pan out with Diana coming on through.
Could have swore that was LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I mean, that was definitely a LeBlanc. Definitely. Like, no doubt in my mind.
I guess we'll find out when we get onto the Rift. What's in the mid lane? I saw a LeBlanc. I'm pretty sure that was locked in. Unless we're going crazy.
We might be going crazy, but
it's very possible
I'm almost positive that chat also saw LeBlanc.
It is a LeBlanc. Okay, it was just a weird thing on the LED wall. We're getting into game number 2 here. Icon has his LeBlanc. It's top esports against OMG. OMG taking game 1 in a surprise upset. I would love to see them take this, because that would really shake up the league. That would really mix up the standings.
Also really interesting that he picked LeBlanc into Orianna. Early on, LeBlanc does have pressure in the matchup. You have like a lot of mobility from your distortion to try and dodge out on the ball plays and try to just land your chain into, a Q and auto, come out ahead with an electrocute proc. But even once we start hitting like level 5, 6, 7, Orianna, of course, has the shield. Her passive makes her auto attack trading just so strong and will always have the ability to clear the wave. And I like the adaptation of we're seeing Orianna stick with the spellbook build, so going to have a lot of utility as the game goes on, going to be able to pick up something like an exhaust.
Yep, you can go for whatever you need at the time. But let's talk a little bit about the expectations for these two teams, not in terms of organizations, but in terms of when they need to win the game. Because obviously OMG not just going for the hyper late game this time around.
No, OMG having a lot more of a, let's say, mid-game spiking comp in comparison to what TS have picked up, for the fact that you do have a LeBlanc, you do have a Wukong in the top lane, so you're going to be able to start a lot of these skirmishes around the 10-15 minute point fighting for these Dragons and Heralds. Of course, TS having the Orianna and the Ezreal, so a ton of scaling there, as well as the Mordekaiser, which is going to be strong in the laning phase, but will also still bully out Wukong in the side lanes later on.
Yeah, this is the thing. Mordekaiser, as soon as you've hit that level 6, you're pretty much consistently going to be an exceptionally strong threat in those team fights just because of your ultimate alone. Even outside of scaling and tankiness, just that ultimate does so much.
The thing I love about Mordekaiser against compositions that have like a LeBlanc in the mid lane as well is it's very nice to kind of peel for your AD carry by just the threat of the Death Realm against someone like Icon jumping in, trying to find a pick.
Hold Proxy's big old red eyes with the shield there, but he's going to be forced away in the bottom lane. And we are going to see, I'm expecting a relatively slow-paced early game here because we don't have the Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai matchup that we had last time around. Karsa is going to be on that Lee Sin, but, based on game number 1, Karsa's not feeling that aggressive today. Bit of a trade in the top side. But
and also keep in mind that this is a losing jungle matchup early on, and you are getting pushed in the mid lane. Hacker, of course, should win this 1v1 duel.
And he is going to find the duel onto Karsa, who just has to
also has the red
away
buff,
over the
so
wall.
Red buff plus press the attack plus the fact you're just a trundle against the Lee Sin. Feeling quite nice.
Smite available for Karsa. It's not available for Hacker, though, so this should be a red buff taken away here, given a shield by Knight. Nice team play here from Top Esports. The rest of the squad moving in to make sure that Karsa's going to be okay.
You do lose a bit, though, right? Because Orianna was losing a bit of experience. I think only 1 or 2 minions were taken away by the turret, but once again, good to see good play coming out from Hacker, realizing he has an advantage, using his mid priority, and just trying to bully out Karsa in this matchup.
Hacker has been comfortably the best player on OMG in this series. I'd love to see him continue with that kind of theme. If he can, though, it's going to be very much a question of consistency. Curse being forced away from the Darkness Rise here, pulled in, just gets away with the Warrior Trickster.
This is what we expect to see. This is Mordekaiser against Wukong. Gonna have a very easy time in this lane, but Curse in a really rough position. 369 can try and zone him off some of this range CS, and he might be forced to blow a TP.
Oh, it's going to be a TP from Knight instead as Karsa's arriving as well. Curse dodges away from the pullback, but he's so low. 369 can take another shot. Nice flash. Karsa doesn't quite finish it off. Red buff isn't enough. Karsa's still going, though. Flashes for the kill. Karsa with first blood once again. Now he's in a 1v1, though, and Hacker should easily finish this off. Keeps himself alive. Sonic Wave. Oh, my days. So close, but Hacker gets it.
I have to start off with Curse played that probably to absolute perfection. There's probably nothing micro-wise you could have done better than what Curse had just played, and secured a 1-for-1 off of what started as a bad trade by him, initially pushing in that wave level 1, giving 369 the long lane to abuse, but that's what we watch LPL for, right? To see the mechanical plays like that.
So well played. And, Karsa as well, stepping up, going so deep to finish that kill off to make the play worth it. Nearly found the 1v1 somehow against Hacker.
Yeah.
I can't believe that was as close as it was.
Instead, we end up in a 1-for-1, and it does look like it's okay for 369 because he still has flash and TP, and it looks like the wave is pushing back into him, so Curse still going to be in a very rough position.
We are going to see Karsa kicks off with this Infernal Drake. Start that one off as he knows Hacker was over towards the top side of the map. Or at least he's read that Hacker was on the top side of the map. Feels comfortable to just start this off.
And they have TP advantage, so 369 can be here if he needs.
Going to be able to smite this one away. Safeguard over to safety. Icon trying to threaten, trying to pressure, potentially look for a kill, but on the Lee Sin, you are very safe to go for these kinds of objectives thanks to the Safeguard being able to just nip over the wall whenever you need.
And now we see Hacker trying to take advantage of that, expecting Karsa to go towards his Krugs, and going to try and counter jungle, also get some good vision which will give Curse some safety later on, depending on his jungle path.
And once again, Hacker doing the right things here. He's going to be able to set up for this top side as well for when Rift Herald does spawn.
I also like, because Curse has ultimate right now, knows he actually can't really achieve anything in that 1v1 top side, isn't going to take any plates, so instead looking for the team play.
And it's an important thing to mention about that control ward as well is Herald is going to be up in a minute and a half. So long as that control ward is still there, so long as it's not been cleared out by then, that's going to be very crucial vision for if they do try and set up a play on that and if it is contested.
Yeah, and Curse used the scrying plant, which let Karsa know that he's there. So that's why they're taking this slowly, and actually Yu Yanja's already on his way.
Curse moving back towards the top side. Karsa is spotted out on a ward. His blue buff has been warded already. That was Curse that dropped that one. And in the meantime, Hacker moves to the bottom side of the map. Got a 1v1 between our top laners, but Warrior Trickster means 369 can't get quite as much damage as he would have liked. Still going to be winning out this matchup overall, though.
Yep, that passive shield is always just so dangerous.
So we have quite a quiet early game. And Lyric, I want to ask you, you know, looking at this series overall, OMG managing to take that first game, what does this say about top esports team? Because we were coming into this series saying, you know, top esports, best team in the world, Knight, best mid laner in the world, etc., etc. Do you still feel that that's the case? We actually might have a solo kill here. Curse is really going to commit to this one, and Hacker has arrived as well. 369. I mean, he's going to go for the 1v1 with Hacker. Actually, he might just win this one. 369 wants to make the play. 2v1. Doesn't have his flash, though. Now he's on to Curse. He could just 2v1 this one. They don't have the damage. Shield might just be on cooldown, though. He gets one of them. Curse turns it around, but again, 1-for-1 in the top side. Karsa misses the Sonic Wave.
369 just wasted so much of their time. Almost gave Karsa enough time to come back, but showing us the strength of Mordekaiser and why as a level 5 Trundle, you do not approach a level 7 Mordekaiser.
And once again, 369 as a player has been not really in the conversation of the top laners in the LPL, but I think this split so far, he's starting to make a statement for himself.
Even in spring, we said in playoffs, in the final, me and Hysterics were talking about that it was very unfair that Gimgoon got the second pro team vote. It definitely should have been 369. 369 was having such a good split. But just continuing that once again, and after that, all the shenanigans in the top lane, Curse not able to go punish, even if he had known that Karsa was doing the Herald, so going to lead into this kind of play. But I want to go back to what you were saying before about what does this say about top esports. And coming from a team background, coming from a coaching background, interacting with players, I want to say that playing 16 series of split, you are going to have bad moments, and it's much harder to, let's say, go something like 16-0 than comparatively if you were playing less or playing best of ones or something like this, right? You're going to have off times. You're not going to be able to prepare for everything as efficiently as you want, especially with how many games you're playing here in the LPL and how often, right? It makes you wonder how teams are spacing out their off days and their scrim days and things like this. So I wouldn't say this paints too bad of a portrait of TES.
Okay. We're going to allow a few mistakes. We're going to allow a few compositions that don't necessarily work.
Let's even think about teams like G2 and Spring saying, hey, we're going to ease up coming into a split because there's just too much. And think about it. In LPL, if there's too much in LEC and LCS, there's like, oh, God, I don't even want to think about it.
There's like triple or something. 369, though, in trouble. And Curse is just going to get a solo kill. He made it look easy, Lyric.
Yeah, once Wukong hits that level 6 point, his ultimate, the scaling on the max health is just so strong. I don't know. Wukong's an interesting champion that is not catching on in other regions. We were talking about this earlier. Like, why are these other regions not playing Wukong? When you watch LPL and just, like, what's Wukong's weakness?
I don't know, man.
You lose in the very early laning phase, then you kind of have more of a neutral matchup once you hit your ultimate, and then sure, like in the very late stages, you can't side lane, but you're not a side lane champion. You go in, you press R, you buy a lot of time with your clones, and you just win.
Honestly, he just seems insanely strong to me right now. The amount of, not just the CC that you offer, but also the amount of damage that you do with your ult.
Let's make the caveat, we're talking about in competitive, but ooh, really good play coming out from Yu Yanja. Cold I'm not sure what Cold was actually doing there, but forcing SMLZ's cleanse.
Nicely done there. Means that they get the Drake as well. That's going to be 2 now in their favor. So perhaps learning from game number 1 and deciding we're not going to let OMG get all of the Drakes this time around. They aren't going to be so lucky, though. It's going to be the Cloud Drake. The Cloud Soul, sorry, this time around. TP comes through SMLZ. Finished off. Easy peasy.
And build up this Bulwark on the turret and then drop down the Herald is exactly what they're going to do. And typically, TS does do this, which is very interesting because we don't see them play around bot lane, right? But they almost always elect to give JackeyLove the Herald Gold, which obviously differs from composition to composition, but he does tend to be on the Ezreal, and that's where they like to put their value.
It makes sense as well because, you know, Ezreal is so weak in the early stages of the game. Giving that plate gold over can help you get to this stage where you do start to get your 2 items on through. You can get towards even that death stance a little bit later on.
And Icon taking advantage of the 2 times we've seen Knight TP to the side lane is able to get a bunch of plates in mid, but still not really fast-tracking this into any type of advantage. We see the items are equal right now, but I expect Icon sitting on a back timing, so should be able to go and buy something. But of course, you feel a lot better about having an Orianna in the late game rather than something like a LeBlanc.
And I'm kind of surprised at how, I guess, passive Icon has been so far this game. As I say that, he moves up towards the top side. But again, it's a Mordekaiser. I'm not sure really the best target to try and pull a dive.
You think about it, right? You have a Mordekaiser on one side, you have an Ezreal on the other who's going to be very hard to lock down, and it's like you don't have the best options.
Kind of difficult to pull a play off, and as you rightly say, the 2v2 not there in the mid lane, but Curse 369 wants a bit of revenge for what happened earlier on, and Karsa is going to be happy to help him deliver that. Waits for the Cyclone, then goes for the Sonic Wave. That's a clone, my friends.
Still going to force him out. Should force Curse to use the TP, so in about 30 seconds, we're going to have 369 with a TP advantage to make a play around Dragon in, you know, about 2 minutes.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to be precise. We did see Hacker move into the mid lane there.
We see Icon moving.
Yeah, and I think JackeyLove knows what's going on. Well, I think there are wards. He definitely knows.
Ezreal munchable, so it doesn't matter. Not saying that LeBlanc can't kill an Ezreal,
I feel like
most
champions can walk away when they see the enemy on a ward. I don't think that's exclusive to Ezreal.
Are you positive?
But then who needs a map, you know?
You know, I just want to say I saw in a Reddit post once that who needs wards when you have eyes?
I don't know what the conclusion to that is, honestly.
I don't
feel like wards are pretty ineffective without eyes. Unless you have some kind of Braille wards. I don't know. Braille minimap.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that either, actually.
I don't know what the conclusion is. I disagree. I guess they're saying you can spot when someone is missing. But pro tip, the jungler is almost always missing. Hacker might be missing from the scoreboard because look at the CC chain. Down he goes. Icon forced to flee. Dragon not up for another minute and a half, but hey, Karsa got the blue buff.
Yeah, yes he did, and like you already pointed out, they killed Hacker, which is going to be massive. Now they can try and turn their bot priority into hovering mid and then going towards that second Herald.
Yanja moving in towards the mid lane here. And I like Yu Yanja, man. I want to talk about Yu Yanja for a second here because, you know, top esports, if you're Yu Yanja, it's going to be hard to make a name for yourself, even on a roster like this, because look at the talent that you're next to. It's going to be hard to outshine these guys,
right? It sucks because even if you play good, like, other than to people who, like, truly know this game on, like, a micro level and, like, bot, especially, I think, bot lane mains and, like, High Challenger and other pros, it's going to be very hard for a general audience who, no matter how good you play, they can just be like, well, it's JackeyLove.
It's that kind of meme of the support feeding the AD carry all game long, and then they're like, oh my god, AD carry, you're doing so well. Except it's compounded because you're next to JackeyLove.
Yes. I'd say the good thing for him is he is more of a playmaking support on champions like Thresh. Because think about someone like Xiaoxi, right? It's very easy to see Xiaoxi's impact in the game because of the way Xiaoxi plays.
Nice in a 1v1. I say that. Karsa's arrived. Turret low, but they're going to be all right.
And we see 369 pushing out the... He TP'd top, which gave him prio. Push that out, is heading down towards bot, and is hopefully going to secure TS a Dragon with numbers advantage, and recognizing that OMG are actually just opting for the Herald.
Yanja couldn't quite get that second ward there. Dragon already started by Karsa, and as you rightly say, OMG move up. Well, they try to move up towards the Herald, but top esports, they want their cake and to eat it.
The one thing I love about Mordekaiser, though, is when your enemy jungler is doing an objective, you can pull him into Death Realm and buy enough time for your jungler to arrive.
He absolutely can, but Cold wants to make the play, and it's Jackie Love caught out once again. Time and time again this series, and Knight wants to answer for it. Cold does survive, though. Karsa has arrived, and the Rift Herald did reset. 20 seconds on Jackie Love here.
And it does look like they're going to posture to try and stop OMG from doing it. They did blow 3 flashes for that, by the way.
Yeah, but with Knight's ult on cooldown, this might be hard, although 369 might just be able to kill Hacker, which is exactly what he's going to do. I guess 369 is just putting everyone on his back this game. In they go. Curse gets the ultimate, though. Cold pulling everyone in, and Knight chased down by the monkey. This is the fight for OMG, and potentially the snowball that they need for 2 games. Herald goes their way.
That is so depressing because 369, like you said, he was putting that fight on his back, killed Hacker, got Curse low initially, but still, we know Orianna doesn't have any damage at this point in the game. Jackie Love was already dead, so pretty much 369 versus the world.
And, you know, you mentioned Orianna not having any damage, also didn't have ultimate available.
True.
Like, what are you really going to do as Orianna, aside from just 1 QW? So, it felt, again, kind of disrespectful from top esports to even go for that fight in the first place.
I actually like the posturing from them because we saw the value of a Mordekaiser, right? And it's something I feel like we don't see enough of, trying to abuse enemy junglers in objective fights. But the fact that Jackie Love got caught out, and even saying the word caught out feels hard because they did dedicate 3 flashes and 3 ultimates. SMLZ Cold all use their ultimate to kill Jackie Love. Kind of unfortunate. Should he have pathed better? Probably, but ultimately, still TS making a mistake by then trying to fight without Jackie Love, right?
Exactly. Trying to fight without Jackie Love, without Knight's ultimate. Fair play to 369. Like, despite his scoreline, is still actually looking really good this game. He has been just so many times he's in situations where he's outnumbered, he's the one against the wall, and he'll find himself a kill somehow.
Yep, but now we're at a point where OMG want to try and pull Knight to a side lane. Both Curse and Icon feel fine sitting in a side lane. Neither one really wants to go toe-to-toe with 369. Curse might be able to once he picks up the death stance, but Icon definitely wants to steer clear of that. But it's about making Knight come, and obviously, as we see here, Karsa has to shadow because Orianna isn't a mobile mage, can't safely sit there himself, and then try... Ooh.
Karsa might be late to this one, or maybe not. Shockwave is there. Curse followed on through. Cyclone is not quite enough damage, and Knight will survive. Two-shot barrage, just in case from Jackie Love.
Just great play coming out from TES, because, okay, 369.
Okay, 369 is
gonna kill someone.
Not gonna be in trouble. Hacker in the 1v1 once again. Great pillar, though, to keep himself safe, and that's gonna be a kill onto the Mordekaiser. Should lead to a tower as well.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. It's not stopping anytime soon. Karsa doesn't have the Dragon's Rage, but Yanja could just Solar Flare on in. Nice little cleanse from SMLZ. This will be the tower going down. Great pressure across the map here from top esports. OMG trying to answer in the bottom side.
And it's great to see how it started because OMG doing what they wanted, right? We were talking about them setting up in side lanes, pulling Knight to a side lane. They do that, but Karsa shadows. TS know the plan that OMG are trying to do. Pull him into a side lane, either find that 1v1 or just get priority on him from your kill threat and then rotate to mid first and look for a skirmish. But Karsa calling that bluff, coming, finding the kill, and then winning out in 2 lanes as compared to OMG just being able to pick up that bottom lane turret.
And it's such a dramatic difference to the first game of this series, right? Where we saw it was OMG actually winning out on these macro decisions. This time around, top esports, they read the playbook. They go, look, we know what you're doing, and we're going to outplay you.
I love that you point that out because in the last game, we saw a very good lane setup coming out from OMG, opting into the 1-1-3, right? With their soul laners sitting in top and mid with their 3 trio trying to get bot lane turret while Jackie Love and Yu Yanja were in the mid lane.
Now, we do have to quickly mention 30 seconds until this Cloud Drake spawns. This would be Soul for top esports. Now, it's not as impactful as the Soul was last game because it is that Cloud Drake, but it is still important to get the Dragon Soul. But also Icon. We talked about his LeBlanc. It's one of his signature picks. He's looking amazing this game.
He has been able to find the presence kind of going in and out of these fights, and we knew last split he was amazing on it.
And it's off the back of us, you know, we kind of criticized him in the early game not being proactive enough. Against Mordekaiser, against Jackalib, he's still been able to find these kills.
And he is going to have a flanking position.
They're just going to get sold before the fight even kicks off. Now we go for this skirmish. Icon getting onto Jackie Love, but can't quite connect the damage. The chains went wide. Curse into the backline here. Wants to get the Cyclone, but 369 pulled him into the Death Realm. Jackie Love gets one for himself. Even Yu Yanja surviving. Icon can't get the chains. He's flashing away. Jackie Love not going to chase for that one. Now into the mid lane.
TES having a superior position, got the Dragon. OMG were late on the fight.
Oh, Knights found him. He's not going to get away with this one. Icon can't escape. Or can he? Blast Cone.
He's LeBlanc, Munchables.
Go on, Yu Yanja. Finish him off. Nah, okay.
But I actually didn't even see where Rookie used his Shockwave in that fight. But look at the cooldown.
Rookie's not playing.
Oh, not Rookie. I'm sorry, Knight.
Yeah, that's how synonymous Rookie is with Orianna.
I was going to say, I see Orianna, I think Rookie. But look at Knight's ultimate. It's actually already back up.
Yeah. That's the beauty of Orianna past level 11. It is a very long cooldown to start with. But this is also the strength of top esports. When they find themselves a lead, they will snowball so quickly, getting the Baron off the back of this Soul as well.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to go put themselves in siege positions. And you look at OMG's wave clear, the fact that they opted into a LeBlanc means it's not really there. But let's look at this fight again. I want to see where Knight uses his Shockwave here. Does go put it down. Okay, hits it on SMLZ, so that's a good Shockwave coming out. 369 just done a ton of work zoning the members of OMG and leaving Jackie Love in a good position to deal so much free damage. Icon trying to salvage something at the end, but isn't able to. And yeah, now I expect us to get into the siege position where OMG don't really have the wave clear to deal with an Ezreal Orianna.
And once again, we saw 369 in that fight. Curse comes in, tries to do Wukong things, tries to set up this perfect team fight for his team, but Death Realm happens, so he doesn't get to do any of that. He doesn't get the option to pop off and carry. Icon trying to get onto Knight, but he's got a Banshees. Worth mentioning, Knight's picked up as a Magi Soul Stealer. I can't talk today.
I want to touch on the Mordekaiser, but I feel like we're going to see a fight, so let's ignore the Mordekaiser.
Yanja going to walk in 1v4 to start things off because he's Leona and he can. The rest of the team now going to arrive. True Shot Barrage. But Yanja has gone down. And Jackie Love has jumped straight into a Cyclone, but you know what? That Cyclone on cooldown.
It's very fitting that you say he starts a fight because he can, and that shows why you don't only start a fight because you can. That should not be the reason.
True. But it actually has kind of worked out for top esports. I'm not quite sure how, but hey, they're straight on towards an inhib tower. Casa pulled away, safeguard to safety.
They would have been on the inhib turret regardless. They had Baron.
That's true. I can't really argue with that. They need to get their other waves in order as well, honestly, because I don't know if they're going to be able to finish off a tower at this rate.
They do have a ton of siege, like we pointed out, and their only wave clear is SMLZ.
So importantly, look at the ultimates on the side of OMG. It's only SMLZ's ult up. Curse can't really do anything in these fights, so they're kind of fine to just keep this going.
Honestly, Jackie Love can probably just keep throwing out his ultimate as well. It's going to be up in like 30 seconds or something, so...
Okay, they're going to back away in the end. Yu Yanja has arrived, moved to the mid lane to clear.
Still, big mistake, right?
Yeah.
They probably could have gotten that turret had they not made that mistake and more Yu Yanja, who, once again, is getting caught out.
Yu Yanja is going to get caught by the chain. There's no way out of this one, I'm afraid. And we'll see who gets the kill. I think Curse will be the one to finish it off. How is he so damn fast? He is real speedy, but he's going to just about fall down in the end. Jackie Love maybe can answer. I don't know. Damage won't quite connect from the True Shot Barrage. That means he could be in trouble himself, but the chains go wide, and Icon will fall. Well played by Jackie Love. Curse as well, taken into the Death Realm. His 369 arrives. Big old thumbs up, because Jackie Love knows that he gets a double.
Yeah, they get some kills, but sadly they don't have the Baron anymore, which obviously does really feel like a missed opportunity in that top lane siege, but
yeah.
Also, Yuyan just showing us why he is the weakness of this team.
How dare you? Yeah, you're not wrong. You're certainly not wrong. Mispositioning there. I don't know how he was so fast. He nearly escaped. I think he's running water walking or something. I'm not sure.
I have no comment.
Okay.
I have no comment on your opinions of Leona's
I feel like a journalist trying to talk to a politician right now. No comment. Moving on. Death Dance finished here for Jackie Love. And 10-10 on the scoreboard at 26 minutes. It's not been that... I feel like we've had more action than that kill score actually denotes to.
It feels like it, right? This game feels like it's been pretty much constant action, especially with the fact that every time Knight's TP was up, he TP'd to a side lane to look for a play. So we also got a lot of like skirmishing back and forth in the top lane, like that 1v1, even if it didn't always end up being a kill.
Has to be said, even though he did die in that last fight, Icon is doing pretty well for himself. He's 5-1-1 on the scoreboard. Jackie Love as well is looking pretty good, but forget the items on Jackie Love right now. We already talked about the death stance. Icon 5-1-1. If he can land these chains during the fights, he can be the difference maker.
I feel like if he doesn't find a pick...
Well, he might have found a pick.
Oh,
Jackie Love. Oh, no. He's with his team. He's fine. True Shot Barrage flashed away from by Icon here. In they go. Nautilus depth charge onto him. Curse trying to get onto the back line as well, but Jackie Love survives. In the meantime, 369 is onto SMLZ. Double kill for him as they just close things out here. Icon, despite being 5-1-1, can do nothing. Caster styles on him to finish that fight out. And this is going to be game for top.
Yeah, and we're actually getting a full series out of this series, which pretty unexpected, but also really impressive from 369 in these fights.
369 on Mordekaiser looks real scary. The top esports in general. Jackie Love managing to survive that fight. Really nice solo flare from Yu Yanja as well to stop Curse from being able to finish him off. And all things considered, top esports coming back a little bit in this series, but still showing a few cracks, showing a few weaknesses.
Yeah, you have questions, but at the same time, we've already pointed out 16 best of threes until playoffs.
Yep.
Do you really need to, you know, show your 200% strength before it matters? But,
No. No, you don't. That's the answer, Lyric.
Thanks.
You're
Thanks for reassuring me. There's the word, but
that's okay, buddy.
Ultimately, we saw OMG draft this comp, which needed to take advantage of its mid-game elements against what TS had drafted. We didn't see the LeBlanc really be able to make an impact on the map.
Yeah.
We saw them trying to abuse the Trundle and the Lee Sin matchup with their mid lane priority, but it never really amounted to anything. And the thing that we loved that we got to see from TS was they kept using their TP on Rookie because he had Unsealed Spellbook, and were making plays in the side lane.
I think, honestly, one of the most impressive things, or not necessarily impressive, but one of the most important things from Top Esports this game was that they ended this game before SMLZ could come online, right? This Aphelios felt pretty invisible for the vast majority of the game. He wasn't able to have an impact during the fights. And a lot of that is down to he's a crit 80 carry. He finished the game on just the IE and the Hurricane, so didn't get to that second Zeal item, couldn't have the impact in the late game team fights that you expect from an Aphelios.
And another big problem was when we got to mid-game where we can start seeing OMG try to pull the members of TS across the map and abuses the LeBlanc and Wukong in side lanes, and then maybe get a tempo advantage or get a pick.
Yeah.
The one time they tried to do it, Karsa figured it out. So not able to find anything there. And then right before the last fight, I was going to say, if Icon can't find a pick, he needs to coordinate jumping in at the same time as the Cyclone and the Nautilus. But that didn't happen. Curse was left going in by himself and instantly gets blown up.
Yeah, the LeBlanc, honestly, just not really working out for OMG, despite having a good scoreline, especially in these late game fights. I mean, how do you assassinate an Ezreal? How do you assassinate an Orianna that has Banshees as well?
We're getting to a point that's really scary for, like, me as an LPL fan, where it's all about the late game. Right? We're seeing every time the scaling comp wins these days.
The games are getting longer and longer. I mean, Top Esports showing that that's not actually always the case, because I don't feel like they were necessarily just a scaling composition, and they won pretty quick.
And like the interesting thing is, like last split, Renekton was in top 3 of LPL presence. Even in the first week, the first like 3 days, he was up there. Now he's not even in the top 10. So it really shows you what teams are feeling with
Yeah.
this meta and what champions are strong right now.
We could have a late game split. It's feeling that way so far. It's
28
feeling
minutes.
like we're getting longer and longer, but we'll have to wait and see. We've got one more game coming your way to decide this series for today, so make sure you stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
直接是分割战场，另一边小狗从后方切入，这个时候这个太自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出。我这个还没有死，还在输出，还没死，我真的没有死。
又着了1了，要被秒了，现在这个1招的有点尴尬，大招放出来能够换到1米，显然能抓死吗？漂亮，生我拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。小号往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下不光带走了，闪现出空，没有自跑到3场，只要1口，还没有机会，还在秀，有后方5连肉，没有关系，在进场，还有5杀的机会，看看又在1米，3下不光没打出来，最后1下捡到了，漂亮！
看黄色怎么选择？想一 Q 被躲掉，被小白给 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后的话就想正面开团。这边打起来，比谁肉，谁就比谁大个肉。老鼠被突起来，死了，没人打老鼠啊，没人打老鼠啊，龙龟也死了。哎，老鼠被秒了，被大15秒了。那可以，这种可能站出来了，教练什么降咒？好，现在2个大哥在前面顶着，还活着，感觉一波出来，一波推后 KO， 继续。
这边打传送过去，然后没有伤害，开大，但是人这里反正打漂亮，哇！我的天，这一波 UZI 操作完美。
我看这一波垂直抢进来秒人，但是一个奥拉夫也是秒不掉，一个人在
特意被 UZI 直接切死，相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过1飞的伤害太高了，完成 double kill，triple kill。Double kill， 4杀 kill， 完成了一波 ace。你觉得小狗这把有什么太好的环境吗？来 W 回来，卡米尔有没有大招把卡米尔推出去的？
这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。
哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个狮子狗
全部残血，大招炸一下，炸到2个塔皮的上，妹夫这边可掉妹夫。
完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，
要在第3口，
好久没有看到小炮这样的一个操作了。
这边继续跳，斯卡特是临死之前秒掉了 UZI，
最后已经有火炮了，这波可以打，对方落单了，也不能落单。
过来，小狗这个落有没有机会？有了，
还不起来，直接秒掉。这边还能
打出了逼出的闪现，
这边闪现，
哇，小狗好夸张，小狗跳起来了，又遇到2个人，这个机会，
triple kill，一个上钩，一波素质3连。
维珍想接盘，但是想的有点多，一剑命中的是小明，是麻辣香锅，麻辣香锅被炸回来了，但是大招保住了他，戳回去，皇子盖的不错，但这个位置凯南跟艾希的输出位置很好，两边 AD 都在疯狂切前排，九总跟赵鑫对倒，瑞兹也倒，又在输出非常的高，
一波一波，中路有兵线，我们可以过去，中路队赢了。
他是杠上推着很
来，
太到了，然后帮忙把对方的一个输出给顶走，但是这个点上他让第一个大招反身用大招走，于三这边挑闪现，往后面拉，于三没有死，哇，这波天秀了，拉到了突破，辅助直接先秒掉，
有在收割了，
杀落
漂亮。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Welcome back to the LPL, everybody. We're going to Game 3 here in our second series between Top Esports and OMG. OMG having a strong performance here, managing to take Top Esports to Game 3 in itself is an accolade here, looking amazing in Game number 1. Game number 2, though, Top Esports managed to take control of the series once again and getting themselves the Dragon Soul, getting themselves those mid to late game team fights, definitely feeling like the stronger team.
They were always in the driver's seat, to me, was the biggest thing we saw Jackula. Jackula pretty much defaults to this Ezreal now, right? We see him on Ezreal every game. We almost should just stop calling him Jackula and just call him Ezreal. And for me, the real impressive player was 369. He had a lot of impactful, not like ultimates, but even just presence, right? Like him just being in these fights in the front saying, hey, come at me, was like what defined it for me.
Not even just like sitting there in the front, also just stepping forwards and going 1v1 me, bro, because that's literally what his ult does. And so many times, I mean, we talked about Hacker being the clear MVP of game number 1. Hacker just got bullied by 369 every single fight. He was just pulled into the death realm and killed individually. Anyway, our MVP for game number 2. I can't remember who they said in my ear that it was, but we'll bring it up on the screen and I'll find out with you all. It's 369.
I set you up for that
you?
so
Okay,
well. But it's actually kind of nice because there are a lot of days where when we see the MVP, we're kind of confused, like, oh, well, maybe this is all right. But today they're on point. And I don't feel like this one was super obvious, right? Like, he didn't have some super flashy KDA or something like that, I guess. But if you were watching the game, his impact was undeniable.
I mean, twice in the early game. This was the second time that he almost 2v1. There was another fight where he like had to battle it out.
Oh, the bot lane
people.
one. Yeah. But even in team fights, there was no clear like Jackie Love or Knight standout. But the standout thing to me was always, like you said, 369 walking forward or flashing forward and saying like, hey, come fight me. Like, I'll fight any of you. I'll fight all of you. Let's go. And that's really what led to TES comfortably winning these team fights.
I honestly have no idea how he got the kill on Cold during that fight as well, because I'm pretty sure he was in the Death Realm killing SMLZ. Cold died while he was in the Death Realm, so I don't know how that one worked. But either way, he's going to be our MVP, and rightly so off of that game. Now we go into game number 3, and the draft is going to mean a lot. Right, so I have a question for you, Lyric. At what point do we have to start banning Ezreal? Like
now.
Do we have to ban Jackie Love's Ezreal? Like, assuming you're from an OMG perspective, is it strong enough that you feel that's justifiable?
I'd say since TS haven't been figured out yet, they haven't lost the series like we talked about. I mean, this is only their 3rd series, so, and their 2nd series with Jackie Love, if we remember, because Chocho played the first one. I'd say probably, like, give it a try. Why not? Your only super set red side ban right now is obviously the Varus, but I'd say other than that, it's pretty free game.
Kalista.
Is Kalista? We didn't even see Jackie Love tend to go towards Kalista last split. TS are the ones who, in most of their games, are banning the Kalista.
Yeah, true.
So
perhaps not looking towards the Kalista themselves, although they have been tending towards later stages of the game, right? And Kalista falls off pretty hard after the mid game, so I think they like having Jackie Love on a carry that will be able to scale up to the later stages.
And SMLZ was one of the players who loved Kalista last week. We were talking earlier about supports, and he said, oh, Cold was always on the Taric, so that was always paired up right alongside the Kalista. So give a try to banning the Ezreal. You're then going to guess that TS is going to pick up the Aphelios, but we see that Ashe is now coming out as an answer people like to the Aphelios, gives a lot of proactive options. Obviously doesn't scale up to be an insane hyper carry, but still has damage in the late game because you are a crit AD carry, so we will see.
Although people don't build too much crit on Ashe, generally speaking, these days.
It's
I mean, people are even going away from their IE.
True, you're right.
In favor of the Death Stance these days. Yeah, so we'll see if that's going to come out. We'll see how this draft is going to pan out. Syndra banned away, the set once again.
Actually, there we go. That is another red side ban for... I wouldn't say you need to red side ban Syndra against every team, but considering you're facing Knight Syndra, that is a red side ban.
And I love how going into playoffs, Knight was like, look, I don't consider myself a Syndra player, but everyone started banning it against him because he just performed so well in spring playoffs on that Syndra that, well, do you know what? going back to the conversation of AD carries, Aphelios has been removed, and OMG say, look, we don't like Jackie Loves Ezreal either.
I was going to say, I want to see if they go for a jungle or if they go for the Thresh, but instead of opting for the jungle. Thresh, of course, our highest present support, 86%, pairs well with very immobile AD carries, and you still have options in the jungle to where this is clearly the S+ tier support in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It is on 49% win ratio, though. Negative gaming.
Whoa. That's not negative gaming. What this says to me is it's completely dependent on how good you are. But I guess that's maybe another argument to not pick it when you are OMG up against top esports. not to do
my boy code like that. What the hell, man?
Not to do any low-key flame when we are 1-1 in the series, but
well, Hacker has gone for the Lee Sin once again. That's what he got MVP with in game number 1. He's been looking amazing.
Any of you coming to watch Top Esports versus OMG expecting a Graves pick, not to be seen here. Neither of these junglers picking up this split as of yet. For who knows why? Not quite sure. Just here in the LPL, I say this many times, but our drafts are very dependent on what champions you like to play.
We get Jackie Loves Kai'Sa coming on through alongside a Nautilus.
This actually goes to what I just said right now. It's about what champions you like to play, and this actually is Jackie Love's only other pick this split. He's played Ezreal and he's played Kai'Sa, so Jackie Love having very clear preferences on what he likes, and even if you check out his solo queue, he still plays a ton of Kai'Sa.
I'm looking at the Jhin hover. They're gonna lock it in. We've got a Jhin on the rim.
We have a lane dominant Jhin Thresh bot lane against hey, I want to scale Kai'Sa and Nautilus, which I guess if you do go for the Hail of Blades Kai'Sa, and we've already talked about on broadcast about Nautilus and setting up her passive damage, you are able to trade in the early game, but Jhin is definitely one of the lane 80 carries.
Look, I've not been excited about SMLZ the last few series. He kept getting caught out and blah, 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 right? But if he's going to lock in Jhin every game, I'm excited to watch him.
The thing I like is we're already setting up OMG with a really strong pick comp. You obviously have the single target CC from Thresh, single target damage from Lee Sin. And Jhin, going back to Season 7 when he was in the meta, you roam around the map, open up your ultimate to, find picks and set up siege on a turret.
I mean, you mentioned the ultimate. When you think about the reason that Ashe is in the meta right now, it's a way of engaging. Jhin offers a similar kind of thing with his ultimate to start those engages.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan. Obviously not too good into tanks, which TS have already opened up their composition with, I'll say 2 pseudo-tanks. Obviously, as a support, Nautilus isn't going to get too innately tanky, and Trundle as well. You're going to be tanky, but you're also going to be as tanky as the enemy allows you to be. But this is OMG allowing him to be quite tanky if they decide to lock this in.
Yep, Ornn going to be locked in, so Kai'Sa will be able to get pretty huge in the jungle when he gets that subjugate down onto the enemy tank. But now we'll see where our solo laners are going to be going for the side of Top Esports.
Knight does love the Sylas. It's one of his go-tos in solo queue. It's actually really strange to think about that Knight's pool isn't very, blindable. It's not what people would want to pick on blue side, but he's fine picking all of it. This still can be a top lane pick. It has been seen as a pseudo counter to the Ornn in the sense that you can lane against it and take its ultimate. But the fact that it's such a Knight signature to me, I expect it to go mid lane.
Yep, especially with the Wukong locked in for 369. He's going to kind of get his own chance to shine on this monkey. We saw Curse playing that earlier on in the series.
Here's a bit more insight for our viewers out there. LPL teams are very predictable in the sense that you know what they're going to play from what they're playing in solo queue. Even Twyla earlier, spamming Galio, picked the Galio today. Knight always playing the Sylases, the Dianas. Go check his solo queue. You'll figure it out.
And you mentioned that Icon is this Zoe player. We know him to play Zoe so many times in the past. He's going to go for that pick once again now that the LeBlanc was taken off of the board. But as you rightly say, it's one of his signature picks that he looks exceptionally good on.
It's his best champion by far.
I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table here. And there's a very interesting composition from OMG. So, Lyric, kind of explain this, break this down for me, because I'm not 100% sure how Jhin functions in the current meta.
This is going to be an interesting one, even for me watching, but let's start with TES, to where it's obviously very scrappy, very brawly, right? You want to see Sylas and Wukong jump in pretty much in tandem with Kai'Sa as well, right? You want to see all of them jump into that back line. They have a ton of bursts, delete them. And for the side of OMG, It can play as a front-to-back team comp just for the way that TS have drafted, but still Kaisa going to be a late-game monster and Jin not a tank buster. But obviously all about the picks, right? You have a ton of single-target CC. You have the ability to rotate around the map first and open up that Jin ultimate. And you have a ton of long-range engage, not only from the Jin, but also from the Ornn. So it's going to be all about OMG playing with this range and TS trying to, close that distance, set up with TP flanks, or use tempo to get on top of OMG.
See if they are going to be able to close that gap, use the tempo, and get onto these fights, get into these close-range brawls as you described them from the side of Top Esports. Icon with his signature pick, SMLZ bringing out the Jin in the bottom lane. And JackeyLove, he's going to be able to play his own skin. He's going to be on his Kaisa that we know and love. And we'll see how these late-game carries are going to be able to function up against one another.
If we just talk about scaling, I really like TS's composition because it should be pretty easy to find the fights you want. If Sylas, steals the Call of the Forge God, opens up with that, now gives Sylas, Wukong, and Kaisa all room to jump in. And we've already said Jin not much of a tank buster in the late game.
Certainly not, but it is worth mentioning as well that Top Esports lineup is not going to be that tanky.
They don't have
Obviously,
like a
you're going to have
tank.
Kaisa,
Yeah.
but other than that, I mean, even Nautilus, I think a lot of people think that Nautilus is very tanky, but actually, when Aftershock is on cooldown, Nautilus is not that tanky.
It's very deceptive, and it's one of the reasons why when we talk about Nautilus versus Leona, that Leona does win out, because, Leona's W, she is tanky. Nautilus, not so much. His shield is all about HP. Not about giving resistances.
We're going to see Top Esports starting on the bottom side of the map here. Kaisa able to just go for his red buff, but he was spotted on a ward. So full information here for OMG on how this game is going to begin. Same can be said for Top, though, as they've got a ward on the red buff there.
Yeah, let's see Rune. So nothing too uncommon.
369 and Curse just going to batter each other to start the lane.
Yeah, and Wukong is always just very innately strong, not only with his passive, but also the attack speed you get, so...
Curse is in trouble here. 369 not going to flash for it or anything crazy like that, but really putting his foot down in this top lane.
Yeah, and I want to see where Karsa goes, because, so once again, we have immobile mid laner against, a pillar, so nowhere to go, sets up for the E very well, instead going to go for this invade. So doing what Hacker did to him, we've already seen that Trundle wins out this matchup early on, especially when you do go that press the attack route. And I haven't seen Jin in a while. I'm not a bot laner, but this was the rune he used to take when he was meta.
Yeah, I mean, I am a bot laner. I haven't seen Jin in a while.
I did remember seeing Hail of Blades for a little bit, like a while ago.
I played Jin maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and I went on pro builds, and people were still doing fleet footwork back then. I don't think anything has changed for you to not still go fleet footwork, but I could be wrong.
I remember you used to go Doran's Ring as well, if you remember that a few years ago, and just spam your Qs and pretty much never run out of mana.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh, those were good times. Those were good times. That might have been the Season 7 meta where it was like Ashe, Jin, Varus, all that stuff.
No, I think I maybe missed that one, because I did not see that. But Kaisa trying to move into the top side, and I missed the Doran's Ring. I think Curse might have missed the fact that this is about to happen here. Just going to try and force the trade with 369.
Yeah, and our observer decides it's not worth seeing. But actually, Curse pinged a question mark over it, so he smells some funny business going on.
It's possible that minions saw just between the gap and he managed to spot it out. But look at the health difference right now between 369 and Curse. He's on almost double the HP of this Wukong.
Yeah, and moving to the other side of the map, we did already set up that OMG, we're going to have a winning bot lane and laning phase, and of course, Zoe will be able to push in the Sylas. Range versus melee, has the paddle star, it's very easy to wave clear, so it's going to be all about seeing how OMG plays around this priority bot, sets up for picks with Sleepy Trouble Bubble or a roam from Cold, even finding ganks in the bot lane, because you have a Jin, you want to get ahead.
Well, Curse just about gets past the pillar, and that means he's not going to have to use any kind of flash or anything like that. So Kaisa using a lot of time in that top side. It's going to be unfruitful. Root doesn't quite land onto JackeyLove. Cold taking a huge amount of damage in this trade.
And missed his death sentence as well, so not able to return anything either.
Hacker, this is going to be here on the bottom side of the map, and Icon's moving over as well. He's got a GLP right now on his Spell Thief, but he's not going to be level 6, so a bit more difficult to make this play happen.
Still happy to see it. We just set up the fact that they want to play around their bot priority, try to find some kills in the bot lane because they do have the Jhin, and they're proactively looking for it. And to me, that's always the one of the deciders if a team has the potential to improve and be, you know, a strong team or not. Are they?
Oh, what a hook onto Jackie Love. Root doesn't land because Yuyanja is able to block it. Well played by Yuyanja to deny that play, but great hook in the first place from Cole.
2 summoners for 1, so you're feeling great. SMLZ losing nothing, and Hacker is still around bot lane, so he can look to come make something happen.
Might just do that as well. Spot award in the back of the Dragon Pit. Jackie Love going for a trade on SMLZ. SMLZ has no mana, but Yuyanja has no health right now. He's dead. He's already gone. Jackie Love just going to flee for the hills right now. One more shot, and it's going to be number 4.
Like, I feel like as the LPL cast, we're pretty critical of players, but when does it become too much? You know, we've talked a lot about Yuyanja on this team, and clearly makes a lot of no-nos.
Well, look, I like Yuyanja, okay? For the rest of this cast, I'm not going to hear another word against him. You hear me, Lyric?
Biased LPL caster, guys. Go spam him on Twitter and get him out of here.
Lyric is
Let's
the biased
cancel
one.
him. Cancel culture.
No, not like this. Please don't cancel me, Lyric.
Point is, going back to, you know, the earlier...
Hey, look, at least people can actually find my Twitter tag.
Oh, God. That hurts. That's true. I don't want to change it. I want it to be my name.
Yeah.
But going back to an earlier game-related point, teams that only play reactively, those are the teams that it feels, okay, I don't care about
Just reactively flashing here. Bellows Breath's not going to save him. Nice little wait out from 369 and a solo kill in the top lane.
This man is having such a good split so far. Only his 3rd series in, but every game now it feels like we're giving him praise, and even built from MSC where we're just like, man, look at this guy. He's so underrated, but already coming with a strong argument that he is the best top laner in LPL. I don't want to make statements like that, you know, this soon. I feel like our top lane one is probably the most competitive argument, but man, 369 with a really solid lead.
He's definitely making a statement for himself right now.
Every game.
The thing is, it's like, here's what sets him apart in my mind, is that it doesn't matter what he picks, he still shows up. So many of the other top laners in the LPL, it's like, okay, he's got his champion, he's going to do well. 369, it doesn't seem to matter.
Me and Hysterics were talking about this on cast the other day, that his champion pool is literally a mix of like the Shy style and Zoom. Like, you go check out a solo queue, Jace, Quinn, all of these types of champions. In pro play, constantly playing the Ornns, the Mordekaisers, the Wukongs. He's so flexible. He plays weak side fine. He obviously links up with Karst a lot and plays that 2v2 very strong. Does well in team fights, does well in laning phase. Like, right now, it's very hard to pinpoint a weakness for 369, and even last year was that he didn't show up in clutch moments. When it came to playoffs, he fell off. Yeah. This year, that's not happening.
And, you know, it's quite a popular phrase now that in the Chinese side, they say he's called 369 depending on what number he's going to roll. Feels like he rolls 9 every single time. Yuyanja caught by the death sentence, but Cole taking a lot of damage himself. Curtain Call comes on through. Yuyanja dodges the final one, but Cold just about survives as well. Both supports barely getting away. 4th shot onto Jackie Love, but Caster's here. Pillar's not quite enough. Oh, Jackie Love, nice little sidestep. The grenade doesn't bounce and top get away.
Had he been a bit more confident a bit earlier, that would have come out, but still, I'm happy to see SMLZ and Cold playing like this, drafting with confidence, playing with confidence. They have the CS lead, but it actually might bite them right now.
This might be too confident. Cold going to be in trouble. Jackie Love ults in, but he's very, very low right now. He's out of mana. Oh, last auto comes through at the last second, and Caster grabs a kill.
Ultimately, kind of worth for OMG because TS dedicated their jungler to bot side and OMG didn't, but also not really because Hacker wasn't making a play on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. I think I said he's out of mana. I meant he's out of ammo. But there's not many games that you have to talk about ammo.
Ooh, wait, what happened mid? So we see Silas all-inning Icon. Icon ending up on the wrong side of the lane. So, okay, no, I'm wrong. Actually, Icon's all-inning Knights. Does he get the kill?
Doesn't quite get a kill. It was close, though. Good effort. In the meantime, Curse just trying to clear away some of these waves as he might get dived. Knight is here as well. He doesn't need to get dived if he walks that far up the lane, though. Bellows Breath going to be available. He's going to need it for just everything right here. Dodges the knockup, but I mean, against a Wukong and a Call of the Forge God, there's only so much your W can do.
There's some teams that playing as a top laner isn't fun against. TS is definitely one of them because remember last game, guys. Knight was on the Orianna. He was constantly TPing top to help 369. So Curse not having a fun time.
No, JackeyLove isn't either, though. Depth Charge going to go onto Icon, and maybe JackeyLove's fine. Ward hop forwards. Hacker finishes the kill off. New Yanja has no answer whatsoever.
JackeyLove not having a good series.
Not having a good game, that's for sure. And getting caught out on the Ezreal earlier on. Maybe banning the Ezreal was the answer after all, as he's really struggling now.
He's played it 3 times now. He's played Kai'Sa. This is now his 2nd game, so... And like, throughout his career, he's shown he can play everything. But last split, he did not tend to want to go towards the champions like Kalista Misfortune. Even last split, when he came in at the end, he was still one of the people gravitating towards an Ezreal pick.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's a man of comfort, and Ezreal is that comfort pick. And we have seen, when he's on the Ezreal, he looks like one of, if not the best AD carry in the league. But maybe it's a question of how deep is the champion pool for Jack.
It also suits their style because we've mentioned how Karsa doesn't typically play around bot. But Karsa playing around top right now. Actually playing around Knight, but...
Curse, he doesn't have his flash. It's still going to be on cooldown for another few seconds. That means Knight gets another kill in the top lane. And I mean, you know, Curse is 0-3, but he's getting hard. There's not a whole lot you can do in this
He didn't get to play League of Legends, let's be honest. But so win conditions-wise, we're back to a similar point where so TS want to play around creating pressure in side lanes, kind of like that game 1 where it's about the Karsa Knight duo.
Oh, God. They're just going to continue trading, aren't they? OMG is going to kill JackeyLove. Top Esports is going to kill Curse.
You know the worst part is to where you can kind of make an excuse for Curse early on from getting camped. For JackeyLove, there's no excuse. He's just walking up in the middle of mid lane and getting hooked.
Yeah. And, like, well played by OMG to capitalize on that mistake, but ultimately, JackeyLove, he's playing like he's playing Ezreal, but he's on Kai'Sa.
OMG are making looking for proactive plays and trying to create those situations, but JackeyLove's kind of giving them free reign.
And it's worth mentioning as well that Jhin already has his IE. He's already got a 2nd crit cape. He's going to very quickly get to the point that Jhin gets to just one-shot people.
Yes, that 4th hit is... Fourth hit stacking crit is just ridiculous.
Yeah, let's just revisit the fact that Top Esports don't have a tanky lineup here. They have found Hacker, though, for themselves, and they will be able to get the first kill of this fight. Curse with a couple of knockups here. Icon comes in! JackeyLove gets his 4th death of the game. Very fitting indeed. Infernal Drake does go the way of Top Esports, though. 369 trying to carry this fight. Cold surviving, though, and 369 will fall. OMG with yet another skirmish. Knight barely gets away from the Trouble Ball.
And ultimately, this is Icon's best champion. I call Icon this like 2-trick for a reason. He's actually very proficient on the LeBlanc and on the Zoe. So showing that in these fights, and you also mentioning the strength of Jhin opening up his ultimate. Still good by Karsa to secure the dragon, and 369 tried to make something happen, but ultimately the big damage dealer of this comp is going to be the Kai'Sa, and JackeyLove's nowhere to be found. So we see that they catch out Hacker early. Knight jumps in. They walk away, go towards the dragon now, but Icon just playing that well, but still, look, Icon was on a ward. They knew he was there, and from here they try to commit to the fight, but Curse zoning Karsa, killing him, and Knight not having the angle to really jump in with 369 because we talked about it before, right? It's very like a dive buddy system. They need to jump in together so one of them doesn't just get focused and burst it out.
And really important to mention here, you were talking earlier in this series about how this Rift Herald is often given to JackeyLove after he doesn't get the love of his team early on in the game. Well, they've realized that he's really far behind. He's not going to be the carry this game. He's not going to be the factor, and giving it over to Knight instead.
Which is still fine. Sylas obviously scales really well, does a ton of late game damage, becomes pretty much an unkillable monster with all the sustain in his W. But OMG are having a really good time with the fact that they have drafted this more mid-game centered composition, and like TS just keep flopping these fights.
Hey, look at the plate gold going over to SMLZ as well. He is feeling strong, but overall, Top Esports get more of that plate gold. And Curse has been found once again. The CC isn't there, or is it? Gets the knock for the last possible second. And Curse is going to go down here. Knight with 4 kills now.
And right, if there's one person you want on your team to have kills, it's going to be Knight. But even our heavy criticism for TS right now, it's because of the expectation you come in with, where we are building them up as the best team in the world. They said after MSC, this is only the first championship they're going to win. They're setting themselves up as the LPL Summer Champions, which, you know, that's the attitude you need. But they need to do better. JackeyLove needs to do better. Even some of their macro decisions, we look at Game 1, need to be more on point.
And like you say, they still have 13 more series after this one, right? This is by no means the be-all, end-all of their split. But it's important that coming off of a tournament like MSC, having such a confident win there as well. Like, let's bear in mind, that final was nowhere near as close as the spring final was. It feels like they've kind of fallen off a little bit looking at this series.
There is, kind of to contradict myself after going on that long rant about why TS needs to be good, I do also stand in the camp that it's better to have a season with struggle than it is to, like, let's say they went 16-0, because that gives you a lot of false confidence. You go into scrims and no matter what happens, you just think, well, on stage it doesn't matter, this won't happen.
I don't want to be the guy that brings up G2, but that kind of feels like what happened with G2.
I don't want to be the guy that brings up my first split last year where we lost a final in CBLOL 3-2 after going like 20-1, but can't speak from personal experience. It happens.
I have said, like, so my girlfriend is a huge G2 fan, right? And I've said to her multiple times, I want G2 to struggle this split so that they can succeed, because I genuinely feel like if you have a perfect season, you don't learn to lose, right? You don't learn how to deal with that. And if it's been a year since your last significant loss, that's going to really affect you when it comes to the big series.
It's really tough, too, because it's also, you need to say, like, you know, people are human beings. You can say, okay, well, just they need to not get ahead of themselves as they're winning and this kind of stuff. But it kind of happens subconsciously, and I love that you're pointing out losses, because then if you do take an upset loss in a series, mentally it's like, oh my God, like these expectations, people thought we would win. What are people saying? What, you know, not even just about what other people are saying. What do you think about yourself, and like where does your confidence come from? It's
so
a lot of mental gymnastics.
Slight tangent here. You can see on the graphic, SMLZ on Media Day actually posing with a Jhin mask. He's the mastermind of the LPL. He's been planning this for weeks. That photo was taken a month ago.
So what you're saying was after Game 2, they purposely lost, got to Game 3 where he pulled out the Jhin to mind Game TES?
Exactly. The rest of their split, they've already got their losses, Lyric. They don't need to learn from losses anymore. It's going to be a perfect split from now on from OMG. It's all part of the plan. Yanja going for the depth charge onto Hacker. Curse only going to get the knock up onto Karsa here, and Top Esports able to hold everyone at arm's length. Bear in mind, the Rift Herald is pushing in the mid lane in favor of OMG.
But still, as TS, you would love to have a flanking position for Knight or 369. Right now, Icon can just lay down all this poke.
This is hard. Karsa is the one that's low as well, which means Top surely have to just forfeit this dragon. In goes Icon! Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Yanja is going to fall. Picked up by Cold in the end, and Top Esports are floundering here. 369 gets the Cyclone, JackeyLove alongside him, SMLZ taken on out, and look at the CC from 369 carrying the fight. Is JackeyLove desperate to get some damage out, but Icon still survives. Trouble Bubble goes wide. Can he land the damage? Won't be able to get it. JackeyLove stutter stepping, sidestepping, trying to get the kills, flashes on over, one more auto, but Hacker shuts him down. Now it's down to Karsa. 1 versus 2 as Hacker has started off the dragon. Curse gonna chase him on out. And OMG just win the fight.
That fight was insane. OMG honestly having the better position, having the better decision making, and once again, straight up mechanics keeping Top Esports in it. 369 playing out of his mind to even give his team a chance, and great to see some life from JackeyLove in this fight. I love the Jhin ultimate, the curtain call coming out, poking them so low. great bubble coming out from Icon, and then we see the death sentence hit. So already a 5v4 to start off with, but I'm going to keep my eyes on 369. Him and JackeyLove are being left unhurt. The rest of OMG walk too far forward, and it gives them the room. So honestly, more of a blunder from OMG, but still good positioning from JackeyLove and 369 to take advantage. I want to see if JackeyLove even had to flash here to guarantee this kill. Looked like his auto animation had already started. Okay, no, it didn't. So did need to flash, unfortunately, and you know that one was going to be more of luck in my opinion. That last one.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have vision in the pit, so he did have to flash to get on over. And I just want to mention, this is JackeyLove having a bad game. That mechanical outplay is JackeyLove on a bad game. That's nuts.
That is pretty insane. I mean, he's definitely in the conversation for one of the best ADCs in the world. You already see a lot of people saying he is. And one of the things, too, is that he's going to, like, carry on the spirit of, like, Uzi and Chinese AD carries. A lot of pressure, but he's obviously done it before. And as a Draven player, if you watch this cast, you know, I quite respect Draven players. They have a lot of confidence.
In the meantime, Knight is going for a dive.
You know what this reminds me of? Game 5 against JDG, where he picked the Sylas, was in top lane.
Top.
It's when I made the call of like, oh, the best top in the world, Zoom, and pretty much just Knight inting. Once again, it is just Knight inting.
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't seem to have a good time against Orns.
I mean, just that
seems to be his weakness.
Sylas against Orn seems to be his
Achilles heel.
Yeah.
Oh dear, poor Knight. And, well, OMG have complete control of the Baron area right now. There is a ward just outside the pit. You can see it just on the minimap. It's the sneaky wards that are just outside the Baron wall, so you can't clear it.
He goes in, gets the E with Chain Lash. Obviously, proccing his passive a lot. Already on the 10 stacks of Conquer, it looks like. Coda Belt's in, and just gets double knocked up. Dies to turret.
The Bellows Breath from Curse wins him that 1v1.
Yeah.
Because it stopped the knockup from Knight's copied ultimate.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Well played by Curse overall, especially after how bad of an early game he had. So both of our guys that had terrible early games now showing up in big moments.
The good thing for OMG in this position where TS get vision first is, one, they're on red side, so obviously getting to poke into that Baron pit is nice. And two, you do have Curse, who will always be able to face check brushes and be able to walk in, so TS not able to abuse that vision discrepancy too much.
Caster and JackeyLove are just going to two-man Baron right now. He's finished off his Rage Blade. It's going to be spotted, though.
Yeah, it's
and that
too
should
slow.
deter everything.
They have time. Ooh. Even
That's
the
a big
bubble
trouble
does so much.
JackeyLove is going to be able to walk away with his life. 369. The rest of the team is nowhere near, though. He can't actually just go for this. He's going to go for it anyway. 1v4 from 369. He will be finished off. He's just trying to buy time. They trade top laners. And a good amount. Look how much damage 369 did.
Yeah, he's doing so much work, but again,
in onto Icon goes Knight, trying to carry the game, trying to be the guy. JackeyLove jumps in, and Icon is ruined.
And it's just great to see them make these decisive plays. No moment of hesitation for Knight, because that's what you need if you're not going to be able to coordinate these engages with 369. I actually love the flank, but OMG just peeling off too soon with Curse zoning the rest of the members.
And now,
they're trying to bait another fight.
Hey, top of being proactive. You can't say anything other than that, because right now they're starting this Baron off once again. Hacker is here, but Cole's pulled in. So is Hacker right now, rooted on up, but jumps out with a safeguard. Curse is teleported onto the play.
No Forge
Baron
God.
and restart. Here we go. Curse steps forwards. Yuyanja wants to zone them, wants to find a hook. He's onto Curse. Knight coming around for the flank. He's got the Lee Sin kick. Can't get in, though. It's just Yuyanja falling to start this one off. Cold is low, but Aftershock keeps him safe. JackeyLove can't do the damage. Curse is so damn tanky. 369. His Cyclone is about to come off cooldown, and he hits everyone already. Hacker flashing away. They're on the wrong side of the map, though. And 369, he's CC'd. Cyclone finally goes on in. Double kill for Knight. Curse goes down for the triple.
And we finally see how it's supposed to work. That diving duo in Knight and 369 picking up the kills. And now they should just be able to turn it towards a Baron. But the threat from Icon Zoe is still there.
Yeah, bear in mind, Icon can one-shot JackeyLove if he finds the right
He can one-shot Karsa at this point.
That's true as well. Can he steal the Baron? He's not even going to go
for it. Oh, well, kind of disappointing,
yeah,
honestly.
That's kind of sad.
LPL Baron's icon. We've seen it time and time. The Shy stole a Baron with Slice and Dice. Believe in yourself. It looks like it was on accident, too.
I feel like this is the beginning of a speech where you're going to have it with motivational music.
I already did the DMO one, so I got to do OMG as well. But we see this fight start off, and it's a bit of an unfortunate position right now where 369 doesn't have the Cyclone, so they're not able to jump in. Does get it back up just in time.
And they group up.
Exactly, they group up, and then Knight even kicking Curse, so he gets hit into it as well, and guarantees the kill on 2. And just great play coming out from both of them. Knight doing so well, and I just want to keep praising 369, man. Like, this guy is having an insane series.
369 is playing out of his mind. And look at Knight's score right now. 8-2-2 on the Silas. And as you rightly say, picking this one blind, but he doesn't care. He's still going to just take control.
And you know what I love? We've had games where we just continuously praise Karsa. We had Jackie Love's Ezreal the other day.
Yeah.
There's countless games where we praise Knight. Now we have this game with 369. Just each of the star-studded members of TES showing up. And the thing that kind of scares me a bit is I don't just want to call every player on the best team the best player, but TES literally might have the 4 best players.
Maybe not, though, because Jackie Love has just been annihilated. And I mean, that is how this comp from OMG functions in a nutshell.
I just want to know what's happening with Jackie Love today. Why am I praising him after the Game 1 and Game 3 he's showing us?
I don't know, man. Look, I love this team, but that ain't it. Karsa rooted by the Jhin, but ultimately OMG can't do too much right now, and 369 continues to siege.
I'm going to be someone who takes one series, at face value. Jackie Love's not my best AD carry in the world.
Oh, who is then?
He needs to earn it.
Who's BRTT?
Let's say, yeah. Hey, for me, in my heart, sure, but let's go with Hope for now. I like Hope. I like Hope.
Best in the world?
Whoa. He was my
rookie at the start of spring. Now Lyric's best AD carry in the world. Hope rising up the rankings. Unprecedented growth.
I'm just picking an arbitrary name.
Absolute stonks.
I thought he was the best AD carry in spring, but he's not in this game, so we're not going to talk about him. I'm not going to make controversial. I'm not making controversial statements
not in this
today.
conversation.
Oh God.
Oh, Loken.
Oh God. I'm not having this conversation with you.
What did I do? You just put your foot in your mouth.
I did.
This has nothing to do with me. Oh dear. Top esports. They've got the Baron, and they're going to take some towers here.
And they can pressure all 3 lanes because, they have a Wukong who wins against an Ornn and a Zoe. They also have a Silas who also wins against an Ornn and a Zoe. So, can play out the whole map. TP's also going to come up soon. So, going to be able to react if OMG want to try to all in on one side.
That poor Razor Chicken just got left. Now he's alone.
That is pretty depressing, actually. We were having this conversation off-cast really about the depressing life of minions, but that is the
sheer genocide. There are millions of games of League of Legends played every single day.
Oh, it's just the freeze frame our producer showed us of the minion dying with his hand on the ground was so depressing.
And look, it's considered a good thing in this world if you've killed 200 minions at 20 minutes. How horrific is that? Jackie Love, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. In fact, SMLZ, he's doing even worse.
I feel like you're making a lot of political T-shirt-like statements today. You made one earlier. I can't remember what it was, but
I don't remember.
This is definitely your second.
My memory is not my strong suit. I just say
this
things
series
as
has
they come
been
to my
pretty
head.
insane, so I don't blame you. OMG are playing a competitive 16 to 15 kill game with TES.
That's insane as in of itself.
But TES do outscale, so
and they have a 5,000 gold lead, and they have a 2-tower advantage. But hey, we've got more than a kill a minute this game, and that's what I want out of my LPL.
The thing is, when you have a front line and you have pick potential and hard CC from an Ornn and a Zoe, there is realistically always a way to come back.
Oh, careful.
But I don't expect us to see it this game.
One of the disadvantages of Jhin as a pick is that you are extremely immobile unless you get your 4th shot off, where you get a bit of movement speed. But having this Thresh from Cold is going to be crucial in these later game fights, especially against 369, against Knight, that all they want to do is get onto SMLZ.
This is why we were talking about that Thresh first pick maybe would have been, you know, a better choice when there are other priority junglers open. You have more options to where Thresh really is the clear-cut #1 in LPL for supports. You could put Yuumi in that argument as well, but obviously Yuumi shoehorns you into Ezreal to where Thresh you have a ton of options. Ooh, but right now, SMLZ, not in any threat.
Yanja is caught though. Remember earlier when I told you that Nautilus ain't that tanky? Case in point, now they go straight onto Cold, and it's a support for a support. Knockups across the team, but Hacker is alone right now. Jackie Love finds himself a double kill. Cyclone as SMLZ jumped on by Jackie Love. Triple kill, making the quadra, and Scumbag Knight steals the fifth.
Hey, I feel like Knight actually deserved that one. Great team fight coming out from TS. And it looks like they're just going to be able to close out this series.
You know, it would have been really painful, honestly, if Jackie Love got a pentakill in this game after that poor performance earlier on. But you know what? It doesn't matter either way. The game is over, as is the series. Top Esports come back against OMG.
That's why I don't agree. Not Scumbag Knight. If Jackie Love would have gotten a penta, it would have been a disservice to, you know, 80 carries that don't get caught out everywhere.
True, I guess. But, well, once he got to the later stages of the game, he wasn't playing like an AD carry. He was playing like an assassin, which is exactly what you want out of this Kai'Sa. And we saw, basically beyond, I guess, the 20-minute mark, every single fight, SMLZ, yeah, he was fed, but he couldn't get any damage off because the second he went for the curtain call, everybody jumps onto him. Jackie Love jumps to the back
Exactly.
line.
You're playing in a mobile AD carry against... We kept using the term like dive squad, dive buddies, you know, the Sylas, the Wukong, the Kai'Sa, the Nautilus if he's alive.
It just sucks. Playing that AD carry against a composition like that, against things like the Zed as well. All of these things that just want to jump onto the back line, it is the worst trying to play those games. And that's why Ezreal's so good, right?
Let's remember, he opted into that. He saw the fact that they had the Trundle and the... I guess he didn't opt into the dive comp that they ended up building, but he at least opted into building Jhin into this comp that was trending towards more of a tank comp. And even then, you could have saved AD carry for... you'd have to save it last pick, I guess, which saving AD carry last pick doesn't sound like the plan.
No, not the play. And they did go for the Zoe on the last pick. The Zoe looks great. Icon honestly actually had a pretty good series overall. Like his LeBlanc looked pretty great.
But that's right. He got LeBlanc and Zoe. This is the problem. So I'm happy with OMG this series because they're showing us more signs of life, which they have before. They were winning against EDG. They did take a game off of E5, but the pieces for OMG are there, but especially for Icon, you need to show us more performances on other champions like you've played on Zoe and LeBlanc. Sure, he can play Cassiopeia, he can play Echo, but when it's such a clear-cut difference, it's like, well, you actually really can't.
Not on a professional level. Not against top esports, at least. And top esports are going to finish this one out. It has to be said as well, the big glaring weakness for top esports right now, it's kind of Yujanja in that bottom lane. Getting caught out a few times. I like him on the Leona. The Leona's great because he's really, really tanky, and it's kind of hard to get caught out when you're that invincible. He still managed it in game 2, where he just kind of started a fight all by himself. But ultimately, there are still a few cracks being shown by top esports. This series is a huge glaring issue for them as the massive favorite.
His pocket pick is making a lot more sense to me when you talk about him like this. The fact that he does default to the Alistar, right? It is a pick that is very tanky and very hard to die with that ultimate. So Yujanja not showing up, and even Jackie Love in this whole series, not just this game, this whole series showing signs of mortality and showing... Again, you're an AD carry. Typically, there aren't champion pool issues on traditional AD carries, but he's been very focused on Kai'Sa and Ezreal. Makes you wonder, is it a opinion of his own, or is it a stylistic thing for TS wanting to play more around their soul lanes?
That is the big question. I mean, Kai'Sa's certainly not the kind of champion that you can farm safely on alone in the bottom lane, at least, but the Ezreal definitely plays into that. It's incredibly strong right now anyway, so that's just a perfect match right there. The big question is, if the meta does shift away from Ezreal, does shift away from Kai'Sa, I mean, Kai'Sa's not even really in the meta, do they continue to play these picks? And how much is it, as you rightly say, just the style that they want to play? And will that work later on in the year?
Yeah, there's some questions around TS, but I still feel like we default to hey, you have 16 series in the split. You can't take all of them, with 200%. Well, this is how this team is going to look.
Yeah.
Obviously, Yu Yanja has been the question mark. He had a great MSC, but we didn't know if he can replicate it this split. And I'd still feel pretty good as TS because think about it.
Yeah.
Your weakest position is support. Everyone else is good enough to single-handedly carry the game themselves. If two of them have good performance, you're going to stomp like against Rogue Warriors. So that's a very good formula to having time to integrate Yu Yanja.
I mean, with JackeyLove on the team, having a formula that's like, okay, we just need at least one guy to pop off and we'll win the series, that sounds a lot like IG. That sounds a lot like last time JackeyLove won the World Championship. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it sounds very similar, but we saw in this series that Knight and 369 are...
Can you just remind me quickly, Lyric, who was the guy on IG that people called the weak link of the team? Wasn't that the support?
It was Balon, or if we go back far enough, Megan.
Megan.
Yeah, that was his name. So before your time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, but point is, TS have a lot of ways to win the game, a lot of ways to carry, and once again, I'm a big fan of 369. Sure,
Yeah.
Knight also played well as well, but he did also suicide in the bot lane to Ornn, to where I don't feel like 369 had any of those moments,
Yeah.
so I'd be
Dude,
happy to see another 369 MVP.
369 had such a clean series. All 3 games, even when they were losing, he looked great individually. Hacker as well. Hacker, I think, the standout performer by a margin on the side of OMG. Obviously, in Game 1, he was able to do so much work on the Lee Sin. A little bit quieter later on in the series, but I think in terms of consistency, he was very much up there for the team.
I agree, but he's very in the same vein of Icon to me. To me, they were the 2 best performing members in the series. Feels bad for Curse, didn't really get a chance to play, but Hacker also having some champion pool question marks, right? He doesn't play the Graves. I think he played Graves last split, hasn't played it once this split. And it seems like a very important champion you have in your pool. And even otherwise, he just really tends to go towards this Trundle Lee Sin, and past that, it's like, well, if these get banned out, you don't really look the same.
It's really interesting to me the way that we think about these players and the way that we think about these champion pools, in that when we talk about JackeyLove's champion pool, it's like, it's JackeyLove, so maybe it's stylistic. When we talk about Hacker and Icon's champion pool, it's like, these guys need to learn more champions.
I still think it's not good. Like even going back to the JackeyLove thing.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense, but obviously it's going to turn into a problem later down the line, unless you could be like Teacher Ma and literally have just enough champions to where you can't get banned
Precisely
out.
6 champions, just so you're always one above the amount of bans.
Exactly.
Oh, dear.
I mean, the Teacher Ma strategy can work. It's shown by WE, so hey,
Yeah.
6
Look,
champions.
if they have to ban everything for one guy, the rest of the team can just pop off, right?
Yeah.
So there we go. Let's take a look at our MVP as we round this series out with a top esports win. Knight's going to get it. This Silas just looked amazing. Able to just farm Curse in the top lane.
Yeah, we even pointed out when he was like 4-0 to start, he was playing these skirmishes extremely well. Even the one where, sure, it was 369's Wukong that knocked everyone up when they grouped up, but his kick on the Ornn still did secure all those kills, and his really only bad moment was that dive.
This play was huge, just jumping straight onto Icon
Oh,
to
exactly.
set this up.
Having the confidence and being so decisive, not afraid to make that play. And then even here, right, it starts off with Yu Yanja getting picked off, and then he finds the way to get on top of Cold, and they try to keep the fight going. Just great job on this Silas. Once again, buying the Medjai, just always having this confidence that he's going to pop off every game, right? If you watch LPL, you know Knight buys Medjais every game.
Yeah, it's just, it's what he does. And obviously, off the back of that last fight, he was on like, what, 18 stacks or something along those lines. But he didn't need him at that point. They managed to finish the game off. So well played by Knight, well played by the whole team there, aside from JackeyLove in the other game. But I feel like both of the supports had a pretty rough series. I feel like a lot of these fights, on all 3 games, we saw Yu Yanja and Cold trading their lives at the start of fights. That last team fight was a pure example of that. Yu Yanja gets caught out, then Cold immediately gets caught out, and then the rest of the fight happens.
It's pretty disappointing because I used to be a fan of Cold when he was doing his 5. He had a really insane Rakan back in 2017, but he hasn't shown up for a while now, and it's starting to make you question, when are they just going to say, hey, let's just try to integrate Sora into this roster? Even look at Sora's history. He's a very similar champion pool and play style to Cold.
Well, the problem that they had with bringing Sora in today is, not many people know this, but Karsa actually has a Korean account named Sora something. It's named after a Korean voice actor or something. I've never seen Karsa and Sora in the same room, Lyric. All I'm saying is it could be the same person.
I'm just saying they were both in the Royal organization.
maybe he was in twice. Huh?
Oh,
Do you
God.
ever think about that?
Oh, God. Munch's musings.
Let's take a look at our results at the end of today. Today has been some pretty good games. Way better games than I was ever expecting coming out of today, to be quite honest.
Okay, the second game of LGD DMO wasn't a game, but game one was extremely close.
Yeah.
It's exciting to see DMO show signs of life. And then this series, we did not expect this to go the distance.
Hey, OMG stepping up. You know, we've been pretty harsh to OMG in this series. They were against the best team in the league. So to have taken a game to perform this well is something in itself.
It sucks because it's getting to the point where they're like performing to the level of their opponents in that like cliche sense, right?
Yeah.
They took a game off E5. They should have beaten EDG. The only like clear loss was the RNG series, but the glimpses are there.
The thing is, they're not. They're playing just below the level of their opponents every single time. And so now that's 4 losses on the trot for OMG. But let's take a look at tomorrow's games. We've got plenty more coming your way. And we are starting off with IG versus Rogue Warriors. That's going to be a bloodbath, Lyric.
If any of you remember Spring, this was the series that went all 3 games, was back and forth. It ended with Pup and Southland backdooring with a Tom Kench ultimate.
It was nuts, and it was utter chaos, because that's how those two teams play. But then we also have kind of the opposite of that with EDG against Suning, 2 very calculated team fight heavy teams.
It's going to be interesting to me because, okay, Suning's kind of been on they've had a rough patch with their last 2 series, but still, to me, these are 2 teams that are in a very similar tier, so it's a very important win to secure going through the season.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to round out our day in the end. I believe Top Esports now will have taken the first place spot in the standings because WE were on 3 wins and they were on equal game difference. So, Top Esports climbing to that #1 spot, and I think rightly so as well. But that's going to be it from us. Make sure you do tune in tomorrow. We've got plenty of games coming your way. We've got that IG versus Rogue Warriors, which you really do not want to miss. But I've been Munchables. This has been Lyric. Any final things you want to tell the audience before we go?
IG Rogue Warriors, I'll be on cast. You'll be in Twitch chat.
We'll see you there, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in